Hello, everyone, and welcome in to the NECC Overwatch. It is week 4 here, and we are here with the Champions Yellow Division. We've got Peru University and Purdue Gold. Purdue Gold taking on Butler Blue today for the first game. It is week 4 in Man of Class. We've got quite a set of teams here. We've got some characters on the benches today, and I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah, I definitely do. And both teams really would like to take out a win just to bolster their record a little bit more. Both already handed 2 losses at least. So yeah, week 4 coming up hot for both these squads. And we got a new map pool. As is per tradition, every week we do a new map pool. So they gotta all the teams gotta shift and pivot and try new things. And today we're gonna be starting here on control and then go to hybrid and escort as we usually do. This time it is Nepal, Kings Row, and Rialto that we're definitely going to go to in the first of 3 series. And if we need them, we still have Blizzard World, Ilios, and even Dorado if we get to map 6, which is a possibility as we've noticed in the past.
It doesn't seem to be impossible, but hey, I'm at least open to see Blizzard World. I like Blizzard World. I think it's a fun, but I'll start with Nepal. Speaking of starting, let's check in and start with these players on both of these team sides because we've got some fresh talent here. We've got Mina, we've got Tiber, we've got Sanath, we've got Flanking Monster and Park. Quite a variety of including a graduate student here over at Purdue. That's very fascinating.
Yeah, it's good to see like a proper division between what type of level and or stage of their college education these players are at. What I always also really found interesting is that Flankin apparently had to actually tell us that it's not Flan King because I would never have thought of that in a video game, but apparently people have made that mistake in the past. And maybe they're not that fond of Flan.
I mean, apparently not. If nothing else, they at least don't like desserts. And meanwhile, on the other side for Butler, we've got Depression, we've got Butters, we've got Intrepid Cash, Shadow Edge, Twent, and Cabbage. A nice mix across the board. Again, another graduate student, and just quite a bit of different majors here too. So a good mix of a team here.
Yeah, again, gaming bringing everyone together, no matter what background and what education you follow. Still enjoy some nice video games and be good at them as well, because we've seen a lot of good players come out already in the NECC, and we're looking forward to seeing a lot more today as these two teams square off against each other. And last week, we did our first cast together. We had some fun games with some fun maps. Teams definitely showed
Oh
us
yeah.
something. Um, what was your favorite moment so far from that?
Oh geez. I mean, there was a lot of good moments. I think mostly watching a lot of those younger teams, a lot of these teams that are just kind of getting in. I think kind of just seeing that one. I think there was the last match we casted actually went the distance to map 4, and I think that was the one that really stuck. We finally got to see Numbani, and that was kind of what we were hoping for, right? Was seeing
Yeah.
something go past those first 3, and I'm hoping for more of that here because I want to see these teams hungry. I want to see these teams competing and fighting and learning and adapting. And here in week 4, we're kind of at the midpoint. The season's almost halfway over at this point, and we got to see what adaptations have come in. So let's see what they're picking and what adaptations they're making here.
Yeah, Butler Blue, not unfamiliar with those maps, map 5s. They already played one last week against the MTU Huskies. So that was the one they didn't quite win, but maybe this one will be a little bit better for them. Of course, we are in the Champions Yellow Division here, so should be getting some good Overwatch out of these teams. And we're seeing very similar things that they're currently lining up in the spawn. And they'll probably be clashing on point, because Maze, you know how that goes. That's just an ice party on the point.
Oh, absolutely. The maze so important here, and we'll see which sim teleporter out the gate gets there a little bit faster. It looks like Purdue Gold going to try and just take it right out the gate, get there first. See if they can make it. No, they've been outclassed a little bit. There's that late teleporter coming in, and they'll be met right immediately on that with this trip going down and the ice wall thrown just to buy some space for now. Buying on the point. It looks like Purdue Gold having that positioning already in that forced immortality field out already, and those the kills start to fall. Looking for that, and there's an early shatter on the side of Flanking, who absolutely has just been swinging, just hopping and bringing that shield forward and getting the rest of that cleanup while the point catches. There's still going to be a little bit of a contest, but that won't be around for too much longer.
I gotta get that Lucio off the objective, capture the point. It was a very good early aggression from Purdue Gold. The biggest thing that went wrong from Butler Blue was indeed their pace, like out of the spawn. They didn't get there quick enough, and then they even used their wall early to try and split up one of the tanks, but had to drop it immediately. And if you both mess up the pacing and the wall, it's very hard to fight against a team that then still has those resources and the positioning against you.
That may very crucial for these, but equally crucial getting out of that, and that's going to be a wall to split. try and divide, try and isolate there. And meanwhile, they're going to be taking that out from Butler Blue, going to try to push in finally. That'll force out a couple of ultimates from the side of Butler just to try to buy some space and get some time out there fighting along this high ground. D.Va will demech, and that will be the start of that as Depression finds one kill. A self-destruct goes out, not finding anything there, buying some space as the brawl continues this play. Split on this high ground, but now Butler Blue has rotated to the point. They're just going to cap this for free. Will they get any real value on this as this flips to them?
They will indeed have the positioning to go with it at the moment, but they don't really have a lot of ultimates to go with just yet. They're like seconds away from a few, which are very impactful. The Shatter, the Blizzard, and the Sound Barrier. They do have to give up the positioning to get the rest of their team back.
Flanking is hungry, looking for them swings. Is going to charge out, but unfortunately just catch the end of that Blizzard. And that will be Shadow Edge just getting out the winning play and keeping control for Butler Blue. Winning that with just the single ult and going to try and stall that out. And Purdue Gold now slowly losing that precious point control they had.
They did give away the Sound Barrier, or will give away they used it. That does seem to be... That's at least the advantage that the Monster will have, together with Park, who also is the Blizzard. This is like the big moment to come back into it. The main thing they need to do is not get blown up by the Amplification Matrix early.
They're looking for that, but that will be an Amplification Matrix coming out early, just like you said, and meanwhile, that will bring down the Reinhardt on Depression. Fortunately, being pushed out just like me at my therapist. We'll be pushing that right away as Mina finds and continues to try to push themselves out of this room, just force their way back out. And they will continue to do that as Mina over on the Cassidy with that big switch coming in huge, just enabling for flanking to come in and take that pressure back. Just going to stall this out and push the rest of the Butler crew back out of the way and flip it back to their side. 40% to 65 though, a pretty just about halfway for both.
Man, I love seeing some good Reinhardt Mei combo play. Two heroes I love playing a lot myself, but also when you see them just communicating together, use the Mei walls as a backboard, and just in general the freezes to outplay the other main tank. It's really what's winning Purdue this map so far, or at least these fights. And it does look like they're in a better position to win it out. They need to be a little bit careful about their aggression every now and then, but these type of positions, as long as they don't go too deep, should give them a lot of advantage.
Speaking going too deep, Purdue Gold wants to go in. They found them boxed in there, and they will push them right on back to spawn. Just buying that out. They will commit the high noon too and find two. Huge play for Mina coming up strong. She has been looking incredible over on this Cassidy.
She's insane, as we call that. Insane in the membrane with the hit scan. Cassidy, I mean, it's been such a staple hero, and it's been getting better and better as time goes on. I mean, I remember the beta version where it was that was crazy, but it's still in a very strong state at the moment. They are going to be able to come back in, but they're at such an old deficit. This is going to be a scramble for Butler.
Oh, the Blizzard versus the Shatter, who will get that more value. That will force out an Immortality Field. And the shots just lining up for Mina. Both Blizzards out now, and as the point clicks over to overtime, it's just the remainder of Purdue Gold. They're just trying to clean this up. Just one more remaining. Can there be any stalls? Amplification Matrix coming out just as a last-ditch effort, but I don't think there's anybody there left to stall this out.
Doesn't look like it. That's going to be the first point. I'd say deservedly conquered by Purdue. They were playing that composition combo a lot better. You saw both teams also switch off the Symmetras after those walls have been used, and then they just went over to some more consistent or longer range damage, which the Cassidy's very good for. But now that we're going over to Shrine, there will probably be some changes in approach in terms of what they're going to be running. You can still run this Mei Symmetra, like it's still possible, but a lot of the time with all the flanks and the more open nature of this point, it's harder to pull the Mei off. It's harder to pull the wall strats off. You really need to be confident that you can be guarding one specific choke the entire time. Both teams do seem to be comfortable to play it, though. So we'll see how it pans out. If they can still get that Reinhardt Mei combo off of the side of Purdue, they're going to get a lot of value out of it, but I am worried for Butler.
Yeah, Purdue Gold already charging in with fierce control at that point, looking to hold that up, and that will be the Mei wall. And there's that isolation, just like you said, but it will force out some of those plays, and flanking will go right on in. And that aggression from Purdue Gold just giving them point of the control before it even unlocks, and will force them right back. I mean, it just absolutely just beaming their way through, leading the charge away. And yet another a powerful Mei wall just blocking in Butler Blue. And you got to give it here. Park, who hasn't really necessarily shown up in the kill feed a lot, has started to show up and has been doing some incredible work on this Mei.
Yeah, and the Mei is not necessarily supposed to be the one that gets all the eliminations, right? They're supposed to be CC, supposed to be control, supposed to be freezing people. And that's exactly what Park's been doing a lot of. And sometimes you get the right clicks in, you get the melees in, like it happens. But generally speaking, that's not your role, so not surprised. But they've been doing a lot of work, like you said, with that combo. And now we're going to be seeing whether Depression can lead their team to a fight win.
We'll see. There is that shatter thrown out, not really catching. It does catch one, and that will be the immortality field to save and recover on that. Flanking does find and continue to charge in. Hammer swinging. Bumper somewhere is smiling as we look, and he continues to go forward in and just clean up the rest of Butler Blue.
Butler Blue, so far, I mean, yeah, blue is what they're being. They're just being frozen all the time, right? So that's why they're looking blue.
Yeah.
But
Oh, absolutely.
yeah, maybe they want to go for the blue victory. You know, that's what you get. You get either a red defeat at the top of your screen or a blue victory after a match. And
Yeah,
they will look for the blue one.
I mean, as you can see, they're in red right now. So obviously, it's just we've mixed up some colors, and that's what's holding them back. But hopefully, this intake will come in. Those turrets just going to slow them down a little bit as they approach here, and that will force the amplification matrix trying to buy out some space on that field. Park looking. There goes that blizzard. Gets it immediately spaced into the snow, and we'll get that value. That will be 3 frozen, and that will be cleanup again. The side of Purdue Gold.
Purdue Gold. So far, going for the gold as well. In the gold division, I mean, they are just in general, everything's sort of like going their way, right? Like they got the right color, they're in the right division. Because Champions Yellow Gold is close enough for me. You know, it's that way. Yeah. I mean, I'm seeing everything's against Butler, but we know we like a bit of an underdog in a situation. Let's see if they can actually make themselves a bit more of a promise. That's a gutsy charge right there.
No.
Does make it to the objective. And it's a good shatter as well.
And that'll force that shatter too. Beautiful shatter to find that, but Depression will find Park, and there will be the Death Blossom coming in, not finding anything. But meanwhile, a off screen, a Blizzard finally, unfortunately getting eaten, self-destruct out, does not find anybody. Tiber just going to go ahead and get back in the mech and continue into the fight. The beams are flying everywhere. Sound Barrier committed also on the side of Purdue Gold. They know they can taste the blood in the water, and they are looking for it. Tiber is going to go out, just trying to clean up Butters over on this. Is it going to get it? Is it going to get it?
It's not happening.
No, that's it there. Butters looking, does find it, but meanwhile, there's no one on point, so it don't matter. Purdue Gold will take map 1, and they will bring home the gold for the first map.
Talking about a fascinating 1v1 that eventually turned out to be, I wouldn't say pointless, but, you know, not as important as the rest of the map. It's the beauty and both sometimes the annoyance with Overwatch is like, oh, I wanted to see how that ended up. Like, I wanted to see what that fight ended up in, but the round's already over. Oh. Mina getting the well-deserved play of the game there with that aggressive push with the Cassidy. Beautifully done. And, yeah, first map done already. Looking very confident for Purdue Gold. But they are playing a specific composition and a specific style that works very well on control maps, but might not work as well on other maps. The problem is, we're going to go to King's Row next. And
well, I mean,
that May wall is still pretty good on a lot of places on King's Row. So,
yeah,
still worried a bit for Butler. The difference is they also have to defend and they have to attack. So, there is a little bit more of a dynamic of, okay, you can't use the May wall as a defensive tool all the time. And that might give Butler some more opportunities.
Maybe, but I mean, let's be real. Purdue never really had to play defense, did they? They were always on the aggression. Do you really need to play defense if you can just play that aggressive? So, like you said, usually these control maps tend to be kind of the outlier. You have to play a little bit of everything, and unfortunately, this is one of those cases where we'll probably see more of this. You know, what do you think in the odd chance they don't play this brawl comp, what do you think they bring out? Is this going to be like a dive? Do you think someone goes to poke here? Because, you know,
not on King's Row.
Butler does need answers.
I mean,
yeah, not on.
Yeah, like it might become interesting on third, but on first and second, you really don't have to play anything else. On their attack, they might have to switch things up a little bit just because they don't have the wall to like lure someone in with. Because that's kind of been their strategy, right? Even on control, you're saying they don't really play defensive, but they sort of do. Like they wait for that first target, they use the wall, get one pick, and then they go aggressive because they got the numbers advantage. It's kind of that same dynamic that started back in the day when Goats was still a thing, when you get that one pick off and that decides the rest of the fight. Like that's when you go. The same thing, because dive is different. Like you all go to get a pick off and then snowball from there, but that kind of got transitioned into this type of dynamic. So yeah, like they are still playing on a defense, but then just slingshot into it. We'll see whether they can still do that when they're actually on the attack. So when But Blue doesn't have to come to them, because that is that's when that entire thing changes. You don't have to, have the wall to lure them in with.
Yeah, and it's tough to break down those walls sometimes, but thankfully they've got a little bit of a break here. They've got some travel to do. They got to get to England, so they'll get a chance to kind of reevaluate what they've learned and figure it out before we get to King's Row, and before we see if maybe we just smash our head against the walls, the ice walls again, and we take it again, or if we just change it up and maybe try something different. Because
Yeah.
like, what are the options to counter this? How do we stop something like this big May Ryan brawl comp that we've seen got so much success in the strong Reinhardt play?
Yeah, and I mean, there's so many different ways to do it. Like you can either try and just go over the wall, like ignore the wall, which are things like Fire Echo compositions. Doomfist can get past it. Genji can get past it. Like a lot of dive tanks can get past it. The main thing you just need to be wary of is that you could even use a diva to bait the wall and then fly back over it so they don't have it. Like there's a lot of different ways to do it. The main thing that people always used to say is just go all through the choke at the same time. So if they wall, they get all of you or they get none of you. That's a little
Yeah,
harder to coordinate, especially in these type of situations, and essentially when you're running a Lucio. Teams did switch sides, so we're going to see Purdue attack first here, and they are not going to go with the Mei on the attack, which, again, doesn't really make sense to do anyways, because you're not luring
yeah,
them out to come and get you. On the defense, though, we will see that dive, and we will see the Fire Mercy. So, exactly a good thing to do if you're planning on fighting against the Mei, but Mina on that Cassidy, I mean, they've got their work cut out for themselves, but also we know they can hit those shots.
absolutely. And that's going to be Depression just getting right out of that small spot. Park will go and fall dangerously low, though, absolutely just trying to make that space, and the rotation will come through. Trying to buy that. Twent over here, although on the Cassidy themselves, will find that, and that will keep the defense a little bit stronger. They're buying for this point. Dive comes up on top, trying to buy space onto those high grounds, and Shadow Edge just has been pretty much uncontested. And now we see that Mei coming in for Park. They decided they're just going to go ahead and try to play into it. The point still just kind of in the hands of Purdue Gold. They've got the numbers and the bodies there, but Shadow Edge needs to come up big, just firing in, trying to find a vulnerable target. And meanwhile, Monster has absolutely just been a monster on the background finding two, and that'll force Butler Blue back to maybe contest another day. But judging by this look, probably not.
That was a close
Oh
one.
no, not the
Now,
Mercy
come on,
2.
Mina.
Not the Mercy
Come on,
2,
Mina.
no.
You can roll in, do the flashbang. No, just let Suhan
Nah.
take care of that one. Suhan. Mina
You can't.
gonna get the aggression. Already has the dead eye, so can just even have some fun with that. It almost gets the diva out of the mech. She's not planning on stopping anytime soon, it seems. And this is the aggression you like to see on a map like King's Row. Just keep on pushing until you can push no more, and that's called their spawn door.
It sure is, but that's going to be some setup from Butler Blue, just trying to buy space. The high noon will come out. Does manage to find Shadow Edge, who peaked a little too late there, and that's already one down. This cart will continue to roll. Rez looking to try to get in, does find it, but is immediately punished. And Intrepid Cash, that wasn't very cash money. Unfortunately, that's going to be taken out. They will trade back, and Butler Blue continuing to turn this back and find some picks. As Shadow Edge just looking for a few more shots from thanks to that nano.
Yeah, I did feel like there was a bit of a disconnect in terms of how many players of Purdue Gold were that far forward. They did punish the resurrection. They got Intrepid Cash, but then Shadow Edge got res, and that was worth it because they had that barrage ready. And there wasn't really enough to answer that. Park switching now over to the Hanzo. Going to be close to that, already close to that dragon. It's going to be syncing up with Tiber, looks like.
Ooh, wow. Yeah, looking for that Grav Dragon. That's going to be the win con coming up here. And that Shatter from flanking didn't find anything. Looking, just trying to buy some space and protect, but Intrepid Cash raining and Shadow Edge just raining down from above, just trying to get those picks, and that will be the opening for that. Going to force some of this out, and Depression is going primal, is going to look and try to find anybody, but it's getting immediately pushed in the corner. And unfortunately, that may be the turning point back for Purdue Gold. They're gonna start to swing it back. Reinhardt leading that charge. Graviton Surge does come out, find Intrepid Cash, but is there any follow-up to it? Nothing to follow it up, and one is better than none in this case, and that will be looking for more. Picks from Nina coming in and the rest of Purdue Gold to follow it up. The cart will roll likely to the end of B.
There's no way they can stop that. I mean, you can try and throw Depression on the card, but that's just giving away 500 HP and a lot of ult charge towards players like Mina and Flankin and Tiber. They don't have the ult yet. Didn't quite use the Grav and the Dragon together. Was a bit hard to do when Park is dead. But they're going to be able to actually throw out the Dragon just as a zoning ultimate, or as a maybe even get some kills with it, depending on where they actually get to throw the Dragon.
Park looking
Tiber
for
switching over
that.
to the Diva as well.
Yeah, we'll find Depression, and that will be the opening. The res will come back, but that will leave a big hole available, and an amplification matrix to fill that up, followed by a High Noon does find one, and that is going to open up the rest of it as the rest of the ultimates come out. And the Nano Pharah, unfortunately, does finally get punished. No value found on that, and the ults just continue to come out, and Butler Blue is suddenly running out of time with 4 minutes on the clock.
I think we're really looking at a place where Suan on this Baptiste just changes the entire dynamic of what you normally have for a dive versus a backline. They just cannot get on top of it. Suhan is too slippery and does too much damage to counter that, and that Winston of Depression just gets nothing done.
No, the ultimates will come out. Dragons, sound barriers, oh my. Meanwhile, flanking is just going ham, swinging that hammer. No purple to stop them, and there's nothing going to stop flanking from just getting the value you're looking for. Looking in for the next target, trying to find anything, clearing that space and keeping the cart rolling. Just the lone Genji from Shadow Edge trying to find some value, doesn't find anything, and the cart will roll with just a little bit of a contest.
3 minutes 24. I mean, that's what we call a pretty big time bank on Kings Row. It's usually difficult to get to third, and it did seem like the area that were stopped most. There was a little bit in the streets, but other than that, they kind of kept rolling. Purdue Gold, unstoppable so far. But Butler Blue, I mean, they have their work cut out for them, but they do have a chance. It's not over until it's over, which in Overwatch we've seen a lot. Big example, actually. I had a game on Volskaya the other day, and the enemy team was pushing us so far back in our spawn when we were attacking that they forgot that we only needed to cap one more tick, and we just snuck it away in overtime. And then we won because they forgot that we had a Sombra that could just go there, and they couldn't get back in time. So similar things can happen. Of course, this is not an overtime situation. They do need to actually cap the last point with some time left if they want to win the map. But Butler Blue, I'm telling you, there's always a chance.
I mean, look, they're on the blue team side now. It's in their name. They are ready to take over the protagonist spot here on Kings Row. So let's see what they decide to roll out with when they open those gates. Because we see Purdue Gold, they are ready. They want to run this kind of a hybrid with a Hanzo, this kind of brawl with a little bit of a distance. So what are they going to answer with?
I mean, there's no Mei coming out on the defense. Doesn't look like Butler Blue wants to go for it. They might be expecting to be there to be a Mei on the defense, because it would work really well. But it doesn't seem like Purdue really wants to continue that on a map that isn't control. And Shadow Edge would normally be the counters. You put the counter wall up, but they don't need it.
No, they don't. And that is going to be an immediate push in. It's going to force back flanking a little bit, just vying for space, trying to keep Mina available to fire in. And speaking of firing in, Monster will fire in, and that will be the opening to push them right back in and fire them back into spawn. Just kind of pushing their way in. And already we can see Mina already almost with those 2 picks all alone, they are 70% towards it. Mina has been unstoppable over on this Cassidy, and flanking just wants more. Flanking is not going to let them walk back.
No, for sure isn't. And they're also being so like accurately boosted and like both forward and backward by Monster, which like that speed boost is being utilized to its fullest extent. And the team actually is really aware of when that speed boost is coming, so you can see that there's good communication in this squad. And that's something we always appreciate. You know, if you can see the communication happen, that's when they've really got it nailed down.
Communication is key, as it were. And speaking of key, Twent feels that the Cassidy is the key here. So looking to continue to try to push on that with their own high noon. And speaking of that high noon, it is 12 o'clock somewhere right here. Does manage to find one. Will continue to chase that down. She's looking for more. There's a flash to find the Reinhardt. Unfortunately, not looking for anything. Just fanning, trying to find any more picks. But the Dragons are going to push them right back. And Butler Blue, looking at a tough position, they're going to corral themselves down into here. But is this just the room where they will unfortunately meet their fate? Charge out. And never mind, I say that, but it's back and forth on both sides. Looking and mean, but the point has been untouched this whole time. No one has been contesting it. The fight's moved off, and Purdue Gold will just clean it up from there.
That's good defense, good hold so far. Almost half the time bank gone for Butler Blue. They are coming up to a lot of their ultimates, but so is Purdue Gold. There should be a slight advantage coming out from Butler Blue, but with the way they've been executing it so far, it does feel like Purdue Gold still has a fairly equal, if not bigger, chance to still win the fight. That being said, good shatter can change everything, Depression.
Anything. Depression trying to change that back and bring it at least to a sort of a neutral, and that's going to be, speaking of neutral, Quent unfortunately falling in the neutral with that high noon, not able to get any value of that. And Purdue Gold just throwing, they don't even need to throw everything, but they are already finding the value from it. And with a little under 2 minutes on the clock and a couple ultimates for Butler Blue, can they even get to and push the rest, push this to the payload stage?
And you can see the confidence of flanking as well. Like they're both teams were kind of standing behind their implication matrices, but flanking had the confidence to keep standing behind theirs. And eventually Butler Blue goes too far to the right. They extend too far to see through their own application matrix. and they kind of get baited into getting shot because Depression doesn't have the shield up. Now it's definitely ultimate time. I mean, it's now or never. You got a minute left. You already lose Butters.
Oh, that's the main source of healing, and that's dragons in your face. Meanwhile, unfortunately, that's several down, and a Blizzard out trying to make a desperate play. Does find 2 for Shadow Edge, though, and that may be the opening point. Self-destruct not going to find anybody, but it will buy some time, maybe a stall here for a little bit, and that's going to be the point falling. First, third down. What about the other 2? There is Tiber still there, trying to find a health pack, and unfortunately gets caught out by the Mei. The duel of the Sentry going here finally will get Demect, and that may be the end of that as now the rest of the team catches up. But there's 30 seconds on the clock, and there's still a contest. The rest of the team for Purdue Gold is back. They're not giving this up out a second. And Butler Blue is just going to give up a little bit of space here. They need to try to get a little more space back. And they've turned it back. Purdue Gold is refusing to let this go with 25 seconds on the clock.
All because they couldn't eliminate a tiny baby diva. Unfortunate for Butler Blue. But they still have 10 seconds, 15 seconds to go. They have one High Noon, and that is it. On the other side, we get the Amplification Matrix once again for Sunans, which we know they can use really well. It's probably going to go out soon. There it is.
There's that, followed by the High Noon. High hopes for a High Noon. Does not manage to find one, but Purdue Gold does find some opening picks, looking for more. Shadow Edge on that flank, just trying to find any sort of value. Will not find too much. There's the overtime's ticking through, looking for more, trying to hug this angle and find it, and that is the rest of it. Purdue Gold gonna clean this up. Depression coming in, does manage to touch, but is immediately forced out, and that will be Kings Row falling to Purdue Gold 2-0 here in Challenger Yellow.
And I think maps and just series like this just show us how far-reaching, like far apart certain teams are in level while they're still in the same division. I mean, and that is also saying Purdue Gold has already lost 2 matches 3-0, and then they're showing a performance like this. Like, that tells you that there's still teams above this that are even better in this Champions Yellow division. That it's such a wild field in collegiate. You never know what you're gonna get.
Oh yeah.
And maybe if they play each other next week, it swings the other way. Like, it's a great phenomenon when you see it like that. When it's not just about the skill rankings being either far apart or really close. It's also about like how the teams feel in the day, how the players are. Maybe they're stressed about some sort of exam that's coming out. It's possible, you know. These aren't like the pro players that all they do is play Overwatch.
Oh, no.
They have a lot of other things to do. So yeah, all those factors contribute to very varying results week to week. And yeah, this time it's Purdue Gold that's just having a really good day.
And now they're sitting, like you said, at a good day. Just close this out. One more is all it's going to take for Purdue Gold. And as we go on to, we're going to Hybrid next. So, I'm sorry, we're going to Escort next.
Escort,
We're going to Escort next. Sorry, I'm still in the mindset of thinking about 2CP. I'm still expecting in my head for 2CP here, but I'm also trying to block that out at the same time. So, hang with me. But there's still one more map at a minimum, and I don't know about you, but I'd love to see more. So maybe we'll get lucky and we'll get that 4th map.
Yeah, gonna go to a break first. We'll see you guys around the other side.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to NECC. It is week 4 in the Champions Yellow Division. We got Purdue Gold versus Butler Blue. It is match point, game 3. We're in Rialto, man of class. And what do you think we need to do? Is there anything that Butler Blue can do to bring themselves back from the verge of a game loss?
Look, we got, completely faded. We got the energy from our production crew. They were saying, you know what? Know what's gonna happen? Shadow Edge is gonna go back on that Pharah, and they're just gonna boop everyone off. They were counting on at least 6 environmental kills. So you know what? I'm all here for it. Let's do it. It's Rialto time.
Let's see it. I mean, there's plenty of space to get that. There's the lovely canals here. I would love to see several of those myself. And Shadow Edge has looked good. We've seen them on a couple of different heroes so far. And Pharah, they made an appearance on that, and they looked good on that Pharah, right? Like there was some hope.
Yeah.
There was some moments of it. It looked good. It's hard to come up against these, this brawl comp, but they looked good on it, right?
No, they definitely look good. And I think Rialto, if anything, like the difference between Rialto and King's Row in terms of how good's the Pharah there, Rialto is the better Pharah map, generally speaking. Might not work optimally on every single part, but especially this first point, Pharah is usually very strong, mostly on defense, but even on offense it works. The problem that I do see is that Mina could have another great hit scan round and just win, so to speak.
Oh yeah.
But there is definitely a world in which a Pharah can play around that a little bit. They usually have the Mercy with them, so they'll be doing good on that end. But there's also a world in which Shadow Edge doesn't even play Pharah. So, this whole discussion might be moot. For now, they're setting up on the defense, and right now it's Shadow Edge on the Hanzo. Went on that Sombra. Depression coming out on the Wrecking Ball, Cabbage on the Zarya, and Intrepid Cash on the Ana. And then Butters on the Zenyatta. Interesting hero combos. It feels like it's a little bit of it's a lot of smash and grab. So it's a lot of, I want to get the headshot with the Hanzo, but I can also do burst damage. I want to just disable this one hero and focus them down. I want to, pile drive. I want to mine, like all these, there's a lot of old combos there. So it is an interesting combo. And when you get a nice Zen volley on the head of Mina, you're just getting off to a decent start.
Yeah, Butler Blue just changing it up. That break did them some good, and yeah, Mina will be back there. And Depression looking to come in, gonna slam their way in and just get a little informational freebie out, buy some space for Cabbage to kind of get in. Dive comes in onto Butters, who will immediately fall to that. So that is a big source of healing down. And that is some space taken by Purdue Gold, and the cart will begin rolling. The rest of the team will fall back and fights. Extended team fight here. The fight's never really started. That was just kind of a little back and forth.
The
flanking going in deep.
Anti-nade.
Oh, that was a good look. It came back, and that will be a little bit of a trade on either side. Just trying to buy this space. Flanking in a tough spot, though, will get out and get some healing from their team. A thank you card due later, but they've just managed to control the space very well from Purdue Gold, and these dives coming in looking good. Tiber just going to back up that main tank, continuing to take space, and there's not really been a contest here through this first point, man of class.
They're switching Traffic Cash over to the Brigitte to try and deal with these dives a little bit more, and they do in fact find flanking over there. Even Butters just,
Butters! Wow!
Yeah, I think I know what's going on here. We'll get into it in a little bit after this fight's over. They seem to just be cleaning up at the moment. But what I think's happening is there is a part of this where this is actually a strategy that they're sort of familiar with. But I think a lot of it is also Butters on Zenyatta. Like, just Butters on Zenyatta.
Absolutely.
Is just a comfort hero because Zenyatta and Brigitte put out a very minimal amount of healing for a composition like this. So it's very hard to justify that, but then because Butters does so much extra damage, you need less healing because there's fewer enemies alive all the time. It's
as they say,
it's punishing aggression.
As they say, there's no need to heal if your enemies are dead. But speaking of that, there is a transcendence for them if they need that. But with that first pick from Depression coming in and getting out, already those kills come up for the side of Butler Blue. This kind of dive comp looking very good. But Purdue Gold not having enough of it is going to find a couple on their own, and they are going to look to get this the rest of the way with no real one in the way. The minor contest from the Zarya coming in, but flanking just going to go ahead and lead the rest of the charge, quite literally back in to see this to the rest of B.
Yeah, a minute and a half on the clock when they got there, so 4 minutes they're going to get to continue. Good effort overall from Butler Blue to stall that out a little bit more. Their comp is naturally going to be a bit more annoying to deal with because they're all rolling around and people are far away. They're spread out a little bit. So it's hard to find these targets one by one and focus them. That snowball isn't working as well as it maybe should sometimes. But if you can just roll the car through and eventually complete the map, then Butler's still losing in the end. You know, they need to find a way to
Yeah.
fight more consistently and win more consistently.
Speaking of consistently, that will be a Graviton Surge, followed by a Dragon. A pretty
Oh,
consistent combination to clean up a couple of those picks. And this team from Butler Blue coming to life, this teamwork coming through in all these pieces. And that's what you want to see, right? This teamwork that's been kind of missing this whole way through. And that's going to be Mina over there just kind of stuck in the corner trying to buy themselves their space, maybe get out of there, and they at least have the comfort of a health pack with them. So while they reset, they'll have a
see,
little chance.
see, you say it is teamwork that won them that fight. I think it's using 3 ultimates at the same time, using them losing that fight. But that's maybe just me. Transcendence comes out to stop the dive from coming in. Maybe it was a bait, and it would have been a very good one. The minefield is okay on Mina, but does eventually win just as a standstill a little bit. Doesn't die. Being pushed back a bit during that rally, but generally speaking, is looking like a very consistent and elevated fight. But there's the first pick, and there's immediately the answer.
Yeah, and that support line from the side of Purdue Gold putting in some work. Meanwhile, flanking still going in deep, trying to keep bullying Butters, and there will be the primal just to try to get this Zenyatta out of the way. And we got to call it there. Bushby coming in for Monster. We were kind of talking a little bit about this. We didn't quite mention it, but you know, it took the Lucio out. We were wondering what was going to happen with this, and that was exactly what they wanted. They wanted to bring in a Brigitte player. So there is going to be a little bit of a contest, hopefully, before this. Cabbage trying to get some value, but unfortunately not going to be able to contest that very well. That'll be a tactical visor coming out, trying to buy some space and get some value from that. Mina will find some value, make that double the value, 2 for 1 on that, and the cart will roll across speed.
Gonna be Butler Blue having 3.5 minutes to hold this card on C, and Butters
no.
doesn't even make it out through the first 5 seconds of that. Mina just a menace. Like, even on the soldier, we knew that she was good on the Cassidy, but now that soldier also looking very strong. Ever since that recall change, soldier has been so much better. I don't know how much you enjoyed it, but it's been awesome.
It has been my go-to hit scan of choice for the most part, especially since I'm not good on Cassidy. But speaking of not being good, it's not good with 3 minutes on the clock to see this rolling around the corner, almost with no contest. That'll be a Sonic Arrow to try to find somebody. They're looking for this dive. There will be that. They're trying to find Butters out. Shadow Edge going for this flank. Try to find some value. Doesn't really get anybody too much in the back line, too many people, and will get caught up themselves. They get punished for that, and that will be the rest of the team collapsing in for that. Hyber going in deep, trying to hold that front line. Dragons from the spawn, not really finding anything, but a good run by Park, trying to find some space. Can't quite get through this last bit of choke. And meanwhile, they're just gonna, just as I said, they push through. That'll be the mines from depression coming through, and will immediately get punished from that. But the cart will be stalled out for the time being as the Diva gets remech. Butters not ready to step out yet. Gonna play from spawn. Just knows what's out there and waiting. I wouldn't want to be out there if I was them either. Looking for more. That dive still coming in, and Butler Blue not giving up. They want to stop this cart. Keep looking. Nothing more coming in there. Flanking, gonna go primal and gonna try and find an isolation there. Pushing someone into a corner, and there it is. Intrepid Cash does get caught out. Looking for that. The cart is still contested, thankfully, all the way through. Flanking going in themselves, though, and unfortunately gonna get punished. Forces out the Transcendence, though, and that will keep the rest of Butler Blue up and healthy for the rest of this. And there's still a chance that they will hold this with 1:40 on the clock.
I already burned down half of the time bank again that there was left when they tried to go for point C. Good stun and sleep on Depression, but I think Depression will still get out. No, the anti-nate was too much, and there was too much damage coming in from Park on the Hanzo, close to the Dragon too. They are setting up for something here. They've got 4 ultimates coming up in this fight, and that should be enough to pull this through.
Tactical Visor comes out, trying to get some value. Mina again trying to find, there's 2, there's 3. Cleans it up nice and easily, trying to get this across the line. Can anybody stop this menace on the legs? Doesn't look like it, but that will be Depression trying to stall this out. Bubble comes down, and so will the Dragons, and the rest of the red lights with the kill feed. That will be a rally just to kind of clean this up, get it the last way with less than a minute on the clock. Can anybody touch it? No, they are stopped before they can get there, and a desperation Graviton Surge doesn't find anything, and that will be Purdue Gold. Leaning it across the line with just under a minute.
It's a good completion. It's Rialto. Not the cleanest one that we've ever seen, but definitely a one that we kind of saw coming as they went through the map. It's good on Butler. They found a way to extend these fights to make all of this last a little bit longer. But they need to now get themselves into a position where it doesn't just last longer, but they actually come out on top in most of these fights. And on attack, that's the most important thing that can happen. You need to keep your momentum up. And they haven't really found their momentum in any map in any way, shape, or form. They need to find a way to just get something rolling and keep it rolling for a little bit. Instead of winning one fight every now and then, they need to win at least 2 in a row. They can.
Hmm. Yeah, and there's a lot of things that have been going their way. Butters has looked, as we said, phenomenal on this Zenyatta. Maybe they just need to try to enable that a little bit more and just support this backline a little bit further. It looks like instead they're gonna try and talk out some ideas and see what's going on. Twent eyeing that Widowmaker, perfect sightlines for it, and I like that. But meanwhile, Purdue Gold is looking at this dive comp. Park over on the Echo, Mina over on the Ash. Mina's hero pool has been quite filled in those hit scans, and she's been looking and covering very well across all of those heroes.
Yeah, she's been doing amazing, and I like Ash on the defense here as well. You can throw the dynamite on the bridge, and nothing can really dodge it because otherwise they'll just walk into the water most of the time. But even then, the range is good enough that you don't notice the damage fall off too much, and you have a little bit more resistance and threat than the Widowmaker on average has.
This is a throwback comp. We're looking at Depression over on the Hog. We're gonna see Hog Zarya, kind of this double off tank. This brief popularity of a double off tank look here. Just trying to buy for space, get those picks, and get that. But not really finding anything. Mina gonna get a little bit hassled, but it immediately finds their counterpart. What a beautiful shot, taking down Shadow Edge for that. Park is just gonna go ahead and try to clean that up, but there's a hook. Does not. It finally gets cleaned up though. Depression will get out of there with that. And meanwhile, Twent has just been left uncontested in the back line to find those heads. Clicked in the back with just free sight lines. The value is there, and already this cart continues to roll, and the Purdue Gold not giving it up though yet. The Winston is back and flanking is in sight, looking for more. Twent trying to find some shots, unfortunately just missing. That will keep the Winston though busy. Sights are available for Twent though, should they need them. Looking for that Mercy, just a little bit short each time. And meanwhile, the value from this comp on Butler Blue has just been quite good. They're starting to lose their team, but there was so much resiliency in all these heroes that it's just been impressive to see them hold and win these fights that long. Lincoln going in with that primal though. Is there one? No, we'll die unfortunately before they fall into the river. No boops yet. We were promised boops and we demand some, but I guess we'll not see one yet.
Yeah, we will not see that happen just yet. But we will be seeing a fair few ultimates come online for the side of Butler. And yeah, like you said, double off tank. Not something we see too often anymore these days because, well, barriers kind of got fixed back to where they were.
Ooh.
We'll be seeing a Bob come in, just get some value right there, just kind of vibe in on that spawn.
Yeah,
there is
trying to buy some
flank grav.
Oh, Graviton Surge on that flank though is not gonna find any follow up though. That Coalescence not really as good. They never say that, but then meanwhile the rest of the flank has come in. Pressure with that whole hog will find some value, and this comp that has kind of been stuck there will come through. That pulse bomb will not get the value though, and Shadow is coming to life over on the Tracer, trying to find this last pick onto the D.Va as they try to buy the space for the rest of point A.
And they've stumbled upon something because Burju likes to fight very linear. They like to see targets, go to the targets, eliminate the targets. The targets are in like 5 different flanks, 5 different positions. You don't always get to go from target to target. It was a good coach gun recovery, by the way, from Mina, as we saw on the off channel. They're actually using the sound barrier to try and sustain this fight, get the boop on the Ana, and the Mercy's down as well. Their support advantage right now for the side of Butler Blue. They still do choose to back off because their spawn advantage is not there. Nice hook there onto Mina. Doesn't quite get the elimination because of the defense matrix. And Depression has to just take a breather, wait a little bit, and then go back in. The advantage of the Hog, very self-sustaining, and just gets another hook. But the matrix is so good from Tiber.
Tiber has been everywhere, and that copy of the Hog going to try to get value from Park, who will find one, and that's going to be their own whole Hog, just trying to clear this space back. And Butler Blue, unfortunately, going to take it back to the spawn while these cleanups happen, just trying to buy the rest of this time out. Bush Spy is just flying around, trying to find the value, has been everywhere with his beam. And you can see it now, trying to find it and make these 2v1 successful. Does not necessarily get that pick there, but Tiber still holding down this cart, not allowing that C9. This thick comp out of Butler Blue, 2 ultimates on the point. They will be getting a few more. Does find the Winston, takes the primal, and Depression will draw the attention and try to force them back. Park, unfortunately, who knows what happened to them? Something not good though, but they will be there. Mina holding on, trying to get this Bob, just trying to get the last bit of that pressure there to try to turn this back. That will be a self-destruct coming out. Nothing there though, and there is Bob. He's ready to do something. What that something will be, we will find out shortly, but he's ready to contest if nothing else. So as the cart continues to move through and try to move through, the ultimates continue to come in. Intrepid Cash trying to find any sort of value. Either team up overtime has ticked over, and that Graviton Surge a little too late to really find the value. Unfortunately, they're still there, and Butters, who knows what happened there, but is no longer with us in this realm. Hopefully we'll be back soon. The cart still continuing 3.75 meters away. It's just a little bit more keeping Butler Blue alive in this match from going home. And they didn't. Cabbage trying to find anything. 220 HP, nothing. And unfortunately, it will fall. Purdue Gold will find the hold. And that is Purdue Gold getting the gold here in game one.
There were definitely a lot of bright sparks here from Butler Blue. Got some good play out of a fair few of the heroes. Butters in particular on that Zenyatta. I mean, you're gonna see in this play of the game. To be able to shoot the Tracer across the map, is ready for this Winston to come in, helps out the rest of their team. That's one down. Tracer comes in, two down. I think one more.
More
from range.
From across the map.
Ana. And that's what you just like to see, if you have a good Zenyatta. And, that was probably one of the reasons why they went over to the composition, because they know Butters is good on that Zenyatta. But they needed just a little bit more. A lot of that came down to the very good tank play that came out from the side of Purdue. I'm not going to say it was a tank diff. I don't think we're, maybe a little bit as well. With some good diva plays, Kingsley was, Kingsley, wow. Flanking was really being good on the main tank as well the entire time, but it was like this whole combination of target focus after target focus after target focus, and a very strong hit scan back on Mina that makes Purdue a very hard force to beat. And today Butler was just not up to the task.
No, and unfortunately that leaves Butler Blue at a minimum of 0-3. So their season's at this halfway point looking a little rough, and Purdue Gold will climb to 2-2 going into week 5. And well, that's going to be it for us for now. We'll be back shortly for game 2 of the night here on NECC 1. So hang tight. We'll be back with more in just a little bit of time.
Esports and Augustana College, two very sort of strong teams. We know that Eagle Esports has had good playoff performances in the past, has gone deep, right? All things considered, we watched them play last week and they put up a relatively dominant performance against their anti-Eagles over there at CMU, a 3-1 win. So they look pretty good. But on the other side of that, you've got Augustana College, who have not dropped a single map so far this season. They are sitting at a 3-0 with 3-3-0 victories. A lot of threes right there under their belt, Jeff. So a powerful team, and what promises to, I think, quite be a very close matchup between these two.
Yeah, definitely two of the top contenders here in the Challengers division. We're in Challenger Cyan, so you got 3 different Challengers divisions, one's populated divisions we have here in NECC. But definitely 2 of the top contenders for this particular set. And so, I mean, this could be an insight look as to what we might see come postseason with these strong squads. It wouldn't surprise me in the least, excuse me, to see these 2 make it into the playoffs.
No, I don't think it would really surprise me at all, to be honest with you. They're both very strong teams. I think they're both definitely playoff contenders. I mean, we talk a little bit about Eagle Esports had a bit of a rough start because they had a bye. They did lose their first week match, but they bounced back in good form last week when we saw them play. I don't think they have too much to worry about there, and I would expect both these teams to go for playoffs. So like you said, a little bit of foreshadowing of the future here being revealed to us tonight. Potentially, yeah.
Well, let's take a look at these rosters. Let's see who's going to hit the battlefield once we get into this game. As we're going to start off looking at University of Southern Miss, Eagle Esports coming out with the same lineup we saw last week, potentially. At least that's what we're expecting. Juicebox Hero, the captain of the team, very strong main tank. Saw some great Winston play out of them. Another one that I'm really keeping an eye on is Riot. Riot played an outstanding Ana that really enabled the rest of the comp to realize its full potential and just go in and wreak havoc. And so I'm looking at the synergy between Juicebox Hero and Riot today to see if they can be the first to take a map off of Augustana.
Yeah, it's a good synergy to look at, but let's take a look too at Augustana mentioning thereof. We'll see what they have in their lineup today. And again, remember, a strong team here for the Augustana Vikings, have done very well so far this season. Breaded Man, Harvicle, Dad, Superb, Weezer, and Vanilla Big Hug. A lot of seniors on this roster as well. Bull Skunk, 4 very kind of talented players who have experience in these competitive formats. So nothing to scoff at over here in this lineup. Definitely, I think they're probably one of the strongest, if not the strongest team we have right now in Challenger Science. So they're going to make their presence known here tonight.
And on this side, definitely keep an eye on Breaded Man and Super B. It's going to be your tank lineup here for the Vikings. And they do a great job of just making so much space and being a force to be reckoned with. You have to always keep an eye on them. You can't give them an inch or they will run you over.
Oh, 100%. I think we have our map pool that we can take a quick look at here as well. Remember, each week it is a new fixed map pool. Starting us off today on the classic Lijiang Tower. You know it, you love it.
This is last week's map pool.
Oh, this is last week's map pool. And you know what? That is last week's map pool. Funny enough. It is Nepal who will be starting here, so just use the power of imagination there to imagine a much more snowy, sort of mountainous wasteland. Kings Row will be following into that, an absolute classic, and then Rialto there, the escort map, to round out the 3 guaranteed maps that we will see played tonight.
We're gonna, you gotta just paint a picture in your mind. So yes, snowy temple, for some Omnic monks.
Relaxing.
And then of course classic nighttime in London.
Yeah.
Funny enough, also a big story with an Omnic monk there. But hey, Mondana
racism
aside,
you call it as if it's robots, robotism.
I guess robots would be a race.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
we can go with that.
It's not good.
We can go with that.
It's not good.
No, not good. Not good. Wow.
It's true. It's not good. It's not. We've not got an update. The sad part is we haven't got an update to the story either, so we don't know.
Bold takes from your casters here. Omnic racism is bad. That's where we're teaching you things here today, friends. Here we go. It's going to be a little May Sim taking on a May Reaper. So Breaded Man and Super B got to respect those Hellfire shotguns. Super B's going to have their work cut out for him, keeping him alive. You can see that defense matrix flashing quite a bit. But Eagle Esports haven't been able to close this little 10-meter gap. Finally, Juicebox Hero is going to go in swinging and just get aggressive. Good May Wall's going to block off Breaded Man, who gets the shatter out just before going down. Might it be enough with Reflex off the battlefield? Eagle Esports are missing a big tool here to corral this brawl composition that they're trying to take down, but there's no shield to block that shatter. That was pretty good as Juicebox Hero picks up a pair.
That's a good start right there. I mean, you invest Riot's ult. I think that's perfectly justifiable considering how things were going, and Breaded Man did throw a shatter in there as well. It's a classic brawl comp matchup, right? Whoever can punch the longest in this setup. Both teams have a lot of close-in damage. Dad's Symmetra in particular is something to watch out for as we see that barrier coming out right away.
And an amplification matrix alongside it, so a lot of shielding and double damage is going to prompt the sound barrier out from Mimic. Reflex does have this Blizzard ready to go. It could be just the counter punch necessary. There it is, and everybody's frozen up. Well timed, well placed, and Reflex just well added more snow to this map in Nepal, much to the chagrin of Augustana.
Yeah, Reflex has been doing all right with the May walls. He's hit a couple of very critical ones, but I feel like every once in a while, one is a little bit off. If you look back to the start of that fight, when they engaged initially off of that Symmetra barrier, there was a little bit misplaced, but it did help eat some of the damage amplification matrix there as well. Still, Augustana definitely being put through their paces here. They've got 3 very valuable ults coming online, which combo together if used correctly, namely the Blizzard and the Diva Bomb.
Symmetra's going up, trying to claim this wall. Shatter blocked by Breaded Man, and Weezer tosses in that Blizzard. Self-destruct used defensively from Bruce Goose to try to deny any follow-up, and it's going to get one. Breaded Man again throws the shatter out in desperation with no health. And that is Eagle Esports taking a clean fight. They just need one more to take the sub-map.
Yeah, Augustana unfortunately just did not get enough value out of the ults when they used them. I felt like Vanilla Big Hug Sound Barrier not even really registering in terms of keeping the team alive. And the Diva Bomb as well, I think, was a little disappointing in that circumstance.
Now nothing to work with to come and try to take this. One last chance for Augustana to move in. Good wall, but an even better immortality field. The Juicebox Hero is still alive and swinging. Breaded Man, the first to fall. And things get snowy once again. Get your Parkers out. It's gotten cold, and Eagle Esports are celebrating as well. They just slid right on into a 100-0 dub.
Mimic, I think, didn't even really feel the need to use the sound barrier throughout this entire map. He throws it there in kind of a victory celebration. Bulls going, right? Honestly, it just looked like Eagle Esports was running the brawl better there. They were getting the better engages. They were getting the early round pick. They felt like they were getting, you know, better sustain, and they were using their ults better as well. Just kind of everything a slight level above there for Augustana, which is a bit of a problem for them because it's hard to sort of step up, you know, in those situations where you're just getting wiped team fight after team fight. You're getting put out a sort on the ult bank as well, and you got to sort of battle your way back. It's rough, but I mean, this is a straight mirror matchup we're about to see here. If you're going to sort of reclaim your ability to look like a serious brawl team contender, this is where you're going to do it. And this is, you know, a must do at that as well, right? You can't lose out on this map and still take away Nepal here.
Eagle Esports one step up away from handing Augustana their first loss. My goodness. This first fight, super important. Both symmetric comps. I mean, if you get control, it's going to be very difficult to dislodge with a mana sim in this small little square that is the objective. And Augustana have their feet planted on it. Now the question is, can they plant the flag and claim it? Eagle Esports put up a wall, but leave enough room for Breaded Man to back out and escape. Does prompt the immortality field out. Juicebox Hero dies in that engagement, and this could get real nasty real quick for Eagle Esports. Augustana have claimed the point. They're building percentage, and now they're pushing out and seeing if they can find any exit kills. Riot's in trouble. Riot goes down.
Yeah, it was unfortunately, I don't think there was any real way Riot could have got out of that, and I appreciate the aggression that's being shown here by Augustana, but yeah, they'll reel it back. That's the right decision, Bullskunk. You don't want to go too hard, I think, into this. They have enough bodies that they can make your life a little bit difficult. Riot is on his ult, by the way, as is Harvicle, so you'll see both of those come into play, and each side will have a tank ult here to deploy as well, a Diva Bomb and a Shatter, respectively.
Hey, Matrix up. Shatter finds 6! That is a monstrous, just shake the earth shatter coming out of Juicebox Hero. And the cleanup is there, completely devaluing the Matrix on the other side. What a play from Juicebox.
absolute misread there on the side of Augustana. I don't know who's ult tracking for them here, but they must not have realized that Juicebox Hero was able to obtain his ult that quickly, which I genuinely don't blame them. He felt like he died so quick in those last couple of engagements, but look at this good use of the teleporter for the immediate engage.
Oh, just brilliant. And Augustana are in trouble, so much so they're having to drop a sound barrier just to try to survive the oncoming blizzard, but it works. Nice job from Vanilla Big Hug, and it's going to prompt a couple kills out of Super B. 3 in all, and this point is going to get flipped right back over. They're breaking my storyline of this being a tough to retake kind of map, because the offenses are doing a great job.
They are doing a great job, and usually, I mean, your storyline is correct, right? Usually this is a very tough to retake map here, but that was a very aggressive push from Augustana. I really like no hesitation, right, in terms of that engage. And Vanilla Big Hug, I think we saw his sound barriers maybe a sign of desperation. In reality, it was a sign of strength. I mean, it was a good play to give his team the sustain to win out that fight.
Another clever teleport. Juicebox Hero coming in, almost has another shatter. Breaded Man trying to back up around that wall, has an Earth Shatter of their own, and is going to unleash it as soon as that wall comes down. But the self-destruct is out. They can't follow up, and, well, Dag can't even make it back behind the shield. Breaded Man in a lot of trouble, and it's a +1 to Eagle Esports. No Reinhardt on the battlefield to block the incoming double damage out of Harveckle, but I don't think it's going to be enough. There's not enough guns standing behind it, and E.G. Jacob cleans up alongside the rest of the team.
I mean, it was a good enough play. I think it was a good idea there by Breaded Man to use that May wall to his advantage. Unfortunately, I think he just shattered. There just wasn't enough targets. I mean, when the May wall went down and there was nobody really close by, I think he should have held on to it. But, you know, a good use of ults again by Eagle Esports to really turn the tides. I feel like they're a team that is really good about using their ults economically. Maybe not so much on that one, but this barrier is good.
Yeah, he jinxed him on that one. Oh, they're walling off. Weezer on the other side. Oh, the wall comes down. There's a surprise. It's E.G. Jacob with a max beam right in your face. Triple kill for E.G. Jacob with the Symmetra.
Symmetra is just so deadly in close quarters engagements. I mean, really kind of sets a standard for how much damage you can do right when that microwave beam cooks up all the way in. And obviously this teleporter providing them with a lot of flexibility in terms of holding this high ground and being able to get back to the point quickly. But again, Augustana still with a little bit of an advantage here in the time bank. Not in ults though. This is going to be a killer blizzard.
Shatter blocked, Blizzard eaten. 2 ults negated by Augustana, and they find first pick. Now Eagle Esports are reeling back, but there's a photon barrier in their way, so they can't sit behind that. Augustana get to just march onto this objective and drive away Eagle Esports. They've already claimed the point, and now they're in the 90s as far as percentage. This is going to prompt a quick retake coming in. They're going to, Eagle using that self-destruct to try to get in. Stunned out! Breaded Man can't get the shatter down, gets frozen up with the hammer in the air. Nevertheless, kills still going for Augustana. As Breaded Man goes in, a swinging, there's a blizzard on the point, and this is looking like a round 3.
Not defender sighted it.
The dog agrees.
Yeah, he's excited. He loves it. He loves a good attacking performance. He also likes barking at somebody he saw outside the window. But it's an interesting map because, like you said, it is often so hard to retake, right? That's something that we talk about a lot when we look at this particular village center point. Neither of these teams seem to have very much of a struggle of getting back into the fight. This was nothing like what we saw on the initial stage of Nepal, where really it was just dominant engagements from Eagle Esports. Now, I will say, I'm going to stand by it. Eagle Esports has really good ult usage, but some very good heads up individual plays by Augustana there, especially at the tail end of that fight, just made a huge difference. I mean, eating the blizzard, blocking the shatter, that's just as good as ults are and as important as they are to the game, right? Bullskunk, if you've got individual players who can make the plays to cancel them out and they have the ability, like the characters to do it, it's great. I mean, that's how you turn a fight, like 101.
Either of those could have been fight winning and, may I say, 100%. Map winning for Eagle Esports. Both get negated. Huge plays coming out of Super B and Breaded. Now we're going over to Double Shield. Everything's the same, except for we got Brig Zen on one side, so a lot more damage available to Augustana. Well, we've got a Brig versus a Zen. Let me clarify that. That damage is going to come in handy. Look at all those assists. Stun, halt, Discord. Juicebox Hero never stood a chance.
I'm trying to figure out as this fight kind of just continues to boil here, and you see Super B with a really nasty position here on the flank, just firing in those gravitic spheres and just doing a ton of damage here. But I'm trying to figure out what the real drive is behind having Mimic on the Brigida in this setup. I just think the Zenyatta offers more value. I mean, the Brigida would maybe be a bit of a bodyguard for a Baptiste, I guess. You're going to have to close, right? And this is not a composition that emphasizes closing. Yeah, there's a swap to Lucio. Again, a little bit of an off pick, I would think. Why not just use a Zen? But a better choice, I think, in the end than keeping him on the Brigida.
I mean, you're such a damage disadvantage. Oh my goodness. Storm arrows through an Ant Matrix. That's just nightmare fuel. Oh my. Nice individual shot. Wasn't even the Storm arrow. Just a straight primary fire that ends up taking Harvekel down, who's holding an Ant Matrix of their own. Ults being unleashed. Dragons and Ant Matrix, excuse me, in the Gravitic Flux. Specifically as Eagle Esports just unloads to try and get this point back. They are rewarded with the objective, but it was expensive. Yes, I agree, Doggo. I agree wholeheartedly. That was a lot of ult spent. Augustana coming back in. They've got a few ults of their own. See if they can come back in and snag this map back. Anticipate the tank ults will come out first. Oh, that's assuming Brennan May can even make it through the front door. That's an extra 10% to Eagle Esports. But Brennan May will have the supercharger coming back. Just that extra 10 seconds is enough for that percentage to tick on up. And I like this rotation. Augustana are going to circle around to the outside. Nothing. I mean, Mimic might be able to get a cheeky boop if they read this. No, that's Eagle Esports are way too far away. Ant Matrix out. Dragons unleashed. Super B throws in the Flux. This is everything in the kitchen sink coming out Augustana, and you can see the result in the feed as the kills light up all red. And Augustana flipped this thing right back over. These two teams are neck and neck. This is going to be a photo finish.
It really is, Bullskunk, and it's impressive how close they're holding, and I think that bodes probably well for the longevity of this series, all things considered. I mean, even the ult banks are very close and very similar. You've got 2 tank ults and the 2 DPS ults, both of the Cassidys there with their ults online, and look at this attempted rush engagement that we're going to see on the side here for Augustana. They're going the long way around to make this stick.
Oh, and they get the shatter down. Good wall. Vanilla Big Hug out of the fight. Eagle Esports using that clever rotation, hoping that they didn't get scouted on the Rhine swap. And it was a good start, but there's still more work to do. They've got to close this gap. They're going to use that Ant Matrix to try to do it. Respecting the supercharger, they just kind of peek and are able to take that out eventually, but the Ant Matrix otherwise doesn't find a whole lot of purchase. Meanwhile, they're blocking Brennan Man off, but Super B has the Gravitic Flux ready for him. Up you go, and down you are slammed if you're Eagle Esports. Still trying to push on to this point, still finding some kills along the way, as this fight has absolutely devolved into a Clown Fiesta, into an absolute just brawl on this objective. But I see a 2v2 on this point right now. Super B makes it a 3v1. There was a hidden player down there, and that extra edge is what Augustana needed. Now at 99%, doesn't look like they're dropping this map.
No, it doesn't. I mean, they're still fighting it out. Jukebox Hero did manage to get back in, but he gets boxed out almost immediately. And that is the end of that. And wow, what a good rotate, by the way, from Augustana on that sort of double shield defense, where they came all the way around from the high ground position, rotated back to the point, fighting all the time, despite the Maywall disruptions, despite the shatters that were being invested in there. That was a really good disciplined sort of play from them to be able to make that with kind of minimal casualties, right? Like a difficult withdrawal, all things considered.
Oh yeah, especially considering all of the ults that were being thrown at them.
Yeah.
There was a lot coming at Augustana, and they read that beautifully. They maintain that 10 to 15 meter distance that's optimal for a double shield composition. You keep your opponents directly in that perfect range for everybody to get max damage, but you're still out of the range of that brawl. And with a Lucio, that's not a small feat. I mean, that's an amped brawl comp just coming flying at you, and they're able to kite away from it. Perfect read, and that's why Augustana won that map 1. I mean, heck, that's why they've won 10 maps in a row here in spring.
They did, and then they'll maintain that record for here. But I don't know, over the course of this series, I'd be curious to see if they can put this one up at a 3-0. I'm not sure that that's going to happen. I think they're going to lose that streak here. I think that it's very possible Eagle Esports is going to pull at least one of these away. I mean, the Eagle Esports that we saw on stage 1 of Nepal, right, with the very first out the gate, looked so dominant. Very strong team there on Shrine, just absolutely making a kind of a hash of this Augustana side. And whether Augustana, fortified themselves a little bit as time went by and they kind of got a little bit more comfortable, or whatever it is, I don't know what exactly went down. They looked better, but it was still close. I mean, we're talking about a very tiny distance, a matter of maybe 1 or 2 team fights on both of these maps. I mean, for the second stage, it was a matter of 2 Eaton ults.
It was 2 Eaton
really
ults.
only
well,
one.
Ults.
Either of them. Yeah, 2 negated ults. Let's say, okay, 2 negated ults.
That was the difference
it,
maker.
That was the difference maker. No.
But if you came in late here on this one, it was 100-0 for Eagle Esports on the first map when we were on Shrine. I mean, it was an absolute one-sided affair. Eagle Esports won every single team fight, and they looked really good in the Brawl v Brawl, at least on that map. Very back and forth when we went into Village. But hey, now as we take a look at where we're going to head for map number 2, it's going to be another brawl-centric map. We're headed to Kings Row, Corbeck. So I'm curious, A, if we do get to the Brawl v Brawl, and B, which way this goes, because Shrine looked very different from Village. Was it the Reaper diff? Was it, I'm curious to get more sample size from this series and see where exactly those differences lie.
That's a very good point, and I think we will maybe have that illuminated just a little bit. I will add, though, that as we go into Kings Row, Eagle Esports is going to start on the defense, right? So they may choose to opt for the Brawl defense here. There are a couple of other combinations they could opt into, right, if they wanted to. I wouldn't be surprised if when the sides are swapped and Augustana has to take up that defensive side, we see something similar to what they just ran, right? The double shield composition. It really looked good for them. I mean, and I think a huge part of why they were able to do as well as they did on that last stage of Nepal was there was the difference between the Zenyatta and at first the Brigida and then the Lucio. It just, that extra 20%, right, of damage from the discords can make a real kind of swing a fight. And he's always been that way. And he's still that way even now. But both of these teams showing us, I think, more brawl oriented compositions right here. I don't think there's any doubt about that. A couple of minor differences, right? We have a Reaper on one side, so a little bit more just straight to the face damage right there, a little bit more sustain than the Cassidy that's coming out from Dad, and then Harvicle there swapping off Ana at the last second over to a Baptiste really makes that DPS lineup. That's the only difference here, Bullskunk, and I think this does actually slightly favor Eagle Esports, all things considered.
Well, they were using the Reaper in their 100-0 victory on Nepal, on Shrine specifically. DG Jacob doing a great job with that. And they're content to just hold back. They're not trying to get too aggressive on the defense. Eagle or just hold behind Hotel. Augustana are going to take a little bit of space, rotate around the Mundata statue, and move up to the objective where things are about to get up close and personal with the May walls coming out, Immortality Fields out, Breaded Man going down. Burned at the vengeance of those Hellfire shotguns. Augustana just have to retreat without their main tank.
Again, you're seeing maybe just a little bit of what I'm talking about here and the difference between the Cassidy and the Reaper, right? The Reaper just puts on, kind of applies pressure directly to the forehead, right? Where you do actually have to be a little bit more skillful, I think. Not saying that Dad isn't by any measure, but just to get full value out of it. And look at this, face to face.
Shield to shield, and here they go. Breadman again! Breadman keeps just running into so much damage. Eagle Esports, their focus fire is so darn good. Everybody honing in on those targets. Speaking of, it's going to be a Deadeye channeled up. Don't peek that, Jacob. What are you doing? You didn't hear the draw. You just walked right into a single shot to the dome. And suddenly, Eagle Esports are on the back foot. Mimic is going to fall to self-destruct. And Augustana have got point A under their control. Ooh, Shatter tried to bring it back. Juicebox Hero. Self-destruct unleashed from... yeah, Super B self-destruct didn't get anything, but the Blizzard comes out from Reflex. Oh, it got eaten. No, another eaten Blizzard by Super B. Eagle Esports might have just stabilized. This is going to be a quick re-engage, though.
wasting no time at all and just getting right back into it, as you would almost expect. Weezer here does have a blizzard of their own to use. They're just waiting, I think, for the opening on the D Matrix, slowly but surely winning out this fight the hard way. Eagle Esports losing 2 members right here, as Weezer now in the protection of the immunity bubble could hold on to this blizzard. They won't need it. Beautiful little icicle flick right there at the tail end, Bullskunk, and they will walk away with a first point cap, but it looked dicey there for a second. Looked like they might actually lose that one out.
Just the respawns were so good. And really, I've got to compliment Augustana on their discipline. It could have been very tempting to throw in the Blizzard or maybe the Earth Shatter. Now they hold on to everything because this Streets phase, this is where the fight is really important. And an attacker can get stalled out if they don't have enough resources to push through. Ant Matrix coming out early. Protected the corner. Oh no! Brennan taking out a Shatter again! That's the 3rd time Eagle Esports have punished a late and desperate Shatter. Death Blossom coming in the back just to try to clean things up.
I don't think they needed the Death Blossom there necessarily. I think EG Jacob probably could have done just about as much work as they did if they had just gone in with the shotguns. I guess the Cassidy flashbang would have been a consideration right there, but still a very good, very disciplined performance from Augustana, but they're trying to capitalize on denying these sort of amplification matrix when they go down, and I think that's leading to a little bit of over-aggression from Breaded Man that's punishing them. It's happened a couple of times now. It's just a pattern that's developing.
I mean, you gotta respect that double damage. It's just so much coming at you if you're a Reinhardt. Oh, Dad's in a lot of trouble while trying to channel. It's EG Jacob in the back. Another eat! Super B is just hungry for blizzards today. And this is going to be Augustana with an advantage and trying to push forward to get around this corner, but the Shatter's going to stop him.
His Shatter will stop him right there. A good Shatter indeed, but the fight not done around the corner of the bookstore just yet. Both amplification matrices up again. Yet another duel of the amplification matrices here on King's Row as that sound barrier comes out, and that's the go signal here for Eagle Esports. They are pursuing them, hounding them all the way back towards their spawn door. They will stop at the arch, which is sort of the, I would say, logical place to call it a rest. But look at this quick re-engage that we have coming out here. No hesitation at all.
Apologies, I had a little hiccup there on my internet, but we're right back into this thing, and despite what looks like a clear advantage there, this card has not moved very much since last my screen flickered. Finally, it looks like they're starting to slowly truck through as Augustana are able to pick up a couple of kills, a couple of key picks, as a matter of fact, in the Reinhardt and the Lucio. Breaded Man will sacrifice themselves, but Augustana trying to push forward to ensure that that sacrifice was not in vain.
No, definitely doing a good job pushing through here, Augustana. They got held up by the bookstore, which is a place I think that it could be quite a challenge to get around. No hesitation, though, now. Really plowing forward here. Breaded Man with the Shatter. They're nearly up on another amplification matrix here as well. And they've got a blizzard dropping. Big also, no, your work.
The flashbang. Oh, Dad heard that coming from a mile away. That would have decimated the team in my rate games. But, speaking of decimation, Bruce Goose unleashes the self-destruct of the day, finding almost the entirety of this Augustana attacking force, and they stop him 1.5 meters shy. What an important one. The run back is so long here. That was massive.
Yeah, that is the worst place to get stopped on this entire map, I think, because like you said, the run back is so long, and I mean, you got to regroup the entire team, but that spawn difference, the distance, means that every casualty here that they take on this attack is going to count 1,000 times over. Again, the ults relatively power parity here as they go together, and Vanilla Big Hug is going to have to hit the mother of all sound barriers to keep this fight alive.
Super B's already eaten a number of blizzards today as well. Can they do it again? It's another huge Shatter! Juicebox Hero just threads the needles, and, well, both blizzards do get eaten, but it doesn't matter. Juicebox Hero is not dissuade. They move forward with just a fanatical force to wipe out this Augustana attacking team.
Oh, this stagger is going to cost him really bad as well. This is very unfortunate for Super B. They will put him down eventually, but only 5 seconds left on the clock now. Absolute desperation time. They won't even get Vanilla Big Hug near it. A couple of bodies are coming forward. Harvicle running in on the Moira right there to try and make something happen. Dad posted up on the corner. I just don't think it's going to be enough.
A nice little D in there to protect the Lucio, to protect Mimic. Bruce Goose appealing for their supports, as any good diva should. And that it all went back down to that retake. Eagle Esports and that self-destruct out of Bruce Goose saved this map for him, and now a very clear win condition for Eagle Esports.
I think the important thing to take away from this Bull Skunk is that it was another very close set of fights, right? We're looking at two teams that are really quite tight, and they are playing, funny enough, they're playing very similarly in a number of ways. One of which is basically if an amplification matrix goes down and either Reinhardt has a shatter, they're going to use it. Like the number of times that an enemy amplification matrix has been put down, which was immediately followed by a shatter from either Juicebox Hero or Breaded Man, is very high, like across these first two maps. So that's a play that if I was either of these teams, I would almost be expecting if Reinhardt is involved in either of these situations. But I think one of the things that has really continued to benefit Augustana here is just that sense of discipline that you mentioned. They are doing a really good job of pushing in. They are doing a really job of conserving their ults, etc., etc. It's just that towards the tail end, when you get into that bad situation there, it's just too much advantage to Eagle Esports. I would love to see if there was a specific statistic, and I don't know that there is, right? But it would be so interesting to have a specific statistic about how many teams that get stopped right there, like within that 4-meter gap at the end of the map, actually win. Or actually move on to the next stage. And I imagine it's probably pretty low, like 30%.
Yeah,
it's got to be pretty low.
Now going back to your Earth Shatter Ant Matrix story, I will say that Breaded Man seems to die a lot more in that engagement. While Juicebox Hero has just landed Fatty Shatty after Fatty Shatty. Every time seems to get massive value out of that. Oh, Juicebox Hero, though, gets caught in a real bad spot early on, and this is going to be a reset from Eagle Esports.
Oh, you spoke his name into death right there.
Yeah, sorry,
Juicebox. You got him. You got him. But no, it's actually really interesting because you're right. It was something that I noticed, especially on the first point. Breaded Man would push forward and try and engage really hard to deny them those amplification matrix, and almost every time he would die.
Early Immortality Field coming out. Augustana using some key cooldowns early. Okay, they do have the Ant Matrix there. Guess what? No shatter for Juicebox this time. Not building it up as fast as Harvekel in this particular assault. E.G. Jacob walked into the wrong.
Might have lost Bull Skunk there again, but the fight's still boiling here. Riot going high there to keep the fields up. Both of these amplification matrix working great to deny space and to pick up a kill right there as Vanilla Big Hug is pasted by a fire strike that comes sailing across the point. High Noon comes the other way, absolutely denied by Jukebox Hero. Could not have asked for a more heroic play from the man themselves as they go ahead and push through to secure this point. Really well done right there. Excellent, excellent read by the Reinhardt. And again, alt tracking on the side of Augustana bites them here at a critical juncture.
Well, I'm back again. I'm not quite sure what is causing those hiccups. Hopefully we can get that alleviated. Eagle Esports, Jacob goes down early. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate, but not much I can do about it at this juncture, so we move forward. Kind of like this Augustana College team is they are pushing way forward into a very advantageous spot. Able to hold this choke means that they can use these ults very, very selectively and just keep cycling through them.
Yep. Yeah, you're 100% correct. They have the defenses here. It's just a matter of using them correctly as Bruce Goose fires in this Diva Bomb, and it gets one. Oh, Harvekel's down.
I don't know if Immortality was on cooldown or they were just trying to be a little too conservative with it, but you need your Baptiste. Sound barriers out from both sides, but it's Eagle Esports who have the Baptiste, who have the Death Blossom, is able to pick up the Reinhardt and open things up for Juicebox Hero and the rest of Eagle to muscle through.
Oh, Bull Skunk, you just can't be dying to things like that. I mean,
yeah.
Sometimes it happens, and I'll say it, right? Like, we played the game. Sometimes it happens, but man, that was such a critical death right there because he had the amplification matrix as well. They could have used it. It would have been, you know, at least shifted the geography of that fight a little bit. Now you're down to relying on, well, again, another core of about 4 ults, but the sheer amount of space that they had to surrender is not something to be scoffed at.
Oh, and another one! Both teams actually just get laid out. Weezer's able to get up and get the Blizzard down a little bit before Reflex. So a nice pull of the trigger as Weezer just does not hesitate. And a deadly exchange. Augustana making a similar hold on the back of streets.
Yeah, it's a little, you got to feel a little frustrated there for Jukebox Hero. You hit the perfect shatter, right? Like set all the marbles up, and unfortunately there's just not enough follow-up really to capitalize on it. It's gonna happen, but still stings a bit as a Reinhardt player, I'm sure.
I mean, Breaded Man dropped the reverse card. It was everybody on the ground. But now Breaded Man is back in spawn. And, well, out. Oh, yep, does get it off. I thought that defense matrix might have come across, but Super B was just a little too far away on that one. Self-destruct might prevent any further follow-up, though Super B does die in the process, and there's no tanks left for Augustana as they try to hold here on the back of Streets phase. Eagle Esports only have just a few precious meters left to go. Not far at all. Throwing up an amp matrix, throwing down the shatter. Just invest everything in the kitchen sink because that is going to be the map. Super B is back on the wrecking ball trying to stall for the rest of the team, but no such doing. Eagle Esports tie up the series and take the first map of the spring season off of Augustana.
You know, I mentioned it at the beginning of the, fight, right, where they chose these differing comps, and a big difference maker right there in the very last fight of this was the Cassidy versus the Reaper. The Reaper able to sustain, able to get some movement in if needed, has an escape, right, can stay alive in that fight. Guess who didn't manage to stay alive in that fight? It was Dad on Cassidy, died, and that was
Esports and Augustana. It was Augustana who ended up narrowly edging out Nepal to take the 1-0 lead and stay, 10 maps in a row perfect, but that streak was broken on Kings Row. Eagle Esports putting up a heck of a defense there in the streets phase, led to a victory there in the 1-1 tie we currently sit at.
Yeah, like you said, the streak is broken, right?
Yeah.
It ends right there. We talked about it so much, the idea going into this that they were essentially the undefeated team. No longer the case. I mean, still the case, but in one sense, at least, it's a little out of date. That said, we're going to Rialto. They are going to take defense here, Augustana, which I think in a matchup that looks as close as this one has, that does give them a significant advantage. I mean, you look at the first point of Rialto, everybody knows that it is very defender-sided, and a strong, coordinated, disciplined defensive team can make life living hell here for attackers. I mean, straight up, one of the hardest, I think, aspects of the entire Overwatch map pool to take are some of these turns on Rialto. They're right up there. So we'll see now. I think this is going to be a good test of the mettle that Eagle Esports has. They showed some really good flash, right, and some really good panache on the last map, but I do worry that there are just subtle little problems that might come out to plague them, such as just a little bit of over-aggression, at times on the tank line maybe, or a little bit of over-aggression on the side of Augustana as well in terms of how their tank line is playing. It's going to be interesting. I'm really looking forward to this Rialto.
Another stat I heard, and this was a little while back, I was throwing out some fun stats last week, got one here for you today, is that there's more full holds on Rialto than any other map in the game.
Yeah.
I've
heard that one before.
That point A is so hard to take. And honestly, I'm surprised we're not seeing Augustana roll out on the double shield. They look so strong on Sanctum with the double shield, and there's so much room to work with in this map that I was thoroughly expecting that. But instead, it is an up-close and personal brawl defense from Augustana.
This might work out, at least initially. I think one of the big things to take note of here is that Eagle Esports is playing a very disparate damage-based composition, whereas Augustana is playing a composition that needs to stay together to function well. And it'll be interesting to see I think, how those two stack up here, because really, if Augustana gets peeled up and split apart, I think that Eagle Esports is just going to feast. Nope, they're going to switch over. It's a brawl on Rialto. Why not?
Why not? Eagle Esports are like, oh, that sounds fun. E.G. Jacob right back on the Reaper, and that's going to be the only difference in these two comps as the fight takes place right outside Eagle's door. Augustana came a-knocking, and, so far it looks like Juicebox Hero didn't want any of what Augustana were trying to sell them. Reddit Man's going to go touch the door a little bit, and that's a first fight win, 40 seconds off the clock.
I wouldn't have swapped. I genuinely would not have swapped. I literally would have ran past them, get high ground position, just start shooting people. I don't know. I don't think I would have done this necessarily.
I'd have to agree. With the dive, it'd been more difficult for Augustana to find anybody to pounce on. Nice block there on Reddit Man's Shatter. Now Juicebox has one of their own. Of one of the only shatters from Juicebox Hero that didn't find much purses, and Juicebox decides to go for a swim.
Oh no! I actually, so I'll say I think that there's some kind of dark logic to what was executed right there, because if he could charge and take one of these defenders off the edge of the map, right, the respawn difference means that they won't be back in the fight. You'll be back much quicker, but still, that's a very gamble move right there. I don't know that I necessarily would have engaged in that.
Hey, I was wondering, maybe they just played a lot of experimental card and we're hoping they could cancel it.
Stop.
Oh, that was so fun. Oh, I love that card so much. Another big game from Super B. That's like their 17th Blizzard they've eaten today. And Weezer's lands. Dad picks up a couple more kills, and Augustana have eaten up half the time already.
Yeah, it's been immaculate when it comes to eating those blizzards all this time, and this is a very effective full hold from Augustana. You usually don't see them go this long.
Self-destruct out from Bruce Goose, way up in the sky. Flashbang comes in a little late as E.G. Jacob has made a swap and picked up the cast for the first time. There's your C and Ant Matrix, press Q. There was nobody there. Brennan Man is like, hey, that's a big red square. I'm going to shatter it.
Can't resist. You just can't resist.
Can't resist.
They see the square. It's a Pavlovian reaction. They've got to go for it.
Oh. breaking it down as Whoa Nelly, the sub that come in the support role, trying to give Eagle Esports the edge and at least get him out the door. But the shields fade. Super B throws a self-destruct that picks up for Super B. Just absolutely laying waste, and Augustana are not budging.
Ever seen a more classic Lucio move than you see that bomb go up and you just do the mental calculus and just slide back around the wall? See ya, guys! As Jukebox Hero gets absolutely annihilated there on the doorsteps of the art gallery. This is looking real grim for Eagle Esports. I do not think that they expected to start this way.
All right, EG Jacob has the Deadeye. Can this break it open? Get up here, drop it down. Team has moved out. Defense Matrix in your face, and the Deadeye gets nothing. Oh, no, I lied. Super B did get demacked. Juicebox can't land the shatter, but is able to land a few hammer swings. Oh, but that one comes through. 5 players down, and Bready Man bringing this back from a deficit. That has some shielding to boost, courtesy of Vanilla Big Hug. And now there's an Ant Matrix up. Bready Man is caught in that blizzard from the other side. Reflex just barely, finally gets this cart moving. That was one of the most successful door holds I've ever seen on this map.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen one that goes past a minute and a half, honestly. When ult started being brought out, usually 1 or 2 of the defenders will die, and that'll reset the entire process, but not so there. And now you're faced with a rather formidable task of getting this all the way here on overtime, especially as you come out into this open area. The only benefit is Augustana is on a brawl comp, so they're not going to be shelling them from range.
And pretty much a neutral fight. Only ult gonna be that self-destruct from Bruce Goose. Had a massive one in King's Row that was map winning. They could certainly use some magic here. Right now, Eagle Esports are feeling a little trapped. Weezer comes out with the blizzard. Oh no, this is gonna be bad as everybody gets frozen up. The self-destruct was thrown in as well. That self-destruct actually defensive and worked to Eagle Esports' advantage. Now, here comes the defender. One, the shield got broke! Oh no! Reflex gets squashed! And just when Eagle Esports thought they had some daylight in front of them, things go dark as Augustana put up yet another Rialto full hold. Just add it to the list, Corback. Just add it to the list.
Yeah, that was pretty brutal. Getting held at the doors like that, that's not good for your mental either. That's got to be incredibly frustrating, especially considering you just won the last map. You come roaring out on the attack here and you just get stuffed. I mean, it was a good heads up play there towards the tail end by Bruce Goose to hold on to that Diva Bomb and use it to counter out the Blizzard. I really appreciated what was done right there. But then on the other side, Augustana showed us an even better ult combo, right? They comboed the tail end of that amplification matrix with the Diva Bomb, and you saw that the block was there from Juicebox. He had the shield up to try and stop it, and then the shield just got eaten alive by the damage that was coming through the amplification matrix. It went down, the bomb went off, and I think the rest is pretty much just calculus at that point in time. It was all working up to an already known end, as it were. Now, though, you know, Eagle Esports has to take up the defensive mantle here. Your opponents just got a full hold. That doesn't mean that you necessarily can't do something similar. Still, this is just going to be a real challenge. And again, they're going for the brawl composition here too. And I just worry about brawl comps. There's a lot of distance that needs to be covered. There's not going to be a lot of time for regroups either. So if you kind of lose bodies early on, you're going to sacrifice a lot of space, especially with this Bolskang. I mean, yeah, if you die in this full hold, you're going to lose half of the map, right? Half of the map as it stands right here. This is a very bold decision from Eagle.
Yep, trying to put up a fuller hold, see if they can do it better. Dad coming out on the Junkrat, though. So that in and of itself just could create a lot of problems with all of the spam damage. I mean, it just takes some lucky bounces when you lose a support, or, you know, a tank just gets eaten up by mines, and suddenly Eagle Esports are going to be in a lot of trouble. Maywall up from Augustana.
everyone, and welcome back to NECC. It's week 4. We're in Challenger Cyan. We've got Northwestern College coming up against Central Methodist University. I'm Soabdan. I'm here with Man of Class, and well, we've got some games here today. We saw the first one earlier. It was kind of a beat 'em up, but we've got some new matches, some fresh faces, and both these teams have kind of got something going on the up and up for them. They have no place to go but up, I think.
Yeah, they both haven't won a game yet. They both haven't played too many games. I mean, especially Northwestern's only really played one game, and they got a bye, and the other game still has to be played. So they haven't really even warmed up for the season. And CMU Eagles, I mean, they did play 2 games. They also got one bye. They also have some more play time to go through compared to some other teams. So lots to be gained for these teams mostly.
Yeah, let's check in really quick for a reminder for the map list. We are starting off in control in Nepal. Map 2 will go on over to England for Kings Row, and 3 will be back at Rialto. 4 will be Blizzard World, Ilios, and Dorado if we need those. I mean, I don't know about you. I'd like to see Blizzard World, but that's just me. I know I'm one of the few that likes Blizzard World.
It's just because it's something different. I think that's also like my take on it. It's not because I necessarily love the map. It's just because I love diversity in every part of life. So also in Overwatch. And I'm going to be seeing whether or not we're going to get some today, as we're indeed going to be starting on the Paul. And who's going to be playing? Well, it is going to be Smoothie Hemisphere, a very long name that is apparently brought out on DVD today. Lone Ranger, Android, and Breaker coming out here for Northwestern. Now the other side,
a lot of older talent.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh no, you're okay. A lot of older talent, a lot of seniors there. But over on the other side, for the side of Central Methodist, we've got Luna, we've got Sky, we've got Cupapaya twice, Funkster, and Ouch. Quite a variety of talent over here, and a lot of younger talent too coming in on this Eagles squad.
Yeah, and this is a squad we saw last week as they went up against Eagle Esports. Couldn't quite come out with a victory there against their Eagle opponents, but at least took away a map. So they are aware what it is of winning a map. Both teams actually are. They didn't go completely map winless. But these again, a lot of computer science majors. It's been a thing which we've noticed, but it's always good to see the diversity in backgrounds in terms of education coming out from these players.
I think the interesting one there was the law student there. That's going to be interesting to me to see what you can actually apply that to when it comes to Nepal, because we're going out to Nepal. How do you apply laws in Overwatch? I don't know. I'm sure there's something we can do with it, but I'm more curious to see where that comes from.
Look, there's a lot of things in the lore, looking at like the UN treaties and all that stuff that came out of it. You can always rulebook your enemies in tournaments, even though that's a little bit frowned upon a lot of the time. There's a fair few things where law can potentially be useful, but right now we're looking at the law of survival of the fittest, I guess. Who's going to be the best on the day? Who's got the best comp, the best strats? And from CMU Eagles in spawn right now, we see something that's very common. See the May, see the Symmetra, and the Reinhardt, and they're just going to speed out of spawn with a teleporter, get to the point fast. And Northwestern, they're going to have to break in because they're coming out with the Wrecking Ball and the Echo and the Tracer. It's a lot of poking from the side, hoping to be able to overpower what CMU puts on the point.
I'm in Northwestern, going to try and poke and prod from all the directions, and Hemisphere taking that high ground initially, just trying to vie for some space. They'll take an all angles attack here. Just try to get some attention and try to pull, see what they can find a weakness, make a mistake, and force an error out that. No mistakes yet because the CMU Eagles have gotten firm control of the point, and they are looking good for that. As the point unlocks, there will be a slow approach from Lone Ranger. Going in solo, trying to buy it. Will force the Immortality Field, and that will be the start of this slow poke as that rock comes in. Doesn't find anybody, but has taken a step too far, and the Lone Ranger will go down. But there is still some hope there. Android trying to break in and put a little pressure on the point, will not fall back, but it looks undoubtedly red at this point. Sky trying to clear some space, not really finding none. But this brawl comp holding strong versus this steady comp of Northwestern College. Hemisphere trying to get through, rolling on, trying to find stuff, but that will continue to roll for 25% on the CMU Eagle.
The cracks were forming a little bit, especially because Luna went down. She's a very big part of the healing of that team, more burst, whereas Funkster is just trying to heal it up over time, a little bit slower. So they did actually lose a few members as a result of that, because of good focus of Northwestern. In the end, there's just so much sustain still, even without the buttons there. It's hard to really break in, but they're going to try now. They got some ultimates to work with, especially that minefield. There it is.
Minefield comes out, but it's hard to break into the icebox. Hemisphere will find one with those and force out both support ultimates on the side of CMU Eagles, just trying to buy some space and time. And now Northwestern finally feeling comfortable to push in and try to make some space. Lone Ranger going on a long trip out to there and will thankfully get the save by that. DVD coming up big, and the blue starting to fill the kill feed as the rest of the space and this icebox on the inside of the point is broken open for Northwestern College.
Yeah, they didn't finally find it. It did take 72% for them to get through, and now they're going to have to fight against like half the old bank of CMU Angels. They will, Eagles, they will have a few ultimates of their own, but they aren't necessarily the ultimates you're looking for. Breaker, though, could just counter one of those blizzards with their own if they could use a good duplicate. It's going to race to the point once again, and they can't even touch them before they get there. Nice shatter on the Hemisphere will go down as a result. Reiner a little bit out of position. It looks like they're going to be able to be fine on the objective.
Yeah, they will clear this back up as the kill feed lights up red. There's just a little bit of cleanup here. They'll take it right back, and 72% and ticking now at this point for the side of the CMU Eagles, who, again, we talked about had a tough start, but they're looking very strong here, class.
They're looking amazing. Yeah, so far, nothing to scoff at. And I will say it might have something to do with the fact that Northwestern is trying to pull off a strat that is not easy to do, even for like the highest level of team, because the ease of execution for CMU Eagles is just so much higher. So we'll see whether or not Northwestern can make a difference here with that Gravitic Flux and another Minefield. It's looking dire.
It is ultimates up, overtime has ticked, and everything is out. Northwestern College coming up on the good side of the coin, though, and Hemisphere trying to close out a couple more kills. Will not necessarily be able to, but meanwhile, on the point, overtime almost ticked off there, and CMU Eagles and have stalled out for the last bit, and they will lose their privilege and their time to 31% and climbing for Northwestern.
I think the best part about this, if you're Northwestern, is that you didn't have to use, especially the Transcendence, but you also will still have 2 DPS ults in the next fight. Otherwise, defending this is going to be very hard to do. Papaya close to the barrier, not much else, so this could be a quick one.
Oh, and that will be a pile drive in, but ouch over on the Cassidy, looking to put a hurtin' on that ball, trying to get some space made there, and that will be Transcendence to initiate and push and make some space in here. Meanwhile, pushing in, speaking of, Cassidy will fall eventually, and the rest of Northwestern College will follow up on those kills. The rest of the ults are going to be committed, including that self-destruct, not finding one, but Breaker is coming up huge with that duplicate. Keep this point alive. Overtime did tick, though, so with the Eagles back in control here, someone's got to touch, and the DVD is unfortunately getting pushed right back out. It's just the Reinhardt and the Diva here twice trying to find another set of kills here. A Wrecking Ball slowly getting pushed out. Self-destruct in desperation coming in, trying to find something. Will find one, and the CMU Eagles will take round 1.
A little bit hairy at the end there, but luckily they found the eject button for the DVD player, and to just get the Zenyatta off the objective to keep the point rolling. One more point for them and they'll actually win a map, which is you know, a continuation of a streak that they were trying to start last series that they played against the other Eagles. But right now they're looking decent. They're looking good. Like I said though, Northwestern playing I'm not saying unconventional comp, but a less popularized composition, less popularized way of playing, which on that particular point is not the most optimal to do. When you talk about a point like this, though, that's a lot more open, where there's a lot more opportunity for that for an Echo to get some value. I mean, I say that, but they just switched to something like completely different, so that's unfortunate. Yeah. But it would have potentially worked on this particular point. They're going to see the Symmetric come out again from CMU Eagles. They get to the point first as a result. Now they're going to skirmish.
Yeah, and that skirmish will be right on the point with that May wall up and trying to vie off and cut off some of these teams. Eagles trying to clip those wings from Northwestern. They're trying to buy that space as those various particles just fly. And you can see it, both teams just vying, trying to cut each other off. Hemisphere already with a shatter coming down and finding that big play will open it right up and continue to push forward as the point unlocks, opening it for Northwestern College. They came to brawl. They came ready to brawl. I think they tried this poke comp. It was fun, and now they're ready to try to meet the Eagles on their level.
You talk about a double barrier as well. Should be able to charge up Cute Papaya a lot of that Symmetra in normal situations, but if you have so much damage come out, it's tough to really battle against. You twice immediately switch over to the Sigma as a result, just to make sure that they can sort of match that barrier power. But they do have to be careful of that wall from Smoothie. That's been a detriment to them.
These walls have looked good, and speaking of that, there come those windows from the Baptiste on both sides, but Luna will lose out, unfortunately, as they take a peek through that window, and that will open up the push for the Eagles to come on in. Amplification, the Immortality Field will come down, and that will force out the Cupapaya's wall, but the Shatter from Sky coming up huge, catching 2, and that will, unfortunately, bring it around for the CMU Eagles to crack open this point and get themselves in position to take control.
Great fight there coming out from CMU Eagles, going for the aggression once again that we saw coming out from them as well on the last objective. Now they're actually going to be able to contest in a bunch of different ways, right? Like, they've almost completely matched up this composition. They're still running the Symmetra because they had the ultimate. They might even switch over to the Cassidy as well on Cupapaya's side. And if it's got the Mei versus the Mei, the Reinhardt versus the Reinhardt, Sigma versus Sigma, the ultimates are in favor of Northwestern, but they're the ones coming into this.
Oh, and they're coming in from the high ground, dropping right in. And speaking of dropping in, Lone Ranger throwing that in, looking in. But there is the Immortality Field there for it. Still pushing deep, though, trying to surround this CMU Eagle squad, and they will surround and conquer and push themselves back into the point. Hemisphere holding onto that Shatter, does throw it, but unfortunately it's taken down by Skies. And this could be a turning point for the Eagles. They turn it right back.
They managed to just turn that fight around, which was very well done from their end. And Northwestern, they're gonna kind of be kicking themselves that they let that one go with all the ultimates they invested. And CMU is now going to be able to, have 5 ultimates, be halfway done with capping the point, and coming into this fight, it's only really the Blizzard. I mean, it could be a big one as long as it doesn't get eaten, but it's still a tricky one because there's so much support in the way.
Is calling the schools because it's going to be a snow day. Twice looking for that flux, and there is the first Blizzard. We will see the second one following in from Ouch looking in. It is snowing, it is everywhere, and teams are just frozen up. Nothing, everything has come to a standstill, and Sky will take the initiative and try to find some value on that. But speaking of that Ouch, giving them a nice Ouch of their own, trying to find some of that value. The Symmetra wall will come in also in that. The Reinhardt's just swinging away as best they can. Meanwhile, CMU Eagles have had control of the point this whole time. They've not let anybody get close, and now, as at 83%, they are looking into the last fight.
This CMU just showing that they're done losing series, done losing maps. They want to go out on this one with a 2-0 and then just keep this series rolling. But it is potentially dangerous for them to try and hold this, as there are a few ultimates coming online soon, including the tank ults.
Yeah, and there will be one to open it up from the side of the Baptiste. Lone Ranger, another Flux coming in, trying to find one. Will find Funkster, not thankfully taking out one of the support line. As the Brawls continue to fight, there is just trades back and forth. No one still really has any presence. Both shields available for CMU Eagles, so they have a little bit of space here, and that will be Lone Ranger just trying to stall it out until someone gets back. Will find Sky. Can they close this out? They're looking. It's 2v1 now, and they will close it out. There's still a chance for Northwestern to bring this back. They're not done fighting yet.
It's going to be another fight coming into this, and now it will be the ultimates coming in from CMU as well. They were lacking a couple. Guy tried with the Shatter, but too many were just not there to be shattered, and then they couldn't close it out against the one Sigma. It was a 2v1, but if you only have tanks, it's tricky because Sigma has so much defensive capacity against the tanks. If your Reinhardt is low, can't really finish that one out. It's going to be up to Hemisphere to land a good Shatter, though.
Was looking for a breaker, was throwing that Deadeye, try to get some value, and there's the Grasp trying to get some, prevent it. So many ice walls in the way. No one is letting Noon come on in. Hemisphere is holding that Shatter. There it is. Will find 2. The charge will try to come in, but unfortunately he's taken out immediately from that counter charge. And Hemisphere is looking in for that. The clock is ticking down. 92% for Northwestern College as the cleanups come in. Flux also trying to buy some space on the rest of this, but the Northwestern College has the position. They have the numbers. They're looking to bring this home overtime. This is it. This is the final moment. Twice hanging on there will get into their doom, but the Mays are back, and there's more. Another Shatter and a Blizzard to bring it on home. Northwestern College throwing everything. Every ult must go. It is a whole garage sale in this area, and they are trying to bring it home. There is no one left. Things sold out, and Northwestern College will take round 2.
Northwestern College bringing it back from the brink, and in a very interesting fashion, honestly. Like, it kind of felt like the Eagles were dropping the ball a little bit, but everything finally came together, and it really feels like Northwestern was just missing a few links here and there in the previous fights, in the previous map as well, and it's starting to find a rhythm. That being said, they're just changing half their comp up again. They're gonna get some different supports, different DPS. Where CMU is just sticking on the same thing. They switch DPS out every now and then, maybe a tank, but it's a fairly consistent core, especially with Sky just on that Reinhardt, Luna and Funkster on the Lucio Baptiste, and Ouch on the Mei. It's a very solid thing to be able to rely on, and slotting a few other pieces in depending on which stage you get is just a smart move.
Yeah, they know what they want to play, and they're willing to run it, and the CMU Eagles are strong in that brawl. Northwestern still, again, themselves, though, they want to play ball. They want to poke. They want to try and get this, and CMU Eagles looking for a target to isolate. They will find Android, and that will be a robot down, followed by the Lone Ranger, and suddenly these numbers look not so great for Northwestern College early on.
Oh, they are getting
When
away with
unlocks,
this
and
one
they
this
are already
time.
there. There's no one home for that one.
It's the classic May Reaper, you know, just run at them, freeze them, shoot them in the head with shotguns type of strategy that will work out. And again, it's ease of execution versus, you know, a Tracer and a Genji that usually don't get kills that easily in such a brawly surrounding because there's just too much healing, too much sustain, too much sort of the AoE damage that comes their way. You break her constantly on like half health or less. It's a problem.
Yeah, hey, if it's good enough for my silver games, it's definitely good enough for the CMU Eagles, and I think they would agree with me here as they are holding strong right at these gates. That wall not catching anybody out, but they are in this small corner, just pushing them back as the clock ticks up. Breaker and Smoothie, those two DPS we were looking at to struggle to get kills, are looking. They will find those kills, though, and they have now pushed through, trying to isolate and find and surround these targets, but that will be DVD getting a roll in, and that will be one as the kills trade back and forth. Meanwhile, on the point, there is some pressure finally, and Hemisphere is looking, trying to find somebody. Baptiste will force out the immortality field, but is there anybody that can actually stop the ball of Hemisphere as he's continuing just to be a nuisance here? Just looking and buying this time. No one can really pin down this hamster in the ball.
I think
will go out.
I think a lot of what they've noticed, though, is they don't have to stop Hemisphere as long as they, you know, deal with the minefield as it comes out. Because the rest of the time, Hemisphere hasn't been looking to be that damaging, like that problematic. They have enough healing to stop Smoke and the splash that he comes in with. Everything else is not really capitalized on in terms of CC that he provides.
No, you're right. Nothing's really kind of proven itself through, but now the Eagles are surrounded. There's a couple ults, and there is going to be the Genji Blade going in, trying to find any sort of value. The Blizzard to counter it, but never mind. Cupid Pie will find two, and Sky will probably just apparently take a trip off the ledge, so that will open this up for Northwestern College and that minefield. Oh, the good Flux Mine combo coming in, drop them straight onto it. Lone Ranger and Hemisphere coming up huge to cap the point and flip it just before the 100.
Yeah, but now you're going to have only your support ults, and you need to defend for 99%. So that's it's tricky because they really just only won that fight on the basis of those tank ultimates, and they're not online for a little bit. On the other side, they are coming online quicker, and they'll also have those support ultimates pretty soon. So we're looking at a fairly uneven fight, and Eagles have put themselves up for a beautiful opportunity to finish up the map.
Yeah, and they've taken the scenic route to the back lanes, and they've isolated Hemisphere, and that will be the opening pick right there. Northwestern College now on the back foot as they move towards Sky, leading the charge, shield up, looking, trying to find some space, gonna clear and just fire strike that through. Now with 4 on the point, though, can anybody contest from the side of Northwestern as that rally comes in? Android trying to give themselves a little more durability to fight this out. Breaker and just trying to find any sort of value and pick. Gonna get out of dodge. Meanwhile, on the point, there's a stick. And there's 2 for Smoothie coming up huge. That's the support line. And consider this fight basically done, man of class, because it is over from here.
Yeah, but I mean, at least they're able to still hold on to this objective. They're not losing percentage at the moment, which is exactly what you want from this. Like, it doesn't matter if you win that or lose that fight at the end. You grab the objective away from them, which means they didn't make progress. Give yourselves an extra fight after this. So, yeah, they shouldn't be too unhappy with it. They are going to make a couple swaps. At least Twice is going over to the D.Va now. They just want to deal more with those with the spam coming in, especially from the Zenyatta and the Sigma. But other than that, yeah, the D.Va's just made a little bit more mobile, I guess. It's gonna be interesting to see if it's gonna work out, though.
Oh, the ham into the blades, though, and that'll be Breaker getting one, but immediately getting punished for that.
That was
the great setup from the side of that was very quick and out, though, but that will be a Flux coming through just to clean up. And Lone Ranger has absolutely been a machine on this Sigma, getting 2 more again. The value that Lone Ranger has gotten from this Sigma on this map alone has just been incredible.
That's really the change they needed. Just Lone Ranger and the Sigma feels very solid. It's very hard to get rid of, and doesn't even have to fight that close to the enemy teams. Usually at a fairly decent distance. Gonna see Sky on the Reinhardt with the Reaper now going underneath here to try and get to the objective. The minefield kind of just gets circumvented for that reason. Nice kill on the Zenyatta. As the Blizzard comes in, this point is fully under control of Eagles right now.
And let it snow, but unfortunately the Eagles, like you said, have control of this, and it's just cleaning up the rest of this. Now that they have flipped it back, and the overtime will continue to tick down. There's still a little bit of a contest here, but they are looking, and now there's just the Smoothie, the Lone Tracer, trying to find some stall there. No one left really to touch, and it will go map 1 to the Eagles.
And that was unfortunate because Hemisphere with that minefield could have provided a lot of control and like resource drain, but because he managed to only throw the mines in one of the corridors of the room next to the objective, the Eagles could just walk past it. They just took the other exit and they were fine. There was nothing really they had to worry about, and that takes away so much value of that minefield that they could have otherwise had. Sky with a few beautiful plays.
Big shot.
Unfortunately, wasn't really actually was enough because it was from the Eagles, of course. But we're going to see now whether or not control was really the strength of the Eagles. I will say it may have taken a little bit of time for them to warm up, but Northwest is definitely coming back into this.
Like you said, that poke comp, that ball sigma is a very tough comp. It requires a lot of communication. It requires a lot of patience. You got to force errors and you got to make it did. And Northwest were doing it eventually. But now that we're going off to Kings Row, where once again Brawl reigns supreme, do you think they're going to try this again and continue to force this kind of brawl poke and look for errors? Or do you think they're just going to give up and try to match them again?
It depends on what, we know what map they're going to. I was going to say it depends on what map they're going to, but we know where they're going. They're going to Kings Row. On a map like this, I mean, it's possible to keep poking a little bit. I do think that the ball play that comes out is generally good enough. The Sigma as well. But it's trickier to make it work on a map like Kings Row that's a little bit more linear, a little bit more straightforward, a little bit more enclosed as well. And we did see when the enclosure happened a little bit too much, especially on Sanctum there, it was trickier for Hemisphere to get around on that Wrecking Ball. So I do expect to see a little bit of change coming out. That being said, it's not necessarily the case. Like there are options for them.
Oh, yeah. And I think you're right, because they looked good. Like you said, Northwestern came to life. It took them a little bit of time to warm up, but we've seen a little bit of more variety of comps, whereas the Eagles have just kind of run this brawl. They seem to be pretty confident in it, but they've been kind of hesitant to swap off of it or make as many changes as needed to be. So coming to Kings Row, this may actually pay off for them if they feel this confident in this brawl comp, and they may feel like they just can push their way all the way down the street.
Yeah. For sure. In Kings Row, everyone knows the map very well, so there's not a lot of curveballs you can throw at other teams. And even if you throw curveballs, are they, really going to be effective because the other team knows how to play around everything so well because it's Kings Row? It's always the question we got to ask ourselves when we go to this map.
Yeah, and I think the question kind of relating to that is, do we think this poke comp can get around quick enough? Because this opening point, this capture point segment, you got some spaces you can move. You can get a Tracer into a backline. You can get Genji. You can get a Sombra. Whatever you might want to pull, you can kind of surround. But then you have to force errors. And in this brawl comp that's playing so clustered together with so much healing, it's hard to force those errors, especially when you can't necessarily just pressure the point as easily as you might like to.
It's very easy to get into that system in as a whole. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I always keep going back to it on Kings Row. Like, I don't know why I can't stop doing it because it's just true. It's such a familiar map for everybody.
It is, though. Everybody loves this. Everybody loves it.
Well, it's the love and hate relationship, right? Like, even if you hate it, you have to play it so much you love it anyways, or you love it so much that you start to hate it. It's like your favorite song, right? If you play it over and over again at some point, you're like, oh, I'm kind of done with it. But it's still a good song. Like, it doesn't make it a worse song because you heard it a lot.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're 100% right on that.
Yeah, we're going to see. So we're going to see Lone Ranger still on the Sigma, which I'm not surprised by. You could go for the Zarya here. It's the Rein Zarya combo. But the double shield has been so effective for teams in general, especially when you look at Cyan, which, generally speaking, we're talking about like different levels of competition as well in NECC, and Cyan just, they do seem to just do better with shields. Because they have less pathing skill, so they need a little bit more defense.
Yeah, and this is, like we've kind of talked about, Brawl is kind of not an easier comp to run, but there's less moving pieces to worry about. Everybody stays together, everybody fights, and that's what happens, unfortunately, when your Cassidy gets caught out like Breaker almost did. Sometimes you can get punished like that. The Eagles have moved through Hotel, and they are in position. They are where they exactly want to be, but they are surrounded now, and they are stuck in the corner by the tanks, who are just going to force their way in and push themselves out, and that's an easy cleanup from Northwestern College. back to spawn for the Eagles. They'll come out of the nest shortly.
Looking to spread their wings and fly, but for now, they have a minute wasted where they just didn't quite make it. So the next batch of hatchlings is to try and make their way to the objective. Luna ready with the amplification matrix, but that's all they're really having to work with. But on the other side of Northwestern, they're coming up on quite a few things. And if May just right-clicks across the map, you're not going to get far if you're Papaya.
No, and I was about to mention Hemisphere's Shatter that was on deck, but I don't think that's going to be needed right now because now that pushes that right back. So just a little bit more poking and prodding. We're going to Fire Strike, we're going to Orb. And we're going to see if we can just maybe find some value here, get the rest of those ults in, and Luna will get theirs ready for this next fight. But yeah, like you said, Northwestern now has much, and there's some pressure onto the point finally. Hemisphere is looking to force back, tries to shatter the May, cannot find anybody home. Will try to throw themselves quite literally at the wall, but Breaker's just been left alone to clean up. And when you leave the Cassidy there to just clean it up, there will find those shots. Lone Ranger not to be outdone will get in on that, and that will be another cleanup and another successful defense from Northwestern.
Everyone went down in a fairly short time span, though, so it's possible that you get a little bit of a spawn advantage. The problem is that there is a Lucio that respawns, so they're just going to taxi everyone back, so there will not be a numbers advantage just by
and as you say that,
quick pacing. No, they're fine.
Yeah, they're fine. No.
Yeah.
They're looking good. Northwestern looking good to hold with 1:45 on the clock.
In.
Ooh, that is a Flux coming in twice. Gonna throw one in, but immediately dies to the Breakers. Double high noon play, and now is in the back line. He is ready, looking for more, but Papaya will put an end to that right away. The picks going the way of Northwestern College, and now they are heading back, and they're pushing them back into spawn. Just, first class one-way trip.
They need to do something about that Breaker flank through Hotel, because it's happened 2 fights in a row now, and there isn't enough dealing with that flank. Either you can just push through the Hotel, make sure that Breaker cannot be there in the first place, or you gotta do something. Just someone has to watch that flank more, like earlier, because Papaya was kind of too late on that kill.
Ouch, gonna go in, and those blizzards, it is snowing ready, and that will be a freeze onto the Reinhardt, but the Immortality Field will have something to say about that. Keeping this up as there is pressure on the point. There will be a first third from the Eagles, almost captured, but no one's on point. They're just short. There will be a contest just before that third. Ouch, deep, trying to find and clean that up, but now with the numbers on the side of the Eagles, they're looking good to clean this up and capture the point. Finally, after such a long and arduous push, they will see segment 2 and this payload.
And they finally just made a decisive action. They were like, you know what, we're just going to speed in, throw a blizzard down, and eliminate them. And it's exactly how it worked out as well. Yeah, there's the Immortality Field in the way, but it doesn't have enough health to really stop that from getting enough eliminations. And they just capitalized on that. Nice early kill on the Android, and now see if they can capitalize on that by knowing they have sound barrier advantage.
No, but Papaya will get in there, and that will force out Breaker's High Noon, which didn't get any value, but the ults come flying in, and the Dragons go through the Blizzard. Just pushing. It is chaos in front of the cart, but the Northwestern College is coming up on top of it. There's no more ults to be thrown in, and especially with both of those supports from the CMU Eagles who are holding on to theirs. They don't need to commit them. They are going to keep this cart rolling. Northwestern just going to give up a little bit of space. They know they wait and for the rest of their team to show up, but they're going to try to stop this here. Pushing in past Bookstore, just trying to buy some time, and for the rest of the team, now that everybody's there, will they make a decisive push? It's going to be looking and holding on this corner, searching for somebody there. Breaker on that flank. We can all see him now. Everybody knows where he is, but now the Reinhardt is isolated, and that's going to be the opening pick they're looking for. Can they get out? Sky will not, though. And that's going to be the opening that Northwestern is looking for to push them back and see them to spawn, as it's just going to be a little bit of cleanup, and they're going to commit a little bit more into that. Lone Ranger going to throw in that Flux. Does find one, and the self-destruct will get the little bit of value out of that. Nothing there, though, and Lone Ranger going deep and just throwing hands right now absolutely at everybody.
Looking like Eagle's going to have to go back to the drawing board. They will have quite a few ultimates to put on that drawing board, to be fair. But they still have to get through a shatter that they can just walk into, as well as both those support ultimates that can provide a lot of sustain.
You're right. There's so much sustain coming out for the side of the Eagles, and now that they have isolated Lone Ranger a little bit, they're willing to bet those pieces in, but Northwestern has their number. They're looking for more with their own amplification matrix, and already again the Eagles back to spawn the late pin into the wall of Sky, and they are going right up to the spawn door to say a nice hello and see them when they get back out.
Looking like Eagles just are going for sort of like dry fights, so they're trying to just get more ultimates, pull more ultimates out of Northwestern, which they're sort of doing, but they're not pulling enough out to counteract the new ults that are being charged at the same time. They're still coming into a disadvantaged situation, even at this last fight.
Yep, and there's looking for those ultimates. That will be the Blizzard and the Dragons coming out. They are chucking everything at this payload, try to make some sort of progress moving, but Hemisphere is waiting, looking, lurking. There is going to be that shatter, and there is going to be 2 down, looking for more. Northwestern going in, trying to get some value here. There's going to be a flux followed by those support ultimates that the Eagles have been holding on to, and the blows are just being traded. Another Blizzard from Smoothie. The later Blizzard coming in may be the more successful one, and it is snowing once again here in England. Breaker coming up big, throwing that in for that high noon and finding one to clean it up, and with no time left on the clock, the Eagles will fall in the middle of point B.
Eagles not looking as strong as they were in control, but then again, Northwestern started to look better and better throughout that control map. And now that they've switched over to a more like mirroring style, they do feel a lot more evenly matched and maybe even better than the Eagles in a lot of situations. So it's now up to the Eagles to either start playing that game a little bit better again or to find a way to break it. But we know how it goes. Sometimes you think, oh, this wasn't a great attack from a team. The other team just does even worse. They don't even cap point A. So Eagles still in a pretty good position to potentially go up 2-0 in the series. But Northwestern making a strong case for this not to be a 3-0 sweep.
No, Eagles want to keep on bringing it, but they've gotten it as far as the subway, couldn't quite get on board and bring it home. But yeah, like you said, Northwestern looking warmed up now, looking ready to play, and they are ready to play with that brawl comp again, just gonna try and bring it on home. Meanwhile, in the Eagles, we're seeing some it's hard, it's interesting choices coming out here. Ouch, looking at the Junkrat, trying to see maybe just a little bit more. What do you think? Raw damage? Nah. Soldier? Nah. I wouldn't have hated the Junkrat. It would have been interesting. Could have been an interesting pick there.
It could have been, but it didn't happen. So
unfortunate.
Unfortunate, right? Yeah, but
we do see the Zarya,
Hanzo, and keep a eye on the Hanzo has been like a boon, especially if they're able to just spam down this defensive corridor. It's going to be very valuable. It can deroute attacks too. Ouch on the Soldier is something I'm a little bit more curious about, because the Mei was working fairly well up until this point. And they just apparently want something that's more consistent on the high ground, I guess. And now the hotel attack has come through from Northwestern.
Yeah, they're ready to check in, but Q Papaya is saying, sorry, your room's not ready yet, so head on back out to spawn. We'll catch you there. Hemisphere is going to find one, but nothing from that charge, and will unfortunately get pushed right on back through. The Eagles looking good here with this kind of split comp, looking ready to hold this point, but also keep this high ground. They do catch Breaker out, though, and that is an unfortunate turn of event to see a hammer there. So with the point unlocked and ready to be captured, the Eagles will deny that for the time being. Hemisphere going in a long pin, but will not see anything. And Sky throwing in that shatter just for good luck, just to make sure the value gets there. That'll be an early hold.
Very good good hold from them. Just a good control over the hotel area, which we already knew that Northwestern likes to use. They're able to rotate, counter-rotate accordingly and also effectively. A lot of that will have to do with the speed boost of the Lucio. So let's keep an eye on those. See how effectively they're used, and who uses them first, who then uses them against them, and how the movement works. We already see the early pick, but a beautiful amplification matrix follow-up, and there's a shatter.
And the shatter.
That's a fight
so
as it's going to be over.
It's over. It was over the second that shatter hit, and man, Breaker came up huge just to clean that up. Northwestern already 2 minutes and 30 to add on to that clock as they capture this. Man, what a dominant fight. And Lone Ranger not done, looking for more.
A very similar way as well in which the Eagles did it, right? Just like speed in and use a lot of aggression, and they can't stop it. They have to kind of aggress back, and at that point you see something running at you, your instinct is to step away. That's not how that works. Nice immortality field does get destroyed eventually. The Reinhardt will fall. The Grav is start to counter the Grav, the Dragon as well. This should be a lot of kills going both ways, but it's only the CMU Eagles that lose the members. This is going to be a slaughter, and it doesn't look like there's going to be a lot of defense coming up from Northwestern, from the Eagles anytime soon. Northwestern pushing the card on through, and they might not even get a chance to defend against. I think they will, because the card has to go a little bit of a way. They've only got one person pushing it, but that's already a very good start to this second point defense. No arch hold for them.
Oh, they are already grooving on. Lucio is just vibing on that cart, ready for this next fight to come in, and they are ready. Hemisphere is already looking, has that gold box of victory in their sights. They've already captured as far as they know, and that will be an early Amp Matrix, and the Baptiste Luna falling early, followed by several more on the side of the Eagles. Northwestern handedly putting out their weapons and putting out their bullets for everybody. Lone Ranger again going deep, trying to find some value and just forcing out this Zarya, but no one's even there to touch. Northwestern making it look like a cakewalk through the streets of England.
Northwestern pulling up the series 1-1, and that means we've got a series on our hands, as they say it. But right now, it kind of looks like the Eagles have already run out of steam after Control. They barely won that in the end, and now they're just sitting on a map loss that's kind of devastating. It's a very strong showing here from Northwestern on that second map.
Yeah, both of these teams looking very good, but Northwestern, like you said, that maybe they just Control just isn't their map. Do you think that was just their warm up, and now that they're ready to play, they're here?
Yeah.
I mean, we are going to a similar style map, so do you think they're ready and they might just be better and a little bit more experienced at these maps, or do you think that maybe this wasn't what the Eagles were ready for? Maybe they just weren't ready for Kings Row.
Yeah, maybe they weren't. I mean, we've seen teams before that are just decently or very good at Control, but then just don't really know how to translate the fighting skill to other map types. So that could also be an issue at Eagles. I mean, we saw them win a map last week against the other Eagles,
Yeah.
and I think that was also the Control map that they won. So it would not go, out of the norm to assume that that's just a map type they're good at, and the other maps little less so. But it's still early in the series. We still don't know. They have at least 2 more maps to play. We're going to see Blizzard World, which I know you're going to be happy about. But before we're going to see the next map, which is going to be Rialto, going to take a quick break, give the teams a little bit of a breather, and give especially the Eagles time to recuperate and figure out what they're going to do next.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here. It's NECC Week 4. We've got Northwestern College versus the CMU Eagles. And man of class, it's 1-1. It's tied up. We're going to map 3. It's anybody's ball game right now. Anything is possible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I would say it's anyone's Overwatch game, but I'm sure there are probably a few people in there that like playing with ball sports. But sure, you know what? Doesn't matter. Gonna go over to Blizzard World, and I'm sure there's some balls and gift shops that they can play with if they want to. But for now, we're going to see what they're gonna come out of spawn with soon. Blizzard World, of course. Or it's not Blizzard World. We're going to Rialto first.
No, we're going to Rialto first. We got to go to Rialto.
I'm sorry.
Blizzard World is after. We got to go on the family trip before we go to the vacation.
Both.
It's okay.
We're gonna go to both. It's fine. Yeah, they still have some rides to ride over here. You know, could go on the canal boats, which we rarely see used, but are actually possible. I am looking forward to seeing what they're going to come out with that. We haven't really seen any Pharah or Echo play come out. We saw a little bit of Echo on Nepal, but it's possible that we're going to see some more Pharah or Echo play here since the aerial is a bit more supported, especially on that first objective, as we always talk about. But I mean, I'm even open for some pirate chips. You know, can see some Bastion come out on this one. It's a good payload map for it. But also some more long-range snipers. So mostly talking about DPS here in terms of changes. We have seen some dive come out though on this particular map, so all up to what the teams want to play.
Yeah, this is one of those maps that you can kind of do anything at any point. But I think if you're the Eagles, you're just gonna brawl, right? Like you've done this, you've had success on it, you're doing pretty well on it, and I think you're just gonna run that back, right? Like that's probably your bread and butter right now.
Yeah, that should be. Like, if you're just gonna run with what works, why not, right? And especially, you know, there are plenty of ways which that wall can still work out if you want to play the Mei. On the defense, we are gonna be seeing a Hanzo and and an Ashe come out. So more poke, more burst, more long range. Don't want to really fight up too close. And with the Orisa and the Sigma, you're actually adding a lot of deterrence and CC and barriers to that equation. The one thing I do worry about is if they either leave twice alone in the low ground, or if they only have too little barrier on the high ground, like they're leaving themselves open to sort of a split initiative. And I wonder whether they're going to be ready for that. Mostly twice that I'm worried for at the moment. A good dynamite to start it out with, but there is Smoothie on the Widowmaker on the other side, and there's a Hanzo from Breaker. So a few shots could change everything.
All it takes is one rogue headshot to really get a pick there, and both teams just going to take a shot at the distance, but Ouch is on that flank looking for some blood. Going to force out that hand and that grass, trying to stop the road, but is nothing there. Northwestern is going to go ahead and take some space, get advantage, and get themselves in the position to turn this corner. They've got the numbers and they've got the angles right now, and that's Breaker finding one to the head themselves. Cupapaya will start opening this up. But now that they've got these angles and now that they've dropped back a little bit, it's going to slow up Northwestern. Northwestern has to try to regroup and get a new point of attack here. This tank's a little split, just trying to find some space. And again, Ouch is going to feel an ouch there, as again, Northwestern will open this up. Going to be taken care of, no worries. Just a band-aid for that ouch, no big deal. These Lone Ranger, though, isolated kind of alone on the side. Sigma fight over on the sides there, but nothing really will get themselves out of dodge and safety. And we'll find one for their trouble, too. And now that the lines are open, Northwestern will continue to keep this push alive.
Northwestern once again coming in hot, coming in heavy, and just pushing through. Eagles are gonna probably be able to contest this one more time if they're a little bit speedy about it. They do need to find the opening and not get shot by this Widowmaker on the exit. Early shield from twice as a result.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a Bob just to try to do something and get this. A contest will make it a meter just beforehand, and the rest of the ult will come out. CMU Eagles trying to throw everything at this to prevent this bridge from clicking and opening up, and it looks like they will find some success, but that's so many plus signs for the side of Funkster, trying to keep everybody up, forcing Transcendence too. They are throwing everything at this. They know they don't want this to go, but it looks like Northwestern is winning the battle of attrition here. Those Dragons going to come out, try to clear a little space, and just continue these blows back and forth. Breaker going to commit into their own Dragons. As far as they can see, it's worth it. It's worth it, and it's going to work. Hemisphere trying to buy some space and time. Everything must go. Eagles, again, the Angel will take flight, and it looks like it's still coming up for the side of the Eagles. Sky going to find up and fly one themselves. We'll take the Ana out by hand, and there is a stall for the Eagles just before the point of B.
very good play around the supports, especially Funkster was doing a great job. But Luna as well, after they got rezzed, and good utility of the resources. Very impressed with the way that Twice and Sky were able to handle the S tanks. And then the DPS just getting in the shots where they needed to. It was a lot of sort of like saving grace actions coming out from each of the members, really. And let's see if they can do it again. I mean, they wasted a lot of time at least, so that's already a win in my book. But maybe they can make it a full win and just hold them.
Oh, but that's a big, big anti-nade coming in, followed by that Flux, and they're just ready to put the smack down, followed by that Bongo going down, that Supercharger putting out some extra damage, and Lone Ranger just leading the charge into there. That Resurrection, unfortunately, will get off, but I don't think that's going to make too much of a difference at this point, but we'll see as Northwestern Colleges cleans this up and moves this to B.
We'll call it a couple extra seconds on the clock. 3 minutes, 10 seconds by the time that cards actually starts rolling again. Is what Northwestern will have to work with to get through the streets phase. They're already going to take position on this high ground. At least Breaker is. As they're already looking for some counters. And Lone Ranger, once again, joining their Hanzo up there. They're all going to do it. Northwestern wants to take this high ground. At least not relinquish control to the Eagles.
What do you think of Sky over on this Sigma here? That's the main tank player previously for previous rounds, picking up this main tank slot. It seems like it's working out for them for the most part, but Lone Ranger proving their Sigma dominance and Hemisphere going to follow that up. What do you make of switching the main tank to the Sigma here? Because usually that's not what you see.
Well, I mean, Sigma's that's always about the design philosophy of these heroes, right? Because like, what are Orisa and Sigma anymore these days? Are they really main tanks? Because a lot of the time they're sort of being used as like the main hybrid off tanks. And it kind of feels like if you put them together, they're sort of both main tanks. It kind of depends on who you want to use which way. It's working out for them in terms of what they play. But they're going to switch it up over to the dive now for this last point. 20 seconds gained from Northwestern, so they have 3.5 minutes to put through this last one. And that's a shame because there's definitely a lot of opportunities to hold there usually.
Yeah, they're just going to give it away for free, but the Eagles going to try and reevaluate that. And that'll be an early Bob finding... Ouch gets caught out there as Bob will go have a nice nap, and the rest of the team from the CMU Eagles will follow up shortly because Northwestern already has handed control of this. Will force out the DVD Transcendence, but hey, I mean, that's coming out to theaters near you anyways, so that's fine. You can build that back pretty quickly if you're Northwestern.
It's all good, you know. We'll see whether or not they're going to be able to catch the next edition, so to speak. But for now, I mean, it's all we're gonna look at that Gravitic Flux again from Lone Ranger. I mean, it's coming out, it's ready. We have the Nana boost us off from Sade back, so a lot to run into when you're on Eagle's side. Maybe a good Dragon can do something about this.
Maybe not. There is that Flux. It's ready, and that Dragon will counter it out. But Lone Ranger will find one and immediately get traded back. The remainder of this space running out. So the Eagles are coming to life here. They're finally getting their wings spread and taking some of this space back. That will be the Supercharger from Hemisphere to try to push it all the way through. And the Eagles are fighting off the cart. They're pushing back. There's no point. There's no one there to stop it. And thankfully, they managed to touch back in time. But it's just too late. There's no one there to fight it. Now it's going to come down to the Eagles and their spawn advantage to hopefully clean this up. Just the support line there trying to fight this back. The anti-nade coming in, going to take down that Orisa at a Hemisphere. And finally, the Eagles will put a stop to this with 2 minutes on the clock. Dive coming in, though.
Luna super low. They need to just make sure the Ana stays alive. That was the problem that fight. They would have easily won that if it wasn't just the Lucio and the Ana going down first. Like, Luna and Funkster were under so much pressure from the Gravitic Flux. So as long as their support stay alive, they actually have a chance. Sky now will also have the Primal Rage for more sustain. Twice close to the self-destruct. They got the DPS and Ana as well close to their ultimates. So they're going to be able to hold on for a longer time. There's nothing really online for Northwestern.
No, and with a minute and a half, they're going to have to use a little bit of time to poke and get some of that. But for the time being, it looks like it's just going to be drawing those ultimates the best you can. A little under 2 minutes, a little 1.5, and Lone Ranger going deep. Again, taking this aggressive angle. Love it, trying to control the space the best they can. But there's that dive in just to kind of shut the door on that. But as one door opens, another one closes, and they will find it. Hemisphere will find the opening for 2, and Lone Ranger will follow it up with a 3rd. The space is back, and that self-destruct will come in. Nothing there. Nobody home. And Sky trying to find a pick. Will find one. Lone Ranger, unfortunately, falling to their own hubris, but hey, if they've already put in enough work, it's fine. And the Nano Primal will come in a little bit late. Sky going to try to get back in there. We'll find some value from that. Can the stick come in and clean that up? Yes, it will. And with a little under a minute left, the Eagles will hold one more time.
And it's actually perfect timing on those ultimates overlapping. You first use the Primal Rage, so you get the full 1000 HP sustain. You bounce around a little bit. Then after you get out of it, you can still have the Nano to again get like a 400 HP boost, plus the Nano boost effects themselves. So it's just extra sustain, extra sustain. The only danger you have is Luna goes down too early, but the Winston's a big enough target to distract that from happening. So one last push, 15 seconds to go, and ultimate's in the bank.
The Eagles looking to dive right in, and they will do just that. Onto the cart, try and buy some space. That will force the supercharger. Hemisphere looking in, just trying to push through, and that will be the opening push they're looking for. All it takes is one supercharger just to buy some space. The Pharah over on Ouch coming back in, unfortunately not finding much value there, will inevitably get their wings clipped. But it's overtime now, and Northwestern has just one opportunity to get this the rest of the way. And the Eagles continue to bring this back and stall with this advantage they've had. They move to those fast heroes. They're trying to get there. But Northwestern has this on lock. They've taken the space, and they will get it to the end of Rialto just in the nick of overtime.
A lot more contests coming out from the Eagles this time around. Of course, we don't know what would have happened on King's Row because they only got really through half the street space. But it does look like the Eagles have a little bit more of an idea of how to defend on Rialto. Now we're going to see if they have an idea of how to attack as well, and whether Northwestern knows how to defend. We don't really have the dynamic here where we have to talk about, like, oh, it was their map choice, or they probably have a strat for this. Like, all the teams are essentially playing the same at all times. Like, it's an even playing ground when it comes to that.
Yeah.
But there are always maps that certain teams prefer in terms of playstyle or in terms of, whatever they do. And it could be that this, King's Row is just not a map that Eagles enjoy, or a map that particularly Northwestern enjoy. And that Rialto, like, flips the other way. But we won't know until the end of the maps really comes out. That being said, I do like the idea of having the Widowmaker on the attack. So if Cupapaya sticks with that, I'm okay with it. On defense, we're going to get Smoothie on the Mei again, though. And that's... I was kind of expecting this, because you have the opportunity, again, to have them sort of come to you and then trap a few heroes behind the wall, or just one or two. It's a great spot to be in as a Mei. And we'll see whether or not it's going to pay off for them. Breaker going over to the Cassidy is likely a response to the potential of a Pharah coming out on the side of the Eagles.
Yeah, they've shown that card, and they've shown the bird in the sky, but they're maybe surprised to see that there's not one there. So the Eagles will come out with this double shield, trying to give them a little bit of idea, and going to try and keep that distance a little bit more. Papaya seeing just those barriers, already knows what's up. And those will be just some initial shots, some firing salvos into the air just to see what's going on. Try to find some value. Cupapaya. Nope, there's some glass on the way. Keep looking. But Sky has taken this deep look and has gotten themselves in a great position to taking control of the space underneath them and put it to a good use. They realize they don't have to go up and brawl there. They can just play from the distance and try and force them, Northwestern, to come out and play to them. But now that they've dropped, Hemisphere will fall early. And suddenly they have to recoup. Northwestern on the back foot, trying to find any value from this in close engagement that they can. But now that the Eagles are trapped in this room, they're finally pushing their way down there, and Cupapaya has been left alone to try and find some value. They will get out alive, but with so much space has been taken already.
Yeah, they're making a lot of headway right now. Now we're going to get back to that archway where we've seen so many holes and so much skirmish happening in the past few rounds. Breaker trying to go on that flank again. We saw this happen on King's Row.
Not finding the value. That will be the Amplification Matrix, and that will be, unfortunately, falling for the Eagles, and that will be some isolation of that kicking in. That value of that Mei, finding so much of it. And you can see everybody just, it's too cold. Go on back to spawn, warm up, come back, try again, and Breaker will catch the counterpart and keep Fire as well. But do you think the Mei is getting the more value? Do you think the Eagles need to match them here in this Mei Cassidy? Do you think that's what needs to happen now?
I mean, it's just the same story as always. They're trying to be very linear about it, but there are going to be flankers coming around every now and then.
They will be flankers, you're right. Breaker has been living on that flank, and speaking of on that flank, they're taking this side path, trying to find some value, but they're already surrounded. But it's going to snow early, and all those ultimates from Northwestern are going to start to come out. Can they stop them in that room? They will. The Dragons will find one in trade. But there's just so much. It's just a small room, and there's so many projectiles coming through. The Eagles turning it back, though. Getting themselves some value out of it. Twice going to get themselves out of that just by goldening up. And Lone Ranger has absolutely come in clutch here.
Again.
Oh, Lone Ranger, again, the hero the team has been looking for. And Just gonna push in again. Just bring this Mercy on home. Lone Ranger has been an absolute standout on this off tank. Looked incredible on the Sigma. No Diva required. Oh no. Can he get one more? Can he do it? He's gonna get the map piece too. Luna has forced out the immortality field, and that's a big play within itself right there.
The sad part is that as soon as that dragon and like the aftermath had gone, they could have backed out of the hotel and just walked through the streets, and that would not have been as big of a problem. They would have given Sky a little bit more time to heal up and everyone else. And even if Northwestern then pushes in, they're putting themselves in trouble. But right now, they're in a bit of a predicament. They have a minute left, and they're already getting split off and just dismantled by this Mei wall.
No, and Breaker has found that flank again, taking those side alleyways, just getting value. Ouch moved over to that soldier, just thinks there's the range of the Widow wasn't getting value, and I would be inclined to agree there. But with less than a minute on the clock, we're stuck at A.
I'm definitely stuck. 44 seconds. I mean, it's possible, but I'm looking here at Northwestern, who have a high noon ready, close to another Lone Ranger Gravitic Flux, and there might not be enough to stop it, but the Amplification Matrix is a good opener.
No, and that will put a Breaker on the brakes themselves. Ouch will find some value, though, but Lone Ranger's got another Flux. It's time. Someone's getting dropped, and there's one more on Twice. We didn't have that, and we'll follow it up again. Lone Ranger absolutely coming in clutch for the side of Northwestern, has been an absolute standout here, and continues to lead the team just control of these maps and of these kills. Absolutely cleaning it up with just 7 seconds on the clock. Can anybody touch? Mercy does manage to make it, but unfortunately, that's going to be all it is, and Northwestern will bring it on home for Rialto.
Great play again from Northwestern. I mean, they're again showing a strong defense with the Mei. They're again showing a good offense as well. And Eagles kind of look in shambles at the moment. They're not able to execute what they want to, and every time they have a good option of execution, there's something in the way, whether it's a Gravitic Flux or a flanking Cassidy. It's always something. And it's great execution from Northwestern on those counterplays every single time. And I think a lot of what it comes down to, especially on the defense, is that you don't see the Eagles make these proactive moves themselves. It's always the move is being made by Northwestern, and Eagles are either making a different move at the same time, or they're trying to defend against it, but are only reacting and not really acting on their own.
Yeah. There's not really anything to stop a lot of these players. You know, there's no Brigitte to stop this flanking Cassidy. There's no one stopping this Sigma from really getting value. And Lone Ranger has gotten such incredible value across these last 3 maps. It's just insane. But do you think that value will continue as we go finally to yours, mine, everyone's Blizzard world? Will Lone Ranger continue to get this value on the Sigma?
I mean, yeah, there's no reason why they wouldn't be. It's just there's no reason why Lone Ranger would not get as much value on the Sigma in the first place. I mean, the only thing I can really think of is, try and run something like a Pharah, see if Breaker can actually fire against it. Because Breaker's not necessarily hitting a ton of shots. They're just getting an opportunity to free fire a lot because they're on flanks and unchecked. So either you try and counter that flank more consistently by flanking yourself, which so far Eagles have been sort of reluctant to do, or you try something else where you put them on the back foot, because that's what a Pharah will often do, where it's like, oh, we need to look at the Pharah, and then they can't look at the tank at the same time. It becomes like a split focus thing. And that could be something that helps as well. It's just, it doesn't really feel like Eagles style, which even they're Eagles, they should be taken to the sky, right?
You would think that with that name, you'd think you'd have something in the pocket. But speaking of something in the pocket, now that we're going to Blizzard World, this is probably one that a lot of these teams haven't scrimmed, and Northwestern has shown a bit more of a variety in their compositions. So what do you think Northwestern is likely to pull out here on the attack? Because we've seen this double shield that's worked. We've seen them play snipers. We've seen brawl. We've seen this poke. What do you think they're likely to bring out for this attacking point A?
I don't think much is going to change, honestly. Like, we're going to, on defense, we might see some Ashes again, might see some Hanzos come out because they've been working well. But generally, there isn't a lot of need to change, especially on the side from Northwestern. If anyone's going to change, you're going to see some more dive come out on the side of Eagles.
Of Eagles, yeah. Their dive didn't look bad. They were able to hold that end of Rialto really well. That was looking like a good settle to them. They just kind of got off on the wrong foot, and that dive may be a better statement for them to make, as opposed to trying to run this brawl again down mid and just kind of getting surrounded and punished for it.
Yeah, for sure. And yeah, we're gonna go to it. Blizzard World. It's time. This time, it's actually the map that's coming, instead of another map coming first. And as we go and Timeshare tickets actually gonna get left in. They opened the park just for us. It's nice, you
And
know.
yeah, no
It's
fast pass
great.
required. Yeah,
Yeah.
I love
Also,
it. You love to see it.
one of the few places that didn't close during COVID. Can we just, like
Yeah,
applause for Blizzard World?
yeah. I mean,
Great
they
job
managed
on
to do
them.
it. Take that,
Yeah,
Disney.
yeah.
You inferior
Whoa.
business companies here
Whoa,
apparently.
whoa. Yeah. I mean, I did hear that the janitors aren't too happy on Blizzard World. I mean, they gotta constantly like clean up all the mess that they're making because it's not just like, oh, they're throwing up a couple drinks or someone throws up. No, they're destroying the park. Like every single
Yeah,
time they
as
have
it
to
were.
blow up the balloons again. They have to do this again. Like there's a lot of work going into that, and it's just one guy. Because just one
Oh yeah,
guy
it's just the one guy.
with his broom and his cart.
It's just one
He's pretty
Omnic
annoyed
just pushing
about
his
it.
cart. Yeah,
No,
just the
it's
one
not even
Omnic,
an
just
Omnic.
push-
That's the
it's the
weird
guy.
thing. It's not even an Omnic. It's just the guy.
It's just the one poor janitor who's been there for years. He's a couple days out from
Yeah.
retirement and doing his best. But speaking of doing their best, Northwestern looking like they're going to bring out that best comp of theirs, that kind of a poke ball where they can really show off. And Eagles showing us this Ryan Zario, this kind of a deathy, I forget what they call it, the Sigma Reaper, this kind of a brawl, this hack fist, this hack comp. I like that. This is a different look from them.
Northwestern now. Trying something new with this dive. I mean, we know Hemisphere is good on the ball. We know Lone Ranger works on the Sigma, and this is a very different situation than it was on Sanctum. I can see this working for them. Hemisphere is ready. He's ready to go.
But he gets found out. That hack comes in, and Hemisphere, and the leader of those plans, is going to get found out. We'll get some backup, and well, that line is going to get a little stalled out. But meanwhile, Lone Ranger has been isolated and forced out, and the pick will get traded in. But there's pressure on the point from Northwestern. They are ready. They've got themselves an advantage, and now they're ready to push and try to get some more value here. Sky trying to find some swings, that Reaper, those shotguns, trying to find anybody. No one in sight. They can't pin anybody down here for the side of this brawl comp. The more they swing, they try. Just no one is on. Everyone is a tough to catch as flies here. And they will see Northwestern back towards point just to kind of get a reset. So it's a lucky bit of reprise for the Eagles.
And it's interesting because once they catch them, they sort of die immediately. That's definitely what's happening. It's just that you can see it in the ult charge. They aren't able to do a lot of damage outside of that.
Absolutely. And Hemisphere going way back, maybe playing a few arcade games, just trying to see if there's anybody out in the spawn, trying to catch somebody out. But ouch, they're trying to put some bullets out there. Nothing there. They've got this high ground. They've got the control. No, didn't even take anything.
His wraiths out before they could even touch him. It's great.
No, but there's the pile drive, and unfortunately, that's it. And that will open up the point right there. Smoothie trying to find some value. Pulse bomb almost ready. I don't even think they'll need it for this fight, as they have already found some value from that. Pulse bomb does get thrown, doesn't find anybody. And meanwhile, Sky has just been leading the charge quite literally and has isolated Lone Ranger again. And the CMU Eagles will look to stabilize here on this point A with a little under 2 on the clock.
Yeah, and they finally have a distinct barrier advantage because, of course, the Reinhardt shield is way more effective than the Sigma shield in terms of flexibility, in terms of health, in terms of everything, really, in terms of size. I'm not saying bigger is always better, but it's a better shield in this situation. And Hemisphere is trying, but he's being just bullied by this Reaper and this Sombra all the time, and the DPS can't really get anything going, while Lone Ranger's kind of standing there alone with 2 supports, is getting run over all the time. So there needs to be a more decisive action between the DPS and Hemisphere in particular to just delete something. They almost got Luna last time. That should be their primary target.
Yeah, they are looking, though, and Smoothie trying to rebuild that pulse bomb a little bit quick. Papaya, meanwhile, probably looking for that EMP, and that will be Mines followed by a Blade, and the ults come out, but Ouch has already cleaned up 3, and Breaker trying to do their best to clean it up, but never mind, the Eagles absolutely have gotten incredible value from Ouch alone. All that reaping has finally been able to be sowed.
Ooh, that sound barrier from Funkster, though, the fact that that gets used could come back to bite them, because there's going to be a flux. And normally I wouldn't be extremely worried about that, but it's Lone Ranger's flux. So that could be a big problem. They will have an immortality field for it, but if that's forced out, they could be in trouble.
It's going to be dependent on that immortality field, and if Lone Ranger can get this value, almost there. But never mind, Hemisphere's already down early. It's going to stall
It's one more
even
time. This has to be the big
clock.
one. Like, it has to be like the biggest flux they've had this series.
No, it's going to have to be big, and that Reinhardt shield, as big as it is running out of shield itself. So there are ultimates on the side of the Eagles. They're going to just probably throw them all down, but Ouch is looking. They know that there's someone in the back line just creeping around looking for that value as the clock ticks down. He's looking, 10 seconds
Definitely.
left remaining. Someone needs to touch. Someone needs to get there, and Lone Ranger is going to open that up. That Slam not finding anybody. Will find 2 in that Flux, though, and both Fluxes are out. And Reaper, the ouch. There's a big ouch right out there, and overtime will hit. Can anybody be there to make it in touch? The contest does come in. Sky has been isolated, but has found some value in that. And again, the Eagles swing it back as Twice just tries to keep their Reinhardt up. Sky is going deep, and it's just the Sombra and the Tracer, and that's it. The Eagles will full hold this point on, oh, the late EMP is so unfortunate, but the Eagles will hold.
And Q Papaya was just doing a really good job of hacking the flankers, hacking the Wrecking Ball. Like, Hemisphere just got nothing done that entire round. And when finally that minefield did come out, it was just immediately EMP'd. Like, no one worried about the minefield anymore. Same for the Blade. Blade was out, also got EMP'd at the same time. So that ult combo that finally had to happen, that Northwestern was sort of banking on, just couldn't go through because there was a Sombra on the field. And if that is the way to deal with Northwestern, by just having a Sombra, that's great. But this is not the comp that they run on other maps. So it worked in this instance, but it might not necessarily work. What we do know is that we're guaranteed to go to a map 5 because this can only end in a win for CMU Eagles or a draw.
Yeah, we will see even more. And I don't know about you, but this is already a treat because I didn't expect to get to Blizzard World, so I'm already excited for more. But
yeah, after that map 1, it wasn't looking great for sure. Yeah. So yeah, it wasn't looking great for Northwestern back then. But now it's looking great for Northwestern. Not on this particular point, but it's going to be a 2-2. It looks like, because not getting a tick on Blizzard World is fairly inconceivable, and we say that when we've just seen it not happen. So I don't know.
I mean, usually those poke comps look good. Usually you can pull enough attention, or you can draw enough space. But the Eagles played with discipline. They played with honor, and they played with some conviction. And now they're gonna hold this high ground, Northwestern, and they're gonna try and keep these Eagles grounded.
Is that what playing Sombra is called? Playing with honor?
Depends on who you ask, but you know.
Yeah, right. It's a little bit of a divisive topic, I think. Let's see what Papaya does with it this round, though, because they did well on the defense.
Hey, all's fair in love and war, but what's unfair is getting blocked off and having your exit cut off. So that'll cut them as they try to push up top here, and they will rotate around. Northwestern just trying to find some space down and around, and they're going to back up and let the Eagles just take that space.
They're going to go all the way around.
Yeah, this is going to be a long flank. This is it. This is the long flank. They're waiting in line.
Sombra on their own on the other side. Oh, they're going to wait for a hack.
There's the rush. There's the rush. It's coming in, and they will be running down that Orisa. They've already got pressure on the point, and now they have to touch. There's something there. Orisa is just taking shots to the face. Unfortunately, she is absolutely just trying so hard. And Sky will find that value with the shatter, leaving just the Lone Ranger there. And this is practically over, class. It's already over before it even started at this point.
Yeah, I almost wonder how the wall didn't block anyone off, but they just steamed forward over the Orisa. It took her way too long to die, actually. It was a lot of healing and sustain coming through, but man, they just did not stop rolling. And this was a really good map from the Eagles. And now we just don't know anymore. We just don't know where this is at.
Everything's there. Yeah.
Everything is just scrambled again. And we got to see a map 5. No 3-0 on this one. Not even a 3-1 on this one.
No.
For both these teams, this is a first. Because, you know, they've won 2 maps in the series. They've already, like, upped their map losses by a ton. Their map wins by a ton. And now they can take away a series win. Either of them can.
That's a big week. If you can get them, get the win and to put the first win in the books, that's a big week. But you know, is it at the expense of a 5 mapper? And as we go to Ilios here, we're back in control. We saw map 1 who had control quite then, but do you think it's going to happen again? Do you think we're going to see the Eagles bring it back for control and win it again?
It's all up in the air. Like, at this stage, it's hard to tell. I mean, they were doing well on control. But that was also due to maybe some compositional choices that were coming out on the other side. And as long as that Wrecking Ball composition isn't really a part of it, it does look really good for Northwestern still. So we'll see if they, I mean, we know what map they're going to. We'll see how they adjust to that map choice specifically. What we will do is give them a chance to go over the strategy, to give them a chance to go over the points on the next map they're going to play. They know what they're going for. They know who they're playing against. When we come back after this break, we're going to see the conclusion of the series.
Welcome back, everyone. It's map 5. You didn't think we'd be here. I didn't, but we're here. It's map 522. We've got two great teams playing it off for their first win, actually, as my understanding as this goes. So anything's possible. We're going to be on Elios. Back to control. Man of class, what do we do? What do you need to do to win this? What do you need to do to bring it home?
Play the game and do it
Important
better than
step.
the other team. Yeah,
That's
that's
it.
kind of no, but like what we've been seeing is that teamwork is like a very big difference maker in this type of situation. Where we were talking about like how flanks were poorly dealt with before, right? On the side of
Mhm.
Eagles, but then they bring out the Sombra, which throws a wrench in a lot
Yeah.
of potential plans. Because a lot of the time when we see anything being executed by the side of Northwestern, it has a few multiple parts to it. It's not just this thing runs in and make sure that everything else gets set up by it. And even when that is, they were able to hack that out with a Sombra a lot of the time. Now we go to Ilios, which is traditionally a pretty decent Sombra map, so they could pull it out again. But controls also the mode that Eagles won, where they didn't need a Sombra, they just ran it with a Symmetra the entire time, and a May as well on their own side, and they kind of did really well with that. So we could just see that. It looks like that's what's going to happen. We're just going to see the Zarya Rhine with the May and the Symmetra Zenyatta. Well, I don't think it's going to be Zenyatta. I was going to say Baptiste and Lucio. And Twice is actually going to go over to the Diva. And on the other side, we're going to see like a whole rigmarole of things, but it's looking to be the good old Lone Ranger of the Sigma, the Hemisphere on the Wrecking Ball. And they're going to keep going for this more mobile style around it. They're going to teleport to the point here on the side of Eagles. They're going to get there first. Then it's going to be up to the Wrecking Ball. We're going to get a repeat of Village. It's going to be very similar to that.
Yeah, both teams deciding if it isn't broke, don't fix it. And Northwestern will try to have to break that from the outside in. The Eagles are well positioned, just vying for that space, and the crossfires are coming in, not really finding anything, but that will be the Hemisphere going in and opening this up. The bombs come in from Echo, will not find anything, but Lone Ranger going to open it up for the side of Northwestern, as it tends to be. And finally, we're starting to see some pressure put into the point. Clock's ticking up though, 5%. Hemisphere going in with a nice big slam. Gonna get out again, just kind of make an appearance and see themselves out.
Nope.
But we'll see themselves off the ledge, unfortunately. But the damage is done. Northwestern already has control. They've isolated, they've surrounded, and they've got it. And all it cost them was a measly 19%.
Yeah, and then you start questioning what went wrong there. And I think the big difference is that there's just too many openings. They had to look at too many sides, and they didn't want to like break out and try and catch someone on the side of Eagles. And even if they tried, I mean, there's so much mobility, they wouldn't have never have gone. They would catch anybody. And now they're going to come back in. They will have their Diva ult almost ready, but that's about it. And they switched up wholesales. They're now coming in with their own Echo, their own Tracer, and a Winston.
They've decided to dive this, and the Eagles taking flight in will find Lone Ranger, but not quite complete it. Twice will, however, start it off and find it, and the rest of the Flyers from the side of the Eagles finding value, including Q Papaya, who has absolutely come up huge on this Echo, built themselves a nice, tidy bit of ultimate charges. They're just going to clean up. The Sky is just going to continue. Meanwhile, the point has continued to go, though. No one's really pressured that, and now that they finally take it back, Northwestern has the chance to try to draw this out a little bit, and they will commit the mines. Hemisphere wants to die on this point and is willing to. But given that it's just them, this may take a little bit longer than they want to. 50% and still rolling. Will get back in. Gonna try to keep themselves off from going off that ledge, but the point is flipped and that fight's over.
55% accrued though, not the Scoffab, but now we're gonna see how this works out, because the best thing about that strategy, or the execution of that, was that they dove on Lone Ranger and both of those supports. And that's usually what this comp will be like on Northwestern side. They'll have those two supports with Lone Ranger. And if you jump like 5 or 4 heroes against those 3, you usually win.
Yeah, speaking of that, the one breaker will go in on this Diva. Trying to build it up, will get the self-destruct. That will be a bomb out. Barely got it off, but will get taken back. We'll find some value, though. And Alex died to something, who knows what there off screen, but now that the monkey is angry, had to be that pulse bomb. But Breaker is finding too much value in there, and Sky trying to do their best to get somebody trapped in the corner and just keeping it even for Northwestern. They flipped it back. It's just been back and forth. No one is willing to even hold on to this the best they can.
I mean, they want to. It's just that's not really how this works with dive versus dive. Like you fight, but you don't really fight on the objective, because that's not where you thrive. You need more space than that. And then they're gonna see if this dive works again. They can just go after that Sigma once more if they can find it, and they roughly know where they will be. They'll be around that corner. You'll still see him pop up in a little bit. But Papaya gets stuck on the corner, gets out, and Funkster gets punished for trying to res it. So that's a fight on. They're not gonna be able to actually execute anymore.
No, that will be the end of that. They'll maintain control and pushing up to 90%. They'll just be kind of cleaning this up. It's going to take someone to touch. Sky trying to get out alive. Barely does, but Luna will pay for those crimes instead. And now that the clock is ticking down, can anybody make it in time? Hemisphere falling back just to contest, and that will be a touch from the Diva. But all the other ultimates are out, and that will be a rally thrown in too. Say it back, finally getting in there. And Northwestern has basically this on lockdown. Sky will get the touch and force out DVD's Transcendence. Meanwhile, can anybody really crack into this? They are in. Northwestern has dug into this point, and no one's there to make it in time. Everybody's blocking doors.
I'm just actually starting to try and find some value on that Cassidy as well. It's really a shame that the tanks got in, but just couldn't dodge all the mines and couldn't stay alive for long enough. The supports couldn't quite come in on time. But otherwise, they would have potentially be able to flip that fight, because it was actually not going that terribly for them. That being said, going over to Ruins. This is, again, where things can change in terms of what you run, in terms of composition. Acute Papaya, they're saying it again. Saying, if you're going to insist on continuously running this Wrecking Ball on control, we're just going to keep hacking you. Like, we don't have no trouble with that. Not an issue for us.
Yeah. It's worked prior. Acute Papaya has been putting in so much work all this game here in round 2 of map 5, and now with this brawl comp, they're looking ready. The Eagles are trying to get control and bring it back and get their first win for this. Meanwhile, Northwestern's going to continue to push. They found success here. They're feeling confident in it, and that confidence comes from a nice big rollout from Hemisphere, who didn't find anybody that time, but give it a minute. Meanwhile, the Sombra here trying to find a target worth hacking. Can't really find anybody. Trying to find some value. Sky taking some cover, just trying to avoid the ball, just coming in, trying to do their best protection. But their picks have been coming out, and the point is unlocked. Breaker just left alone in the skies to try to find some value, is pushing it back on the Eagles, and Eagles have gotten control of point. They will start that clock ticking, but can they hold it with this surrounding comp? Breaker forced to get out and get a little healed up, and with Luna having that Amplification Matrix ready to go, they have to find a spot. Lone Ranger will get hacked and is isolated. Can anybody peel for them? There is the Brig, but Stay It Back is punished, trying to save the Lone Ranger, and Northwestern gonna immediately flip it right back. They're just throwing haymakers back and forth at each other here. The slam comes in, trying to find some value. The peel was there, but Northwestern will finally get control of the point.
Eventually they will get it, and because they're such a pokey comp, they'll generally generate more ult charge as well. So we'll see a couple of ults come out on the Eagle side. It's not like they have nothing, but Northwestern's definitely banged. To me, they've got 5 coming up. Only Say It Back a little bit away from that rally, because obviously getting in touch to touch anybody and actually get that healing going is a bit off on the Brigitte in this situation. That's the first Gravitic Flux.
There's the first one. Doesn't necessarily find anybody, but it does set up Breaker for success, and that's what Northwestern has been very good about. But speaking of success, that is a successful pin, and Sky will get successfully punished from that also. But Northwestern, with his aggressive forward hold, has found great success.
Next, they're just going to be able to run with the minefield and a duplicate and trance as like backup in case they need it. You already see Hemisphere being in position for it. They're just going to like throw it down in this room and slam everybody up after. It's going to be a tough one to deal with.
Set up, looking for it. The Hamster looking for pellets, waiting, has found a Cassidy waiting there. That will be the slam, but Ouch has found one instead and not punished in time. The rest of the team, though, has come in, and Breaker throws down that hammer, absolutely just cleaning up the rest of it. Will clean the rest of the team off of the point while it continues to tick up. 60%. Duplicate ends, and hey, that's a team kill. 60% in calling.
They're able to set this up so beautifully. I mean, there's 2 ways they can do it. They can either try and engage early, or they can just lure them into the objective, which is like this giant pit, which Dive loves to just bounce on. And they're choosing to go for the lather or the former. Like, they can do both. They just alternate between the 2.
And Northwestern has such
EMP,
great control. Minefield? Maybe? No, nobody there. No value on it, but it has stopped them yet. The Eagles are trying to find a way through, and Breaker getting in and finding value on Ouch. There it is, but the EMP gonna put a slow into that as the rest of Northwestern College will come through, and there's no follow-up, so they will manage to get there, but the point is flipping it to a 100, and with no one there to touch, it will tick to overtime, and that is gonna be all she wrote for the Eagles. Northwestern College winning this banger of a map, bringing it up 3-2.
Yeah, that's like the biggest problem. We are talking about it earlier. It's hard. It's been hard for the Eagles to take the initiative to make a move on their own, especially if you play against a dive like that with your own like static composition or more static composition. They will always be able to move on you way easier than you move on them, because they're so much faster. They got more mobility. They got so many more tools to attack you with. It was always going to be a rough one. Northwestern, though, they had a tough first map, came back very strongly after that, lost one, but picked themselves back up on Ilios. They take away the series with a 3-2, and that means that Northwestern, after only having played one game, having one bye, and still having to play another game, like to make it up, they finally have a win on the board. First series that they get on their record, and they got to be happy about that. Eagles, not so much. They get another loss on their record, but Northwestern can now continue and try and start a win streak, because for only one win doesn't count as a streak yet.
Yeah. It's not quite a one-win streak, and there's still a lot more to go. So, fortunately, the Eagles, not the dominant predator here today, but there's always next week. And speaking of, well, not next week, but coming up soon, we have a couple more games, so we won't be here, but there's going to be some more great casters and some more great players coming down the line. Hang tight. We'll be right back for your next game very soon.
to start.
Oh yeah, Evangel did a great job getting in there, swinging around, focusing the Orisa first, trying to ensure that their shield tanks are out to allow the rest of the players some more breathing room to get in and push this Co-College roster back to their own spawn.
So, Nuke, how does MacU keep this going? Because it's a long way to the finish line from here.
Well, I think they just have to keep making big plays where they see them and be adaptive in the moment. Yes, you have to obviously follow what your team is doing, but you have to play around a structure together. If the plan falls through, make these big plays. For instance, right now we're seeing the Rip Tire. Defender has it on lock. If they're able to get 1 or 2 picks here, that could mean everything for this map. Joker trying to dive in the backline, but is going to get swept in the air, immediately caught up, and they are going to fly, so we're seeing a little bit of a steamroll coming out from the Evangels as they finally are hitting their flight.
Yeah, it looks like they might still be in this one. They've got to get these tank ultimates to find some serious value here in Defender. They've got to actually find something with this Rip Tire. It's been Co-College doing a great job to this point of actually sniffing them out and making sure they delete the Rip Tire's Bomberman into the back line, ripping up 3. Can he get a 4th? Closing it now onto the Reinhardt and onto the Ana. And it looks like this one again will send MacU packing in. Nuke, the way this one has gone, I bet Co-College just try and hold spawn again.
Yeah, did you actually know that Bomberman is going to college to be a florist?
I did not know that.
Yeah, because that was the biggest death blossom I've seen so far this evening. Packing out 3, taking out all of the Evangels in one fell swoop and stopping everything that they had behind that push. We're going to see the Rip Tire finally come out from Defender, pushing in this back line. Will it find any value? It is going to take out Alliance, and that may open the door for a little bit more opportunity for them to get in.
It might be enough. They've got to keep these discords popping on the tanks, just trying to get rid of those big HP pools. Sassy Jesus backing up now, but still has a lot of confidence. Gets shredded, though. That is the power of Discord. Sassy was at 300 HP and in a flash at 0. Backing up with the Earth Shatter like they were about to make a big play, but it suddenly turned into nothing just because of the power of Zenyatta.
Yeah, and we are going to see that massive beat get dropped on point. Bomberman and Joker trying to defend, doing everything they can. The ultimate is going to go live. They are going to try to get a hit in the backline. They're going to take out OG King Jr., and that may be it. That may be all that they have for the push. MacU still on it. Alliance is now backing up. The Coalescence is popping out. They are focusing all of the main tanks now, trying to hit the Junkrat. It will come to fruition, and Co-College, playing around 1 or 2 defenders at a time, have done it. They have held MacU before this first point, and wow, what a final fight. That was just so back and forth.
It really was, but it was just Co-College playing another beautiful round of Overwatch, doing that thing we love to see the most, backing up on defense, using the entire distance of the point that you're allowed, and they really made the most of their space, playing to that final corner on point number 1, saving their ultimates, not getting ahead of themselves in the fight, and then knowing when to put their foot to the floor on the gas pedal. They come in with 2 tank ultimates in that final fight, a sound barrier from Creed, and from there, MacU just did not have the ultimates, the health, the resources they needed to take first point.
Well, I feel like, you know, I'm looking through the notes, and it seems as though Bomberman has a tortoise named Hope. And I feel like that's the lucky charm of this match, right? Because Creed, they needed Hope. It was 2v6. It was Creed 98 and Bomberman versus all of the Evangels. And they were able to get both of their ultimates off well enough to be able to hold enough for Joker to come back, and then Alliance to come back. And then we saw the rest of Co-College slowly but surely get back to that point and halt all chances of the Evangels making it to that first point.
Well, I'm hoping the Evangels can put something strong together here. It's a fairly difficult point, first point on Rialto here, just to defend, just to attack. There's a lot of different ways they can play this, but it looks like they're again going with some comfort here, and Joker opening up on the Widowmaker had a flashy King's Row map for himself, looking to do more of the same here.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I would expect
There it is.
nothing less. There it is. Joker getting a massive headshot on MacU Hero to open up this round. And you know, the defense on Rialto is very similar to what you would see on like a Havana, right? You're pushing up to spawn doors, you're not allowing them that push, but unfortunately Macu is going to allow Co College a little bit of leg room to get them and flex out their muscles here. So Co College is not going to give that up. They're going to take it to the fullest force that they can.
And Co College should keep a good thing going here. They've got the Widowmaker sightlines about to be online here. Anytime you get in for sight and the defense is coming back from spawn, there's just nowhere to hide. It doesn't matter what you plan. This attacking team knows what's coming, and Joker, if he finds an early pick here, this one might be over.
I think it may. There it is. Right on OG King Jr. I don't know if that was the correct challenge. Getting a little bit of lag, unable to really see what's going on, but I know that they're trying to contest this final point. Pushing in now, holding is everything that they can. They still have 3 minutes left on the clock to make this happen, and I feel like they're going to do it in much less amount of time. We're seeing Champion switch over to the ball, trying to stall on point, but that may not be enough. And there it is, Co College are going to win in a 3-0 fashion, week 4 here in the NECC Navigators Division action.
Co College undefeated moves up to 4-0 here in the Navigators Division as Evangel picks up a consolation prize here to end things for us. But Nuke, Co College, they're the team to be afraid of in the Navigators Division. They held spawn. They didn't drop a single point tonight, let alone a map.
Yeah, I mean, they came out very, very dominant. It doesn't really matter, in my opinion, what division you come into, because what matters is how well you can play as a team and how well you are able to adapt on the spot. And we've seen a lot of that from Co College, both proactive and reactive plays just in this series.
Yeah, they did a beautiful thing tonight, the way they played Overwatch. I've got no tips I could even give them other than just keep it going. If you're
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, friends and family beyond the binary, hello and welcome to more collegiate NECC Overwatch action. My name is Warren Juggle-God Hammond, and joined on the mic once again by LaFon. How are you doing this evening?
Doing pretty well. Actually, I'll cop to be a little bit tired today, but I'm excited to get into some Overwatch action, which is going to be ready to wake me up in just a moment. I know that for sure. We do have some good games on the table for you. Of course, you guys just finished watching a couple of early games today. So for the last half of the show, me and Juggle God will take the mic. So as first up, Clark Red versus Colorado, Mesa is our teams in question. Juggle God, definitely getting a chance to look, of course, at our map pool here, where we're going to go for all the action today, starting off, of course, on Control.
We're going to be starting things off on Nepal, and this is going to give us an opportunity to look at a lot of brawl compositions, I think. That's going to be the name of the game for the most part. Of course, if we do end up heading to Sanctuary or the one with the big pit. Why am I blanking on the name all of a sudden? But regardless, we're going to see potentially something different. Kings Row, going to be brawl again. Havana, same thing. I think we're just going to be seeing a whole lot of brawl today. So whichever team has mastery of this composition, I think is going to come out on top.
Right. The other thing to note, that this is a 1-to-3 format, as it always is here at the NECC. You see 6 maps there, simply because if we tie on one of the hybrid maps, or then we obviously need that 6-map tiebreaker. Before that, though, Clark Esports, there's the roster on screen across the board. So we're excited to see what they can bring to the table as they face up against their opposition in Colorado Mesa, which, again, there you go. There's the roster that you highlight out. And I mean, coming into this, the one thing we have to always talk about is players to watch out for. And for both these squads, I'm going to say it's the tank, right? You highlighted Brawl as being an opportunity for, the expectation considering the map pool we have in play. As such, leading from the front, quite literally, is the tank role. So eyes on the tanks here specifically to see how well they can perform in the head-to-head matchup.
That's always where my mind goes as well. Right to the tanks. They're going to be telling you well, I wouldn't say like the lion's share of the story, but you're going to get a very good idea of what exactly is going to be happening. So I can't wait to see, or rather, how these teams are going to take the engagement. Right, that's what the tanks are going to tell you. So excited to see how they're going to match up and how exactly they're going to play that and set up the playing field, as it were, for the rest of the team.
Getting set, we'll see what those stylistic choices are, though, to herald that opportunity, as you highlighted. Of course, we are going to get ready on Sanctuary as our first option, first sub-map. Getting in, and actually, we're going to see that Brawl coming in early, right? So there's the teleporters we can see coming out from the Symmetras. Get to the point a little bit quicker. Obviously, the turrets will be able to slow things down just a little bit. And then in the remaining play, it's going to be a lot of just about keeping the tanks up with the Baptiste and obviously speeding around with Lucio. So definitely going to be a bit of a question of how Icy Cold and Savitra face up against each other. These two tanks will have to be on the Reinhardt at their very best as we are here underway on Nepal's Shrine. Map number 1 is underway.
Both teams likely going to be teleporting to point, trying to get there before the other. Likely going to end up at the same time. Going to see Clark Red rather, opt to go towards the elephant, towards statue to start their engagement, taking a slightly different approach. Icy Cold Shield going down very low right now. Savitra's looking just as worn and weathered as well. Going to go down, so now Colorado Mesa has to just hide behind this pole right here. That's going to allow Clark Red to start to move in, but with a pick coming in, that's not going to be the case. Colorado Mesa going to start to push forward with impunity and dismantle what is left of Clark Red.
Something to highlight there for Colorado Mesa is that they tried to, or sorry, I should say Clark Red, tried to set up the off angle on that elephant statue as you highlighted. But the big issue with that is it funnels you into a tiny choke. What you really need is then your castle to set up that off angle play to shoot behind the shields. They're going to open up with the symmetric photon barrier to give themselves some space to walk in, but that Ant Matrix doing a lot of work to prevent it.
That it did, but it's not going to prevent the Deadeye from still landing. Beagle out of the fights. They're low as well. And with that, Clark Red going to take this point just as quick as they lost it.
It's a little bit more efficient on their re-aggression there, and they start off the fight very quickly. They don't really allow Colorado Mesa an opportunity to have the mental reset of the last fight. So, you know, it's a little bit of an off-tempo retake, and it works out for them as they get in really early. Now we're walking into sort of the next contest, and Clark Red, weirdly, despite losing that first fight, is ahead in the ult charge. Keep an eye out on Icy Cold, who has the Shatter available, significantly ahead of their opposition.
That they are, but with just a couple of swings, they could land it, but it's not going to happen. Icy Cold going to land theirs first. Fire Strike to end Sir Lully. And now we've got a trade in the works as well. Lab Monkey down, and they had the beat as well, so it's just this immortality field keeping people up, but the Fire Strike from Icy Cold is red hot.
And I mean, that's just that identification of recognizing that you have a superior ult battle, or sorry, ult percentage over Icy Cold with the bigger tank play. Walks around the corner, lays down 3 with the Shatter, and beat or not, at that point, it's almost too late. And obviously the tail end of that clears up with the Fire Strike 3K. And what that means is that is a significant advantage. Icy Cold has the Shatter again.
Yeah, we're going to start things off with a self-destruct. Savitra doing everything they can to make sure that Fire Strike's not going to land, but it does once again. And with that, the cleanup starts, and Clark goes on to another fight win.
Sometimes it's as simple as there's no shield, hit Q, and that's exactly what Icy Cold does, and that wins the fight. Nothing else to be used there. And beyond that, Colorado Mesa don't even get the point back. So Clark Red doing a fantastic job of slowing things down. Here in this next engagement, it's going to be all about sort of kiting this Ant Matrix for Clark Red if they want to close out the round. They have all the tools to do so: self-destruct, photon barrier, and sound barrier to defend against that aggressive incoming damage. So eyes on the counterplay to this Ant Matrix.
Gonna be an Amp Matrix committed early on. Mr. Jellybean doesn't have theirs in response, so it's gonna be the Photon Barrier eating the majority of that damage. Mumei now pops the Deadeye. That's gonna call a Colorado Mesa to back up, but they don't back up quick enough. The Deadeye lands, and with that, Clark Red holds again and will take this first sub-map on Nepal.
Clark Red just playing smart Overwatch. They're playing correct Overwatch in terms of how they cycle their resources, in my opinion. Exactly as I kind of highlighted, it went down, right? Use the Photon Barrier to deny the Ant Matrix. Its true value of, you know, non-Fire Strike abilities, really. And then zone out with the Self-Destruct, zone out with the Deadeye. Don't even need the Sound Barrier. And Clark Red are the beneficiaries of the first round as a result. We now move to Sanctum, that overground, or sorry, the death hit point, if you will. And it looking like a little bit of a difference of opinion, a difference of style here. One team going with the double shield in Clark Red, Colorado Mesa, trying to play a little bit more brawl-oriented as they bring the Roadhog out to play.
We're also going to see a little bit of a disparity in the support line as well. Headhunter on the Ana, whereas Mr. Jellybean sticking with that Baptiste. They've got the Baptiste and Lab Monkey, so not only do they have death prevention, but they've got death correction as well. So Clark Red going to have a lot of sustain with this composition. Chromadon gonna have to watch for them in the air as well. Colorado Mesa may have just kind of sealed their fate here, going into this tiny area where they could just rain in rockets, and that is exactly what happens. Chromadon picks up 2.
Sometimes they explode. That's 2 nice sleep darts from Headhunter, but it's not going to do anything for this fight because at this point in time, big halt, big hook, or concussive blast, and on top of that, you don't even get the hook off onto Mr. Jellybean, who is healthy and hale. One player down is going to be Chromadon, but that's going to be reset very swiftly, and as you say, that's going to be point unlocked and captured by Clark Red, who slow down that fight sufficiently that they're able to get the objective in play. Now, this is going to be very difficult to assail into. Walking into a far-on retake is very hard, and on top of that, you have to push through the double shield as well. Icy Cold is going to have aggressively to prevent angles for the tanks of Colorado Mesa.
Yeah, Colorado Mesa, you know, they're not even getting the benefit right now of having Savitra on the Roadhog. That doesn't really come until you get closer to the point, right? And Clark Red right now also doing just a fantastic job of kiting away from this damage. They're making Colorado Mesa expend so many resources just to try and get close, and they're not even able to do that.
The big issue here, the big issue here is that Colorado Mesa needs to set Savitra on an off angle. The Roadhog does not play in with the rest of the team. There's another big concussive blast going to knock off 2, and that's going to be a full reset here. And As long as they don't get the point over, yeah, that's it. That's done. The fight's done and dusted. And you don't even need to use that many ultimates. It's just the Bob that was put into play and the Supercharger, my mistake. Colorado Mesa now going to make some adjustments as well. They should. And something they're going to need to achieve is Savitra needs to play away from the team. You don't play the Roadhog as sort of a frontline bruiser. It is sort of that off-angle flanker with a high health pool that you get behind the shields and try and go for a hook play. Something that's going to need to be an adaptation if Colorado Mesa wants to equalize this map.
And so far, they're still going for this frontline hog, so this is going to be a very tough thing for them to do. Ramadan has the barrage ready to go, but it's going to be the amplification matrix from Mr. Jellybean that strikes first. That's going to cause Colorado Mesa to just back up and wait. All thrown out, but the barrage was there, but so was the hook. Icy Cold still good for a couple, though. Colorado Mesa, despite getting a pick on a Ramadan, not in the best position. They're going to start to fall like flies.
And this might actually just be the round ended. 10%, you're looking at who can contest. It's going to be scattered and harried. Not a full 6 setup. And, I mean, they're switching to Orisa here is Savitra. It might be a little too late. I don't know that anyone can touch the objective.
I'm not sure. Headhunter's going to try. They're going to get body blocked at the end by the Orisa. And with that, Clark Red takes the first map.
I want to highlight something from Clark Red is I talked about the end of the first round, how they're playing just correct Overwatch, right? There's oftentimes you don't get a chance to sort of say a team is playing the game the right way. Here's that, by the way, that flank shatter that somehow gets 3 over the wall. A little unfortunate for Colorado Mesa, but Icy Cold will take the shatter. You know, they're playing the correct way of their composition. Their setups are smart. Their rotations are smart. Their identification of which targets to focus is smart. And as a result, they're just shutting out their opposition on map number 1. To be fair, right, that is just map number 1. It is control. It does play around that central objective. As we head into our further maps, then perhaps there could be that adaptation coming into play. But as of right now, you have to say that Clark is just doing a fantastic job of identifying their win conditions and then executing on them.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And they're not leaving any room for Colorado Mesa to breathe, much less get to point. As we move into our next map, that's going to be Kings Row, the classic brawl-style map, and I'm not sure if we're going to see much of a change, even despite the change in the outcome, despite the change of map styles. You know, in this case, we saw just how strong the brawl was in comparison, rather Clark Red's brawl was in comparison to Colorado Mesa's.
Yeah, and I think the other thing we can kind of highlight is the flexibility of Clark Red here too, right? Because Colorado Mesa, yeah, they showcased the brawl comp, looked okay. I think they had some moments where they just misidentified some of the alt timings, and what that really meant is that it was a sudden snowball swing in the opposite direction. You know, that shatter, the fire strike through the ant matrix just gives you shatter back. Like, how are you supposed to really respond to that? It's 100-0 difference. It's tough, right? So that's not really a shutdown of the of Colorado Mesa's tanks so much as an identification that Clark Red is playing very well around their cooldowns. But again, I talked about this at the end of Control, in that Control plays around that central objective. You're sort of forced in a head-to-head matchup. Here, now there's a very definitive one side is approaching the other team, right? The attackers have to face off against the defenders. With that tempo change, with that force change due to the map geometry, perhaps Colorado Mesa will be able to take fights a little bit more efficiently and give themselves a little bit more sustain in these mid-fights, which I think they've kind of been lacking in map number 1.
I think that could very well be the case. You know, despite the fact that we're going to see essentially the same compositions come at each other, they're going to be executed differently on a map like this. We're going to have Colorado Mesa Badger hovering over the Widowmaker, likely for just 1 or 2 shots out from the spawn, then swapping back over to something else, likely a Cassidy. That's what I would put my money on. But Mume on the Reaper, I'm going to be interested to see how this plays in comparison to the May.
A lot more frontline brawl, obviously, right? This is a little bit more mobile from Clark Red in terms of how they can approach the fight. They have the Diva, so flanks will be a little bit more of an issue. Absint's going to have to play a lot more carefully around that Reaper, keep the tank up in play. However, obviously it's going to be dueling May. If you can get that wall and isolate the front line, should go well for Colorado Mesa.
It certainly should. If they can close the gap, get that May into play, isolate the tank or anybody really on that opposition, that's going to be tremendous. They're looking for that opportunity right now. Sir Lolly dropping back to see if they can catch a flanker. In the meantime, Badger is able to take out Mume. Demo going down very low. They're going to be demeched after a stun. Amplification Matrix out from Headhunter. And with that, Colorado Mesa has 1 tick on the board, likely 2, and I don't think there's any chance of the third not coming to fruition.
Yeah, Badger with the hero play there just picks up one. Icy Cold with a Shatter lays down a ton, but follow-up damage simply isn't there, and even if it was, the sound barrier does enough. A lot committed by the defense on a fight that they'd already lost. You're looking at 3 ultimates there committed, or 2 ultimates, I should say, the Ant Matrix and the Shatter, buying perhaps at most about a couple of seconds worth of time. There's the payload unlocked, and Colorado Mesa are more than willing to trade the sound barrier for that point victory. Now, this is going to be a little bit more. This is going to be a little bit harder for Clark Red to approach if they don't isolate Badger. You can see there the poking coming from Mr. Jellybean behind the shield as the Infrasight sort of forces a little bit more of a passive play from the defensive end of things. Yeah, and Colorado Mesa don't have a lot to work with, but they're close to those ultimates. So they want to force this early poke stage to be a little bit longer than expected to try and get that Graviton Surge and Shatter online, try and close things out.
Ooh, Badger going to be spotted out on a long hallway, nowhere for them to back up except for back, and that wasn't good enough. Shatter going to be blocked by Icy Cold, but the Death Blossom lands in a massive way. Huge play coming out from Clark Red.
Big combo there. Icy Cold sets up just aggressive play by the front line there of Icy Cold and Demo, who take all the aggression, really put pressure on Colorado Mesa's backline, so Headhunter is forced to use... Oh no, this is going to be a fight ended. This fight's just over.
Huge heads-up play coming out from Icy Cold. The charge to the Shatter. That's going to lay out Colorado Mesa and stop them in their tracks.
The ride's no longer there. The Shatter gets laid out, and sometimes you can see a fight happening in slow motion, and unfortunately, Colorado Mesa, they were on the receiving end of that one. Now, that's going to be the full reset here. Coming in, another charge back. The Graviton here is going to be a big difference maker, though. If you can sort of count out the beat, if you can, draw it out and then eliminate the Immortality Field, and perhaps there's an opportunity here. But Clark Red, they just have to sustain through the Graviton Surge, and then they have all the tools to return in the fight, specifically the Amplification Matrix.
They've also got Demo on the Diva, so there's entirely a possibility that it's going to get eaten here. We're going to see the Immortality Field committed early by Headhunter. Flash comes in, but it's going to be the Fire Strike landing, and with that, Clark Red's entire backline is demolished. Colorado Mesa going to be able to win this fight.
Yeah, not a lot of respect shown to that Ant Matrix of Headhunter there by Clark Red, and as a result, that Fire Strike just gets value, and on top of that, Badger taking an off angle yet again, comes in with a shot on to the Baptiste, and assisted by the Ant Matrix, but at that point, not even necessary as it was a headshot. So that's going to be the cart rolling into the third phase of King's Row with a healthy time bank remaining. And Badger, while sort of an unsung hero by us, has been rather efficacy. Their efficacy has been quite high with the Widowmaker, taking yet another angle as Mume is forced to counter out on the Widow.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Well, Badger is out of the fight now, so they are aware of the swap at this point, no doubt. But we've got a handful of ults for each of these teams right here. Immortality Field committed early on, so Lolly has to drop into the ice block as well to stay afloat. Mume going down very low from some pressure, but at this point, we're going to see back off and regroup, at least momentarily, from Colorado Mesa to get some abilities back. Self-destruct thrown in, it catches 2. Headhunter and Savitra are down, so Clark Red will be able to hold.
That is going to be the full reset. Something amusing that happened in the last engagement is both Rhines shattered into their respective shields within fractions of a second of each other. So just an amusing little exchange there. The Widowmaker here is a bit of a bold play. I think at this point, if you're the opposition, or sorry, if you're the offense, you want to be playing a little bit quicker, not allow Mume, opportunity to sort of set up with these shots. And so I would, if I was Badger, I'd probably play like the Cassie or something. Here's that Deadeye, speaking of, just to force the back line all the way back. Badger with a great pickoff, putting me to shame right away.
They're going to open things up a little bit more for Colorado Mesa. Fire Strike again, the Graviton Surge eating everything going wrong for Colorado Mesa at the moment. Sound barrier committed by both sides. Clark Red continuing their onslaught, taking out a couple more members. Shatter is going to end it, though, in favor of Clark Red.
We talked about the tanks going to need to come out big here, and so far Clark Reds have listened to the call quite significantly, as that was just a great denial by Demo. And then Icy Cold, patience of just the absolute patience there to wait out the shield, wait out the barriers too, the projected barriers of the Zarya, to give the opportunity to lay down the shatter and just close that fight out. Really well done by the main tank.
Speaking of well done, Badger impressing me with a headshot onto Mume. Shatter ready for Savitra. Got to go right into the shield of Icy Cold. Self-destruct committed now. Not going to find anything, but Icy Cold is going to start cleaning up once again for Clark Red.
I mean, that's a play that's drawn up quite easily, right? Set the self-destruct into the back line while the Rein is forced to sort of turn. Again, the immortality field no longer available from Headhunter. So while the Reinhardt's back is turned to block the self-destruct, charge in a way, and it took down Sir Lolly in that sense, but it also put Savitra on the back foot. So you had to you lost the fight just by that engagement. Well done by the defense.
Absolutely. Maywall going to be a whiff this time around from Sir Lolly. Shatter ready once again for Icy Cold. Immortality field has to be committed by Headhunter. The Shatter lands right as the Immortality field expires. And with that, Icy Cold is going to open things up once again for Clark Red and shut it down for Colorado Mesa.
So Icy Cold making a strong, attempt at being the player of the match for this series through two maps, right? They've kind of said, this is my series that we're playing in. What are you going to do about it? And so far, it has sort of revolved around the main tank of Clark Red in terms of how this game is played. 40 seconds remaining. Again, 4:15 is what they started off with on the third phase. And please keep an eye out for the Lab Monkey. Don't let this get eliminations.
Oh my gosh. They're going to back up at the last moment. Amplification Matrix committed. That's going to cause Chromadon to kite away, but they're still able to find Beagle right as they're getting that sound barrier off. Absent now with another Graviton Surge. Demo still in mech, but it's not going to be eaten this time around. Icy Cold going to be able to swing through it no matter what. And with that, Clark Red poised to hold here. Just a few more members of Colorado Mesa to take care of. And after that Shatter, I don't think anyone's left.
Nope, no one's going to touch. That's going to be the time ticking away, and Clark Red will hold on third. And for what was a weak first and second point for Clark Red, they stepped up in a big way on that third phase to give themselves the hold. Again, they started off that objective with 4 minutes and 15 seconds faced against them and drew it out, made it look easy in the final stages. And again, really just a bit of a case of the Reinhardt walking forward and saying, what are you going to do about it? And for Colorado Mesa, the response was not much, as they now head to their defense to try and stymie Clark Red's relentless pursuit of victory here.
Exactly, and Clark Red has just done a tremendous job so far. They've set the goal line now in the sand, right? So Colorado Mesa has a very hard cutoff. They can't let them get even close to completing this map in full. Clark Red hovering over something very interesting in spawn. I don't think this is going to last, though, but I could be proved wrong. We're going to see Colorado Mesa, though, take up a very standard composition, except this time with Badger on the Soldier 76.
Something I'd like to highlight, just tangentially about Clark Red before they inevitably switch to something else, is that this composition, I will say, dive with the Wrecking Ball is very, very popular on Kings Row on offense. So having a highly mobile composition is not a surprise. The Winston's a little bit, this comp is a little less efficient in its victory conditions as the Wrecking Ball one, but it could also be a case of comfort comp with that high tempo. That being said, the aerial threats are fairly low, or the counters to the aerial threat are fairly low for Colorado Mesa. Badger will have their work out for them, and even so, Sir Lolly caught out yet by the Pharah. You can see how much damage is being rained in by those rockets.
Yeah, just a tremendous amount. Absent is going to take some as well. That's going to prompt the Immortality field to come out maybe a little earlier than Colorado Mesa had hoped. And now with so much damage coming in from Chromadon, they're going to be forced back into this corner. Mume taken out by Badger. Nice headshot coming in there. That is going to cause Colorado Mesa to back up just a little bit.
I mean, walking through Hotel here, though, this is, you don't want to all collect together because that's where Chromadon's going to find a ton of success. You can see Badger quickly realizing that, walks back out with the rest of their team. And now Clark Red doing a good job of just grinding time off, or sorry, Colorado Mesa, pardon me, are doing a great job of grinding time off the clock. Early Immortality field might be a mistake, though.
Yeah, that's definitely going to allow for the aggression to come now. And with that, it's gonna be Clark Red coming away with this first point capture. A couple of exit kills, though, in favor of Colorado Mesa. It might not be over, but the spawn's certainly gonna be in their advantage.
Actually, that's a good Earth Shatter. Badger comes back in, and now you bought a little bit of time, and you only give up a tick. There might be the respawns coming in. Mume, yeah, has to back out. You're gonna force more ultimates here out of Clark Red.
That you are. This, wow. Gonna see Icy Cold get out with barely a sliver of health. Now Badger popping the tac visor as well off the back of that amplification matrix. That's gonna be a very well played hold coming out from Colorado Mesa, but it's gonna be Clark Red pouncing now with Icy Cold in the lead. Ramadan has the barrage ready to go. The sound barrier is starting to expire, looking for that to come down soon. Here it is, the immortality field there though. That's gonna save them. Badger gonna be able to pick Ramadan out of the sky. And with that, Colorado Mesa primed to hold once again.
Yeah, here's the thing. There's a small opening of opportunity for Clark Red to walk back in with the nano. They need to use it now, I think. There it is. It's going to be applied to Icy Cold, but it's too little too late. Big shutdown by Sir Lolly, who froze out Icy Cold. And now Clark Red have kind of lost their initiation opportunity. Mume on the flank is going to get a body shot, but is swiftly returned to be a little bit more cautious after their health goes down to a very, very low moment. And now Colorado Mesa, with 1:35 left, are back in control of this map. They have the Blizzard to slow things down as well.
Yeah, that could be, once again, the difference maker. We're going to see Icy Cold go completely around that amplification matrix. Big anti-nade comes in. That's going to cause so much damage, but we're seeing Badger fight back now with this tac visor. He's getting booped around. Can he find a little bit more? The res is going to come in onto Chromadon, but in the meantime, Demo's taken out. Shatter lands from Savitra, but the damage is already done. Clark Red coming away with this point. Sound barrier committed, though, as a couple of members are coming back, but it's not going to be enough to hold on.
Yeah, this time around, the wave of inevitability is certainly there. Couple eliminations. Lab Monkey will not let Chromadon go down this time around, and as the Cryo Freeze wears off, so too does Sir Lolly. That's gonna be the reset here, and still remarkable stuff from Colorado Mesa. You know, they won a fight that they traditionally would have had no business winning, you know, considering if we look at the grand history of Overwatch. Those are not often fights you take and succeed in, but identifying that there was a win available. The second time around, it was close to. I think if they had perhaps Badger in play instead of Beagle at the very end, with the more damage throughput, perhaps there was opportunity. But that is, of course, only a history pass. Now, Sir Lolly with the Blizzard. If they can deny Chromadon the flank and the damage, they have an opportunity. There's that elimination, though.
Yeah, with your headhunter out of the fight, those big heals nowhere to be found. The Blizzard might stymie some of the bleeding, but I don't think it's going to change the fate of this fight, especially after Chromadon's barrage lands.
Yeah, it's going to be elimination. Again, yeah. Right as I say, but keep an eye out on Chromadon. He gets an elimination. That's going to be good moving forward. So, big elimination there by Badger. I don't know if they can resurrect it. They have to. Yeah, they're going for the bubble. They early commit. There's the resurrection to Mime as well. So, still, you force that out, and now, I mean, that's one cooldown off the table. Colorado Mesa still an opportunity as the Graviton is back in play.
We're going to see the Primal Rage come out, seeing if they can keep everybody away from the point. It's only going to do that for so long, though. Oh, no. Graviton Surge eaten again by Demo. They've got absence numbered tonight. Chromadon connects for a pick, but it's going to be Colorado Mesa coming back at the very end, holding on the back of a huge tac visor from Badger.
That's 4 ultimates committed, though, by Colorado Mesa. And with Clark Red switching composition wholesale, I mean, you've essentially equalized here, right? In that sense, it's going to be an even fight now. That being said, it's 1:23. So Colorado Mesa, Savitra, this is your time to step up. If this Shatter lands, you're forcing last fight territory. And you're going to see that flank angle set up as they try for an Earth Shatter play around the corner.
Oh, this could be it. This is either this is a make it or break it moment, and they've been spotted out. The Shatter goes straight into a shield. Now Savitra's in trouble. Immortality field has to be committed by both sides. Icy Cold shield, though, in desperate shape. It's going to go down to just a sliver of health. Clark Red going to back off and give it a little bit of space while they regroup and try and decide how they want to approach it this time.
Lab Monkey identifies Badger on the flank, too, so that's going to be another player taken off that off angle. Icy Cold, a ton of damage eliminated. Oh! That's a big pin.
Absolutely massive with Icy Cold out of the fight and out of the picture. it's going to be Colorado Mesa with an opportunity, but Beagle has gone down as well. Now Clark Red has an opportunity to push onto them. They're going to be able to take the tempo at their time. Deadeye comes out. It's going to catch Lab Monkey because there's no shield nearby. And with that, Badger takes another fight. And now Clark Red are looking in desperate shape.
Colorado Mesa may have just given themselves the win condition off of that really, really good play by Savitra there. The pickup with the pin from goat to hero in that final engagement. And now it's down to desperation touch. It's gonna be Lab Monkey getting there first.
It's going to be them getting there first, but it's going to be such a scuffed fight here. We already see Icy Cold Shield going down to next to nothing. That's going to be a quick fight win coming out from Colorado Mesa. They're going to even up this series at 1 apiece.
Yeah, that's a really, really good recovery from Colorado Mesa here on map number 2. Just, a really, really strong play on their defensive side of things. Winning fights that had no business winning, first of all, and then a good individual play at the very end from a player that made a mistake the fight prior to give themselves that victory. Really good stuff. I think that's something that, when you have to talk about a player's mistakes, right? Because they do happen, obviously, players are human. What ends up coming to the fore is how do they recover after that? And I think Savitra recovered in a big, big way. Massive props to the tank player there as they take the even 1-1 series scoreline as we're finished or after 2 maps. So we have very much, as casters like to say, a series on our hands here at the end of 2. Juggle God, really surprised by the turnaround by Colorado Mesa, but incredibly pleased to see it.
As am I, and it was decisive as well. They had a very strong hold around Kings Row, and Clark Red really just caught without an answer to it.
Yeah.
But at that, we're going to throw it to a very short break. Stick around. There's going to be more action coming your way, and you don't want to miss this series. Welcome back, everybody. We have got a series on our hands tonight, as it is often said. 1-1 the scoreline between Clark and Colorado Mesa right now. And this is going to be an exciting one, I think, especially considering where we're headed next.
This is gonna, yeah, this is interesting because the head-to-head, I think, of the tanks has been impressive. As we get a quick look at our map pool, Escort is going to be number 3, so it is Rialto we are headed to next. Yeah, the one thing is that the main tank head-to-head, I think, has been significantly dominated by one player. I think Icy Cold has stepped up in a big way, but that's not to say that the opposition has not had their impressive moments. As Savitra came to play in King's Row, a big reason why they were able to turn that map in their favor at the very end. So I'm looking forward to see how that changes up here on Rialto. If we're going to see that Reinhardt continue to be played, or if there's going to be a bit of an adaptation move towards the more mobility-based compositions that we saw tested on King's Row by Clark Red.
Yeah, I think we absolutely could see that. I feel like, you know, running on dive on King's Row is much less standard than running it here on Rialto, right? It's a very reasonable thing to do here, right? And you know, that maybe says I feel like it's unreasonable to run dive on King's Row, which it's not, but it's just much less seen. But it's not going to be what we see from Clark Red on the defense this time around. They are opting for the double shield.
Yeah, the other thing to highlight, of course, is that they do have a substitute in double sold for Mume. So looking like a double projectile being what this composition is most known for. Mume obviously playing a little bit more of that hit scan in previous rounds. So, yep, definitely interested to see how the Hanzo Pharah works out compared to perhaps the Cassidy or the Widow, or even the Ashe in certain cases. But Ramadan over the top, the pocket's in play, and already Badger taking a ton of damage as a wayward arrow strikes flesh, and the rocket will clean things up right after that, and Clark Red off to a raring start.
That they are. I am gonna be. I wouldn't be surprised to see Badger opting for something else. But although there's really not anything better for taking care of a Pharah, I don't think, than a well-placed shot to the dome from a Widowmaker. Good to see Sir Lolly lose their footing right there. Chromadon gonna be able to pick up another, and with that, like you said, Clark is off to a rip-roaring start here on defense.
And that's, I mean, here's the big issue, is the tanks now have to walk around a choke point into the double shield. I think we're going to see some changes from Colorado Mesa. Going over to the Cassidy, Badger over the Soldier, a little bit more mobility, a little bit more, you know, a bigger, it's easier to take off angles here and dodge the damage more swiftly. Big concussive blast, and Badger really not having the most enjoyable experience on Rialto so far.
No, Clark Red seems to be stinging from their defeat on King's Row. They want to see if they can nip this in the bud right from the start for Colorado Mesa. Chromadon able to get that barrage online as well, and Icy Cold not far behind them.
Here's the thing, Supercharger's going to be, oh my god, look at the check marks on Clark Red's side. That's a lot.
Yeah, that is. We're going to see that sound barrier committed now by Beagle. Amplification Matrix out as well. Couple of picks already on the board. Demo trying to keep away the aggression coming out from Colorado Mesa right now. Mr. Jellybean back in the fight from a res, but in the meantime, it's going to be Lab Monkey and Chromadon following. Colorado Mesa has the momentum now and will likely get first point without another contest.
Yeah, that was scattered by Colorado Mesa, but it ends up working just because they trade 1-for-1 every single time. And even with the Resurrect, they're able to eliminate it right at the very end. So the card's just going to roll into first. Remarkably uncontested, considering how much control Clark Red had over the objective. So well done to steal away that fight by Colorado Mesa.
Absolutely. They spent everything in the bank, which means Clark Red going to get a nice defense here in this building. But crucially, Colorado Mesa has made it past the bridge, so that's the toughest spot for them to get by. But that might not be the case when there's a barrage coming in. Beagle taken out, but they are traded. Now we got the TAC visor online as well from Badger. Is it going to be able to find anything else, or is this where Colorado Mesa stops? They're going to be able to keep the cart moving as Clark Red has opted to back up, at least for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, the barrage does not actually get a ton. This time around, though, poor Beagle.
Yep.
Gonna get killed again there as the Matrix sort of fades away. And now there's no speed. Big concussive blast doesn't quite knock everyone off the map, but buys a little bit more space for Clark Red to take positioning.
They're going to launch the Dragon Strike through Clark Red. That's going to push Colorado Mesa now into this building. Icy Cold's got a monopoly on this door right now, though, and that's going to make it very difficult for Colorado Mesa to push out. Badger taken out as well. Chromodon now has a lot more room to work, but the self-destruct from Absent is present. And with that, Colorado Mesa continues to stomp through Rialto.
Yeah, that was just, again, a pin by Savitra, who now, I mean, Chromodon contesting the objective, going to be eliminated. Does that buy enough time for the team to reset? There is, of course, the fact that the Cassidy no longer in play by Colorado Mesa. Ant Matrix trying to defend damage here.
They are going to be able to get back to it in time. Shatter's gonna land, though, from an off angle after the Gravitic Flux. And with that, Colorado Mesa will be taking this second stage of Rialto.
Yeah, Chromodon may have bought enough time for a first or for an early reset here. I'd like to see there's a change up by Clark Red, because one of the things that they're kind of lacking in these mid fights is the fact that they get one elimination. Colorado Mesa is actually doing a remarkable job of kiting away the damage for the follow-up. We see players lose a ton of their HP, but there's no real final blows, and Clark Red, as a result, has been on the back foot the entirety of Rialto.
You know, and one of the things is they have to keep kiting back just because of the nature of their composition, but that's not stopping Colorado Mesa. You know, the fact that they're taking all this poke damage, they're continuing to find the advantage here. So Lolly on an off angle now is going to get the stun onto Badger, but they've got enough with them to help them survive. Icy Cold now uses the Fortify to start to push forward, see if they can do a little bit of damage. Trying now to use the Halt to keep some of that aggressive Ryan Hammer swing away and at bay, but it's going to be the Tack Visor that starts to get value, and the self-destruct continues, but a couple of picks coming out for Colorado Mesa. The res is in, though, for Clark Red. Sound barrier now committed by Beagle. Colorado Mesa doesn't want to let this one go, despite a couple of picks coming in favor of Clark and them having the spawn advantage. Amplification Matrix now committed, but Demo finds Headhunter in the mix of it all. And with that, Colorado Mesa may have to abandon the card as the respawns are back.
Yeah, with Absent getting demeched here as well, that is also going to herald the end. And I mean, they're not done yet. This might actually be the attempt for the Shatter by Savitra here.
Yeah, they have come right back in this. Chromodon able, though, to find Absence on an off angle. That is going to be Colorado Mesa resetting.
Yeah, the one thing I highlight, of course, is that calling the ends of fights has been somewhat of a difficulty, shall we say, in this matchup. The teams choose not to full reset quite frequently. But that one does, of course. A 6v3 is a little too much even for these teams. Here's Shatter, obviously 2 shields, but once they break, opportunity available for Savitra.
They're going to have to wait, though, because so much damage is coming in from the Supercharger. And with the shield going down, Savitra finds the Shatter. The Supercharger's still up, though. The sound barrier has to be committed. Sir Lolly out of the fight, though. And with Doppel on an off angle, they're not going to make it. They get taken out by Badger. Colorado Mesa coming back in this, despite a couple of early picks. Chromodon good for 1 on the Junkrat, but Badger's Tack Visor is coming in huge until Chromodon finds them. This could be Clark Red holding again at the last moment.
Chromodon with some absolute heroics there on the Junkrat, swiftly changing over, has a Riptire already. Not only do they get 3 eliminations, they dodge the tactical visor, the literal aimbot of Badger, long enough to, put the spam in that Badger has to run into it. So a literal hero in that fight is Chromodon that keeps this payload from completing on Rialto third. And now, I mean, you have to keep an eye out on Riptire. That is a very explosive ultimate that can be brought to the fore by Clark Red at this point.
Oh, it absolutely is. That can hit harder than a barrage, I think, at times. We're going to see a lot of this chip damage starting to come in. Here comes the Riptire now. Chromodon has loosed it, looking for an opportunity or a target. There's the Immortality Field. They go towards it. In the meantime, it's able to be picked off by Clark Red. Lab Monkey, speaking of picking off, has found Sir Lolly as well. This defense from Clark Red looking pretty good at the moment. I think this might be Colorado Mesa needing to back up, but no, they push forward. Badger good for a pick on their Doppelsoul. Savitra now looking for more opportunity. They back this bunker into a corner now, and that is not where they'd like to be. Chromodon, very short on health at the moment, meets their demise at the end of a rocket hammer. And with that, Colorado Mesa looking primed to capture this point. Just a few meters to go, and that'll do it.
That is remarkable stuff from Colorado Mesa, because they not only do they lose that first pick to Clark Red, they also lose their Immortality Field, but they're quick on the draw, I think, with the quite literally with the Cassidy, as they turn the corner after the elimination comes in. And I think Clark Red, their guard was let down a little bit. They thought that, hey, it's a 5v6. Colorado Mesa is going to play a little bit more passively, try and wait for their respawn to come in. But no, once that Riptire was eliminated, even with the disadvantaged players, Colorado Mesa just pressed forward with the Ant Matrix, and Headhunter, coupled with the rest of their squad, were able to just run down Clark Red and caught in a corner. As you said, that composition of the double shield not able to provide value. And again, another sound barrier from Beagle, who has applied a lot of them in this map, gave them the sustain they needed to clean up.
This is going to be a tough ask for Clark Red here. Colorado Mesa doing themselves quite a bit of favors by full completing this map. They're going to be rolling out on the Brawl composition once again. Clark Red looking like they may opt into the double shield for the attack as well as the defense.
Can provide a lot of sustain in these fights, right? Slow the game down and force the composition that Colorado Mesa is running to run at them. Doppelsold going over to the Widowmaker to open things up. Sirloin was standing still, but the headshot can't quite connect. And that's going to be the Widowmaker. Sometimes the gameplay speaks for itself. Yeah, there we go. Icy Cold going to be trying to take the front line pressure a little bit more with the Orisa here.
They're going to be able to do that via the use of the Fortify, and with that, this Brawl composition is just falling like flies in front of them. They're able to get a tremendous amount of damage in and really make this Brawl it look like it's not meant to do just that.
Yeah, I want to give Doppelsold a little bit more credit though. After teasing them moments ago, as soon as the camera cut off from the Widowmaker, they hit like 3 shots in a row. So,
oh my gosh, really?
Yeah. The observer perspective is cursed, I tell you, when you're a Widowmaker player.
It is. Oh, that's funny. Well, it looks like there's going to be another contest coming in here from Colorado Mesa. They're going to take it at the last moment. Somebody has to touch the point, though. Savitra in there at the last moment. They've closed the gap now on this bunker composition. Can they make anything of it, though? Savitra's Shield looking to be taking a lot of wear and tear. Here comes the amplification matrix from Headhunter. That's going to allow for a couple picks. Badger coming alive on the Widowmaker, swapped over to it for the duel, coming out on top this time around.
Really clean play there by Colorado Mesa on the retake. And more critically, they also get rid of the from the supercharger, I should say, from Icy Cold, which I have to admit has had a very low fight win percentage in this matchup. Contrary to the expected win rate of supercharger, which I think is sitting somewhere like 54% or something like that in most matches. Here it's been a solid like 12%. So that's something to keep an eye out on as we move forward into the further parts of our series. But as of right now, this is going to be the high ground rotation, trying to play up with the Tactical Visor, with the Gravitic Flux, and the Ant Matrix. Colorado Mesa doing it. That's a very early sound barrier.
That is not going to serve them well. They're going to wish they had that back. That is, unless it's the fight is ended by a Deadeye. Gonna be an exit pick from Lab Monkey, but that's not gonna do enough. Once again, Colorado Mesa holds, and the time is ticking away now for Clark Red.
Nice double headshot there by Badger. Takes down Doppelsoul at the end, because that fight was not quite over. Headhunter and Absent were both eliminated, but Badger, put a finality to that statement. Said no, the fight is over with that elimination. So Infrasight coming out, so players will have to be a little bit more cautious. They just put it down shield, and their caution goes thrown to the wind. As they try and walk forward. And I mean, this Gravitic Flux needs to be massive.
It absolutely does. Chromodon on the flank, though, looking to take out this Widowmaker in closer proximity, but it's actually going to be there who takes out Doppel. The Shatter is going to land. Let's see if they can make anything of it, though. Transcendence committed now by Mr. Jellybean. No DPS to be found. Now for Clark Red, it's going to have to be the rest of the team combining for the kills, and that's just what Demo does. They're going to be able to get one off of that Gravitic Flux, but there's still plenty of members left for Colorado Mesa to mount a counterattack.
Yeah, and they're cycling back through the Ant Matrix was Savitra, who picks up the Fire Strike kill, and I mean now this has gone from bad to worse. Eliminations were there for Clark Red, but seeing opportunity, they stepped a little too far forward, let their foot off the gas, stopped paying attention to the intricacies of the fight. A direct opposition to how they were playing in map number 1, and have been put on the back foot yet again. Doppelsoul trying to claw them back. Big elimination to Badger. They need to use this Dragon Strike now.
Yeah, they're going to need to very, very shortly. 15 seconds left on the clock right now. This Dragon Strike has to be massive. It's going to rip through the members of Colorado Mesa, but the sound barrier is there, as is the Immortality Field. Absent will be NECC, so that is a boon for them. Icy Cold now forced to use that Fortify, but they're getting a lot of damage in. Demo has done it for Savitra. Headhunter pops the Amplification Matrix, but Lab Monkey has one of their own. Demo uses the Gravitic Flux, and it finds 3. That's going to be Clark Red seeing the streets of Rialto.
It is a rare moment when you see the Gravitic Flux get 3 as soon as it's activated, but the players of Colorado Mesa were so very low, so that is going to spell the end of that fight, and well, it should. I mean, that was Dragon Strike, Gravitic Flux, Transcendence, and Ant Matrix, all used in the dying moments of Point A. So Clark Red, not done yet, though. Only 2 minutes, and they have to complete the second phase here.
They absolutely do. They've got still a lot of work ahead of them and only 2 minutes to get it done in. Colorado Mesa going to meet them on the high ground, but it's going to be minus Headhunter, and that is a big deal. They're not going to be able to push out into this bunker comp like they want to, in fact, forcing them to back up. So now Colorado Mesa just has this one fight during the street space. If they lose it, this stage is over, but the Shatter will land and Chromadon will fall. We've got the the Supercharger committed once again. It's not going to find the value that it needed this time around either. Savitra charges into the tanks, and this is going to be Colorado Mesa holding again.
Eagle has honestly been a hero on Rialto. I mean, the sound barrier uptime has been incredible for this Lucio player, and consistently landing massive sound barriers. There also gets 2 eliminations onto Clark Red to put this down to now final minute of play. Looking like Clark Red is going to make some changes. Lab Monkey goes over to the Lucio. Okay, so they're going to go just a full mirror in terms of the rush composition, keeping the Soldier, keeping the Hanzo, who nearly has the Dragon Strike. So I suppose that being the only difference in this one.
This is going to be an interesting difference to see, though. Both DPS Ultimates online. There's going to be a lot of room to clear, or rather, a lot of methods to clear space, including the Dragon Strike, but instead, it just gets 4 kills! Huge fight win for Clark Red. They needed that.
I mean, literally the statement's rock in a hard place, but there it's Dragon Strike and the inevitable front wall of the tanks of Clark Red. So you have a front line running at you and you have a Dragon Strike behind you. What do you do? That's a first reset, though, and they're right back in it, Colorado Mesa.
They are, but they're not going to be able to touch the point in time. Demo lifting everybody off the ground. Another triple kill Gravitic Flux in the books for him.
Which of these is going to be the highlight of the game, I wonder? Is it going to be the instant 3K or the delayed? Or is it 3K, but on the tail end of the ultimate? Colorado Mesa now have to only take a minute off the clock. Minute 15 here as they look for Clark Red. I mean, they need this fight to be perfect, right? They need to complete the map here, and they would like to have more time than Colorado Mesa, though, as unlikely as that may be.
Self-destruct going to be used to initiate things. No depth's going to be found from that. The Shatter will land. Icy Cold gets one off the Fire Strike, too. And with that, Clark Red is primed to potentially finish with more time. This could be them eclipsing Colorado Mesa in that regard. There's going to be another staggered fight, but it's not going to be much.
Oh, there's the elimination of Badger. Who's going to touch? It is going to be Beagle trying to stall time off the objective. That's all it is at this point, though. Beagle down. So too is Headhunter. Savitra does not last very much longer.
Wow.
That is going to be a 15-second difference between Clark Red and Colorado Mesa as they just speed run through the second, third phase of Rialto after being stymied quite heavily on point 1. So Clark Red not out of this one yet, even as they try and take the series lead again.
This is a nail-biter right now, LaFon. Both of these teams playing to the top of their game and fighting and clawing for every single meter on the board. I really have no idea which team is going to come out on top this time. I thought that Colorado Mesa was looking primed to hold, but then Clark Red took it in the end.
Now, I mean, it's the map is essentially being reset. 15 seconds is not really an amount of time that I would consider to be substantially different, in at least in this setup. When you're looking at a minute and a minute 15, it really is the difference between like being able to sort of lollygag on your way to the payload than it is really a fight difference maker. So as is the case with extra rounds, you often have to say this first fight is critical because it will set the tempo for the rest of the map.
Yeah, that's very, very true. It's neutral fights are important, but never are they more important than in a situation like this. Both teams opting for what we've seen from them before. Neither feels swayed to make any changes, as both have proved very effective. We're going to see an early fire strike come in. That's going to deal a little bit of damage. Clark Red forced to back up and give space to this brawl as they round this first corner. Badger getting a lot of damage into those shields as well. Now Clark Red going to start to mount their defense right here. They don't want Colorado Mesa to get around this corner to have any more sight lines available on them. Savitra now starting to push forward, seeing if they can get a couple swings in on that main tank Icy Cold, but they're forced to back off very quickly. Chromodon good for a kill. This is very good for Clark Red, but counterpick comes in play as well. 1 DPS down for both sides. Still doing a lot of damage and a lot of work, though, from both teams. Icy Cold now going to be forced to back away after that shield goes down just a little bit, but instead Colorado Mesa gives a little room. They're going to have their re-supports faster. Amplification Matrix out now, Fire Strike through it. Waning seconds of this fight starting to come in, and Colorado Mesa has the advantage. Here comes a Gravitic Flux, though, from Demo. This could be devastating. 2 kills this time come to fruition for him. The DMAC almost in on the Diva as well. And Clark Red will be able to hold, and Colorado Mesa is going to have to hold even harder.
That is now again, setting the phase of the map now is what is to be asked for. Demo has stepped in a large way into this map and made it their own. Again, a big Gravitic Flux at the tail end of things. The Fire Strike just, sneaking past the Kinetic Grasp, but quickly made up for it, did Demo with those eliminations. And that means that Colorado Mesa have, not an insurmountable hope. This is very doable for them. But considering how one side of this map looked at points, Colorado Mesa is hoping for just an aggressive front hold that is going to deny that payload from pushing into the golden box of victory.
Yeah, they're going to have to, they've really got their work cut out for them. I mean, I've said that several times, I feel like, during this match, but it feels even more so true now than it has in the past. This is quite quite the bar to set. You have to be almost perfect in every single one of these fights. I'd maybe even argue perfect from here on out in Colorado Mesa's case.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, there's only 1.5 fights, so that's not not an impossible task.
That's fair. That's fair.
Every time I say the words "impossible task," I'm reminded of that the story from Greek mythology, right?
Oh yeah, right. I like that. I like that. It's, we're bringing a very cultured air to the Overwatch tonight, bringing in Greek mythology as well. I like this. We're gonna have Colorado Mesa setting up on the high ground. They're just gonna stake their entire, I think, chances on this on one fight right here. They're gonna make their stand. They're gonna put their feet in the ground and try and say no further to Clark Red, but a lot of damage comes in early on. That shield gets shredded of Savitras. Clark Red able to move forward very, very well. Flash Fan the Hammer tries to get some damage into the team and to the shields, but it's not too terribly much. Badger, though, coming up with a kill onto Icy Cold. That's going to really make things difficult for Clark Red. Immortality Field does have to be committed, but Clark Red will get one more chance at attack.
Oh, the Sonic Arrow. Jellybeat, Mr. Jellybeat coming in clutch. Badger down. The respawns are big, and Doppelsoul comes up again. As Sir Lolly gets taken out, this might be the opportunity for Clark Red to push this one home.
It certainly could be. Immortality or Amplification Matrix has to be used by Headhunter to see if they can buy themselves some time. But in the meantime, Beagle is down and they had the nano boost. This is going to be Clark Red plowing through what's left of Colorado Mesa and taking the victory here on Kings Row and giving themselves a 1-point lead in this match.
And they deny Colorado Mesa the opportunity to take the lead for the first time in this series, regaining the advantage and putting themselves now on match point as a result. 2-1 the scoreline after map number 3 demo. We knew it was going to be their highlight. Which one is it? And it is going to be the instant 3 off the early part of the Gravitic Flux. There it is. Triple kill indeed, to keep the map alive and to give them the chance to regain their footing, which they eventually did as they again lead the series 2-1 after 3. Exciting stuff here. Truly. I thought, there's always that threat on control when a team gets shut out. that the series becomes a snoozer for there on out. But this has been very, very close since then, and remarkable stuff from both squads as we await our winner. We still don't know who's really going to be the advantage, because I could just as easily see Colorado Mesa, I should say, returning in map number 4 to send us all the way to the final lap.
I could as well. This has been such a close affair in every regard. And, speaking of fourth map, let's take a look at those maps right now. Let's see where we are going to be headed next and where Colorado Mesa has an opportunity to come back. Blizzard World, I think, is a great place for that. Going to be a lot of long sidelines. We've seen quite a fair share of Widow today. I think we might be in store for more.
Yeah, actually, and I think the weird thing is I don't know what I expect these teams to run here. I mean, for Colorado Mesa, the Reinhardt composition is almost certainly going to come out. They've essentially stuck to that in its totality. They haven't really gone off script on that regard. But for Clark Red's side, I mean, they've shown the Reinhardt composition. They've shown sort of that brawl look, and they've been very good with it. They've also shown the double shield, which they won with as well. So a lot in store here, and I think in with how Blizzard World A plays out, I would kind of like to see the mirror comp from Clark Red.
Really
on this one, yeah, I feel like in that straight up head to head, the moment that their issues on Kings Row stem from the fact that they were playing the composition around the Winston that took them so long to really reset, right? And then once they went to the Reinhardt, Icy Cold stepped up in a big way, even on the Orisa, where fights would sometimes just devolve into a team running at the other. They were on the back foot. But when the Reinhardt mirror came out, it was yet again an opportunity for Icy Cold to take the center stage. So I kind of would like to see that mirror come back.
You know what? I think you've convinced me. I was going to question it. I was going to say, I think Clark Red has just looked so dominant on this double shield that's what I want to see. But I like your point about the Rhine v. Rhine matchup a lot. I think that absolutely favors Icy Cold. But look at this. They are opting, if this is to be believed at the moment, at least in spawn, for the attack, they're opting into the dive.
We'll see how this turns out. This is also a very viable composition, especially here on Blizzard World, where you can kind of take that, you can take the fight at a different angle. I made the claim that these compositions can work here, but in all honesty, there are very few compositions that don't work in Overwatch right now. So that's less a bold claim by me and more just a fact of how Overwatch really is. I didn't want to deceive our viewers at home as to my expectations of what is and isn't viable. At this point in time, if you hear a composition, it's probably good enough to play.
Yeah, that's a good point. As long as you got to stick to that 2-2-2, and if you throw something together, there's a good chance it's gonna work. Chromodon now looking to see if they can get an early hack, build up a little bit of early ult charge here. Also getting some information for Clark Red, letting them know how exactly they want to assemble this dive, how they want to stage it, how they want to execute it. Because you've got one shot with these.
Yeah. Speaking of, Ceviche's going to have to be a little bit more careful because they don't have the Lucio speed this time around. Beagle's going to be playing the Pocket Badger, who is on the Ashe for the first time this game. So, definitely going to be an eyes on the main tank because they have a very difficult task ahead of them here.
That they do. Clark Red going to be able to close the gap quite a bit on this composition. Ceviche going to be hacked right now. That's an opportunity for Clark Red to hit the go button, and that's exactly what they do. Big anti-nade comes in. Immortality Field has to be used by Headhunter. Not going to be enough to save Sir Lolly. Headhunter goes down low, but not as low as several of the members of Clark Red due to Badger's dynamite.
And that is just, setting that in the AoE damage, Chromodon unable to stabilize long enough, and it was a good start. They get the anti, they get the hack onto Ceviche, obviously, but the on high, the Ashe, who cannot really be attacked unless you all in on her and deny the coach gun's escape, is a big part of that. And now Ceviche has given themselves the opportunity to land the shatter, ahead of nearly anyone in this lobby. Clark Red, though, with that nano boost, should be applied to Icy Cold here for this engagement.
Yeah, I imagine that's exactly what we're going to see, as they are far ahead of their compatriots in terms of ultimate charge. That Blade going to be online much later. Nano Boost is committed to Icy Cold, but they're going to go down in short order. Ceviche charging through everybody, seeing if they can find a couple more kills with that Rocket Hammer. They are rewarded with that, but a couple kills still coming in favor of Clark Red as well. Things are not over for them, especially as long as this Genji is alive, but with that death right there, this could be game over now for Clark Red, they do have the amplification matrix coming out now from Headhunter trying to back them off. Clark Red likely gonna give this away, but they've been rewarded with 1 tick.
Yeah, it's interesting that that's not the fight that Clark Red choose to commit to, because the respawns were walking back in. Chromodon has the EMP, and obviously Icy Cold is ticking up to the Primal Rage. I expect that they're looking to combo those together in a big way, especially with the fact that Colorado Mesa doesn't have a lot to deny those utilities, especially the EMP. So that's probably my expectation. EMP into Dragon Blade, not Nano Blade, pardon me.
Yeah, I think that's what we're in store for as well. They're going to pop the Valkyrie early on, and that may be a mistake. If Clark Red is able to kite away from all this damage, outlast this Valkyrie, then they're going to have an opportunity to push in. Here comes the self-destruct EMP, gonna land and hit 2. Main tank and source of heals out of the fight. And with that, Clark Red will take this first point on Blizzard World.
Yeah, that actually is going to also open up the opportunity with that clean, engagement. And the EMP gets the immortality field as well, so they don't even get the benefit of it. With the fact that it's a clean combo of the self-destruct into the EMP, then you now have the opportunity for the Nano Blade back in play, as Mr. Jellybean has farmed that very swiftly. And there's no real need to apply it to Icy Cold, who has the Primal Rage already.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. They're going to be able to create as much space as they need to with that Primal to give Doppel an opportunity to dive in. Anti-Nate gonna land onto several members of Clark Red, but here comes the Nano Blade. Gotta be committed. It finds 1 target. Beagle, the first person they need to take out, is gone. Absent looking to be close to out of their mech. Counterpick does come in. Badger doing a little bit of work, and the Blade maybe not getting as much as they'd hope, but it's still gonna be enough to do the job. Yeah, and with that, Colorado Mesa backs out.
They need to eliminate Savitra, though. You don't want these tanks to stay alive, because that's gonna prevent you from really getting a true reset for the defense. They're not gonna chase them down, electing instead to move the cart forward. I think they're gonna... This is going to be a little awkward, though, because that means that Colorado Mesa have just given themselves forced another fight here against their will. Icy Cold starting things off well, though, with a big elimination off the Primal.
And that's going to continue with a pick onto Headhunter as well. No supports left for Colorado Mesa. Clark Red going to be able to take this fight very quickly.
That's that one is just that was just a clean engagement. The 4th second as well. So really good stuff there. Still slightly surprising as to the fact that Colorado Mesa did not identify that they had a fight win condition there. Now Clark Red has that chance for that combo again. The EMP is in play. Self-destruct will be here momentarily as well, and you can see already the immortality field forced out as Clark Red just refuses to let Colorado Mesa reset cleanly.
Yeah, they're not letting them do that, but they're going to get the amplification matrix out. That's going to cause Clark Red to back off, and might have been popped a little bit early. Badger is going to be good for 1 kill. Here's the EMP self-destruct again. It finds 2. They've got this thing perfectly timed right now. Dem are going to be able to clean up the rest.
Yeah, this is going to be the fact that they identify that the rallies there available. They know what ultimates Colorado Mesa has definitively, as they saw those check marks right off the rip. So they know they're facing up against the self-destruct, rally, and shatter at the very least. And I mean, you've got the transcendence here to kind of deny damage if you see it coming in.
Self-destruct going to be thrown in. Here comes the Transcendence, but not before they're able to get a pick onto Doppel. Sold. Going to be a counter pick coming in. Rally now committed by Beagle. Chromodon seeing if they can get a final pick onto Badger, but it's not going to, or Beagle not going to be the case, though. Getting very close, but just not there in the end. And Clark Red doing an excellent job of dismantling Colorado Mesa at the moment.
Yeah, still, though, Beagle gets a couple of eliminations while the rally's in play, so it's not over and done yet. The respawns are very close at this point.
Ooh, and with Doppel going down, that could signal the end of this push for Clark Red. The respawn advantage just too strong.
Yeah, it's going to be the Orb Turret also doing a ton of work as Sarah Lily makes the switch over. So this composition now faces a lot of struggle to try and force past both the Cassidy and the Torbjorn. In fact, there it is, Lab Monkey taking down on the attempt to reset. There is still that win combo in play as Clark Red has the EMP and self-destruct, which has been eminently successful thus far in the map.
Yeah, it really, really has. That's been such a is such a difference maker for Clark Red. It's like, okay, we need a fight win. EMP self-destruct. Here it comes. Gotta catch two again. Taking out two of the big things in the way of Clark Red completing this map. Pulse bomb committed, not going to find anything, but Savitra is down nonetheless. Absent now hacked. They're not going to be able to use their DM to save themselves. Absent is going to connect for one kill, though, onto Doppel in the meantime. Cart getting perilously close to finishing here for Clark Red. The respawns are in, but they're being dealt with efficiently, but not as quick as perhaps they could be, and that's giving an opportunity for Colorado Mesa to come back in this, but the Primal Rage may have ended that. Sun gonna come into him. Savitra still alive though and healthy, swinging their hammer. Headhunter doing a great job keeping their team alive. Badger has connected for another kill, another self-destruct, this time from Absent. Gonna clear away a little space, and with that, Headhunter gets the kill. I think Clark Red has been stalled again.
Yeah, this has been a struggle of a fight for Clark Red. They saw victory available to them and, you know, click the go button, but again, the response from Colorado Mesa, coupled with the excellent utility juggling by their players, just don't give them any space to work with. And Clark Red now, the only two things they'll have to work with at the very end of this map are the EMP and the sound barrier, but they're dueling against the rally, which is online already from Beagle.
This is going to be a tough thing for them to do. We're going to hear the shatter come down from Savitra, but they're going to be taken out of the fight. This is an opening and an opportunity for Clark, especially after that sound barrier committed. Here comes the EMP as well that catches out for Beagle with just a sliver of health as his Headhunter. They are going to be able to get healed up at least for a moment. Badger connecting for a kill. That's going to open things up. Overtime ticking over. Clark Red almost stepped off the point too long, but the reinforcements are here. Colorado Mesa will, in fact, hold.
And Badger comes in clutch with the Cassidy at the tail end as well. A big damage coming in from the hit scan player of Colorado Mesa. Not out of the woods yet, but certainly a step closer to equalizing the series again is Colorado, as they prevent the full capture. And now their win condition for this map is set. Complete the map, and you give yourselves a chance at a map 5. Clark Red wanting desperately to stop that from happening and ending the series here and now.
Yeah, they are looking to do that as quick as they can. Colorado Mesa, you know, they've had a tough time with this, though. Clark Red did such a tremendous job on Kings Row of holding them back that this is going to be tough. We're going to see Clark Red opt for this double shield composition, and I had a feeling we might see this on defense.
It's tough to, you can see it right here as we sort of pan over point A. There's only 2 real choke points you can take initially if you come in through main, and then a third if you try and rotate behind, you know, through second phase. So double shield, especially if you set up, you know, aggressively, denies a lot of those entry points just by existing, and can slow down the game as a result. So a smart choice. We'll see how well Colorado Mesa has learned to deal with it, considering their experience in the previous map.
We will indeed. It's going to be up to them to try and close the gap on one of these sides and see if they can get in some picks before reinforcements arrive for them. I like Sir Lolly on the Echo as well. They're not going to have the Mercy in tow, but Beagle and going to be able to hit them with some armor packs as they fly around. Savitra, though, eats way too much poke damage during the rotation, drops their shield a little too long, and this push from Colorado Mesa is over.
Yeah, and I mean, if you look at the ult charge across the across Clark Red, you can see it. That was a team effort. 4 of the players, 5 of the players sitting at 15% plus, as they sort of shot down. Doppelsold is playing that real aggressive and nearly gets punished for it, but the feel is there by the team, and instead just takes a ton of damage down the back line. So Clark Red, a risky play, but one that ends up working out for them, though Colorado Mesa has finally taken the high ground control.
Yeah, this is what they were hoping to do, hoping to get this double shield to kind of back up and yield a lot of space. If once again they can back them into a corner, they can take this fight. We're going to see them wrap around to the backside now. I love this approach when you're looking at a double shield composition with a brawl. Nanabu's going to be committed to Savitra. That rocket hammer working overtime. Immortality field has to be committed. It's going to keep several members up. The charge misses, and with that, Clark Red is going to be able to hold.
Yeah, this is, I mean, okay, there's the elimination onto Badger. I was worried that there was still an opportunity for Colorado Mesa not only to deal damage, but put Clark Red in a position where they were not able to return to the fight. So that being said, with Badger being taken out and the trouble put to rest, they are forced to reset here. So Colorado Mesa, they have the right idea. They just unfortunately ran the problem where high ground is a very strong thing, and Clark Red make full use of it.
That they do, man. They're making full use of it again right now. Doppelsold very, very close to this Dragon Strike. If he can get it online as they're trying to rotate through here, this could be devastating. They get the pick, so they have it now. But they're waiting for just a moment. Here it comes. It's going to go through on the rotation. Going to split a couple of members away. It's not going to result in any kills. Demo forced now to back up and yield the high ground once again.
Yeah, perhaps a bit of an early ultimate there. They don't really deny time. Or space, the Echo is still walking back, so Colorado Mesa are going to take the opportunity now to walk forward. Savitra, stunned out. There's the collect. Oh, no.
Oh, the grab Deadeye always goes the way of the Deadeye. 2 picks, though, on for each side. Icy Cold has popped that supercharger as well. Savitra going to be the recipient of a lot of that extra damage coming in. Clark Red doing a beautiful job here, holding on first, and now we are just a little bit over a minute. And that's getting close to one fight territory with these long approaches of Blizzard World.
Yeah, Badger's 2-step not really efficient enough to dodge the bullets of the soldier, so Chromodon will be the victor there, and that's the full reset. That forces a panic switch, I think, from Colorado Mesa. They're down to a minute remaining, so they still will have time to generate it, but they're going for a little bit more mobility here. Savitra goes over the Winston. The first time they've made this look. Again, remember, this is match point, and Clark Red 45 seconds away from it.
We're going to see Savitra booped off the high ground, so Lully takes a fistful of bullets courtesy of that tactical visor once again from Chromodon. Badger falls as well without any DPS left. Colorado Mesa is just going to have to hold here, but they're holding too far forward.
And I mean, Beagle does not recognize it as a sonic arrow on the other side, whereas so Clark Red had full information, full vision, and they make full use of it as they get the elimination there with the Helix Rocket. This has gone from bad to absolutely desperate. Lolly taken out by a wayward arrow from Doppelsold, and with time ticking away, Colorado Mesa need a miracle.
That they do. They're going to set a Hail Mary self-destruct in. It's not going to find anybody this time around. Pair of kills come in, though. One from each side. There is an opportunity. Somebody touches barely in time for Colorado Mesa. Rally now committed, as well as the Amplification Matrix. Mr. Jellybean trying to do the same thing for Clark Red, and it's going their way. Sir Lolly duplicated onto that soldier. Not going to be able to do what they need to do. And with that, Clark Red is going to hold and take the series over Colorado Mesa.
And that is just a phenomenal end to a really great series. A 3-1 scoreline does not tell you how close it was, especially through the middle of the play. Demo going to get a highlight here yet again, the beneficiary of the combination. They had the exclamation point on the sentence as the EMP set the table, but well earned by Clark Red here as Colorado Mesa unable equalize here in map number 4. A 3-1 scoreline for your victors, Clark Esports.
Great play coming out from both sides today. Very close matchup, but I do have to say, Clark really made a case for themselves on that last map. Blizzard World was all theirs. They take the series with confidence in the end. But like you said, great play coming out from both sides today, LaFon.
Yeah, we talked at the top of the show that this was the opportunity for the tanks to really make their statement of this game, right? This is sort of how Overwatch is played. You sort of follow the leader, if you will, set the pace of play, do the tanks, and in fact, they did. Icy Cold and Demo were the leaders throughout the series in a huge part as to why the victory was earned. So full credit to both the tanks there for Clark Red as they, again, find themselves the victor here tonight.
Well, that's going to do it for us for the next few minutes, but we've got one more game on the way tonight, LaFon. So you and I are going to take a short break as we get the next game set up. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back very soon.
Small window for them. A shatter comes in, but it doesn't connect, and 2 fall for UAH. Make it 3 as Puggy goes down. This one could be all said and done with over 4.5 on the clock as St. Ambrose are flying through Kings Row.
I was about to say, Arc built Shatter again. In that fight, they kicked out that fight with Shatter, and they ended it with Shatter. And what a dominant push from St. Ambrose towards the end of that point. It felt like the entire time they were on payload, they never left, and they kept that train a-chugging.
A great job there by St. Ambrose, playing the brawl to perfection. It's what I like to see. UAH is going to have a tough time VOD reviewing this one because there's not a lot of positives to take away from the defense, except you know how an aggressive team is going to push into you, and you've got material now so you can respond to that in the future. But St. Ambrose just chopped up this map so efficiently. Even if UAH is able to get third point with 2.5 minutes, which is a big time bank, this one could still be out of reach.
Absolutely. I don't know how UAH's mental is right now because, like you said, a lot of those engagements they lost was just from a pick at the beginning of the engagement. And that is what St. Ambrose looks for in the kitchen. They grab that as their bread and butter combos in these fights. They look for 1 or 2 picks and snowball from there. And if you consistently do that every fight as UAH is trying to regroup, but they don't have everyone, you snowball the entire map, and that's exactly what we just saw.
And St. Ambrose going to be defending this with a very traditional brawl comp here on Kings Row, rocking the Reinhardt, Diva, and the Mei. But UAH taking a different play out of the book here, running a dive with a Pharah Mercy. A very interesting look here. We've got to see how Mind Turtle activates on the flanks and starts to turn the St. Ambrose heads. If they're not able to do that very well, if St. Ambrose stays very tightly compact, it's going to be very difficult to break in.
Projectile staying true to the name as well. Massive respect. Only projectile-based heroes so far in this set. Mind Turtle backing up accidentally into a fire strike.
Almost got hit twice by that fire strike.
I know, got hit once and then backed up again. That was almost a no bueno. We're going to see the dive come in and Anti come out, but Hines taking out 2. And you can't dive an SAU roster that is ready for it. As soon as UAH was on them, they responded with urgency, taking out 3 players. And I think SAU is going to hold this for now, ensuring that this baby Diva just sticks by a little longer. Going to stagger that pick. 2 minutes and 53 seconds left on the board. UAH looking like they're just trying to build some ultimates up now. MJ Reyes will have the Nano online. Unfortunately, Mind Turtle will fall, and that Nano could be paired with, honestly, quite a bit of ultimates in this composition.
It could be comboed with pretty much every ultimate out there except the Diva Bomb, but what I would like to see them do is
you
just
could even get
throw
the
it onto
monkey,
the Winston. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. That's how you support this dive comp on the engagement, because Elman had a very difficult time going in last fight. Does get the Nano here, but there's an Ant Matrix right in his face. Has to be careful not to take too much damage here, and Nano Boost not. That was one shredded monkey.
Well, that was one shredded monkey. Got a little bit cheesed there too. Might be a full taco. Mind Turtle backing up. Projectile does have the barrage online. Would be smart to just wait, because Agent just took out Spudbuster. That's not going to be good if they just continue this push. They need to back up with everyone at their disposal. And Puggy Boy also has Valkyrie online, so this could be huge if they're able to keep this pharmacy alive in this next push. But you know, it's looking bleak when I look over on the SAU side, and they have 4 ultimates online, almost 5 coming up.
Almost 5. They've got the ult economy to just lock it down. They're playing the position where it doesn't seem like UAH has an answer, just to get in and start mixing it up on this side of the Alderworth Hotel. And if they're able to dive in there successfully, St. Ambrose has done a good job of just retreating, going into that hotel, having a roof over their heads where Projectile can't do much as the Pharah, but now Projectile is looking to just pop this rocket barrage, get in the mix. But the high noon from Hines is going to sit down the main tank. Spudbuster also goes down, and the barrage negated. The sound barrier does come out from St. Ambrose, which, I mean, the fight was already won, but still a good reaction by Azuros just to be able to pop that ultimate when you hear the barrage.
Oh, and that's actually, I think, what saved the fight. That barrage was right in their faces. They almost took an unnecessary amount of damage, but you're absolutely right. The sound barrier coming out from Azuros. Noticed how they only needed to use one ultimate in that entire engagement. That's all that they had at their disposal, all they needed. I guess Hines also did use the Cole Cassidy ultimate. The Deadeye came out. We're going to see Mine Turtle. They do have the mine on lock. Will it get thrown out? It will. It will not find anyone, unfortunately, as Agent MM7 is in the ice block. But Elman going through a tear, ripping in the back line, and that is going to open up this point. Unfortunately, though, only 10 seconds left. UAH is going to need nothing short of a miracle to push it to the end of this map with the time that they have remaining.
It is going to be no easy task. They've got to get the third point with time on the clock, or they will not be given an overtime chance. Honestly, Nuke, Kings Row, it's time for your Reinhardt to step up if nothing else is working, and that's what Elman did in that last fight, coming through with a double kill with just one fire strike and then swinging the hammer through the rest of St. Ambrose. We've got to see more of that from them. Puggy Boy switches over to the Lucio here just to support that Reinhardt in a fast way that really caters to that hero's play style.
Absolutely, switch if needed. The Deadeye is going to come out, find Elman, and once again, like I said, that's going to break out this fight. Projectile does have 96% on the Dragon Strike, though. 97, very, very close, and that Dragon Strike could allow them an opening to get back to this point as a six-man group.
The defense setting up right at the archway here, too. A pretty good spot if they're able to hold this tight choke. Projectile launches in the Dragon Strike to start the engagement here. Mine Turtle on a good off angle. This is what you got to do if you're playing the Junkrat on this map. Has someone locked in a trap? Can they get the follow-up damage onto the Baptiste? They're not able to. Great support there from St. Ambrose to keep Sinfax alive. And this attack still having trouble for the University of Alabama, Huntsville.
Ooh. That's going to be a massive Earth Shatter coming out and pushing in. We are going to see the beat dropped as well. St. Ambrose just throwing all of the resources in. Very similar to GameStop this summer. They are investing at the right time and throwing everything that they have at UAH. And those ultimates very swiftly coming back online as well.
Nuke, we've only seen one team do it in our NECC casting history where someone holds on the other side of this choke on defense, and that was Bethel in the playoffs, in the grand final, where they just made a statement. They had a time advantage with third point capped with time, and they were just taking every inch away from the map, making it so the opposing team had to use ultimates just to get out of spawn or do some wonky rotation like this, which kills time itself. I mean, St. Ambrose, they could be as aggressive as they want right now, and it would not hurt them.
100%. And I remember that. That is big play, big brain play. Blah 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 blah. Mine Turtle trying to throw out the bomb here, not going to find anyone. Cole Cassidy ultimate coming out as well. I don't think that's also going to find anyone, unfortunately, but the regular bullets will, as they're ripping and tearing underneath this bridge. UAH now having to back up.
And overtime should be ticking down here. UAH does have a very close walk from spawn, but it might not be close enough to keep this payload progressing as St. Ambrose is cleaning up everyone fairly swiftly. If they could just step in front of this payload for a moment, they might be able to finish UAH's attack here on Kings Row. Elman does go down, though. There's a window, but it might not be enough. A Maywalk comes up, having a very difficult time getting a foot on this point, and there it goes. The kill starts to fall. This sound barrier provided by Azuros, and that is going to be Kings Row 3-1. St. Ambrose.
Yeah, St. Ambrose is going to take that hybrid map with a little bit of finesse, holding them underneath that bridgeway. And the play of the game for the series is going to go to Sandrillin. Let's see what the Diva Bomb has in store. So this was when they were in the overtime, actually towards the end. I don't even think it's a Diva Bomb. They're just ripping and tearing through the rest of the team. Look at this target switching, and that is the cohesion that you need on an Overwatch roster. Whether it be St. Ambrose or UAH, if you're able to switch targets that quickly and make your point on who you're attacking, taking them out one by one, you're going to rip through the rest of the roster. And that's exactly what we saw.
Yeah, if St. Ambrose just keep on playing their game, they might not have a problem on Rialto. But before we get there, we're going to have a short little break, and maybe that'll give UAH just enough time to make some adjustments and get back in this game.
Blue, and Alt Charge. For those that are maybe just tuning in, give us a quick recap and what we're looking at moving forward.
Oh, quick recap. Well, St. Ambrose looks pretty tough. They're undefeated so far. They haven't dropped a point in this one. That could just be the tale of the tape tonight. Game 1 was very close. It was a 3-2 game, but game 2, last game, was a 3-0, no points dropped, and we might have the same story on our hands here headed into Rialto, but honestly, I said I think this is going to be a close game before Kings Row started, Nuke, and I did mean it because UAH, they're playing good compositions and they're playing them well. It just seems like St. Ambrose is doing a very good job of using ultimates late in these key fights and finding a lot of value where UAH just isn't quite doing that.
Yeah, UAH is having a very hard time of getting in, right? Getting in the middle of those comps and taking out the supports or the vital DPS they need to break open these fights. It's just not working out in their favor because St. Ambrose got that strong shield right in front of him. Arc on that Reinhardt is holding it together right now. And obviously you have the healers in the back keeping everyone else alive, but it seems like UAH is having a hard time finding that Achilles heel, that chink in the armor, but maybe it comes to fruition on Rialto.
Maybe it does. They were trying to do something a little crafty on their King's Row attack by running that dive composition on the first point, and they ended up getting Brawl to work. So I would like to see them not break out any funny business here and realize that they are a team that can hang Brawl versus Brawl against St. Ambrose as long as the big players are making the big plays.
I mean, that's what we've seen all evening, right? From Spudbuster. Spudbuster and Elman both doing a fantastic job on the Diva and Reinhardt, respectively, and they're pushing in these fights, making big plays for UAH when they decide to play this brawl comp. I think it's playing to their strengths a little bit better than when they're trying to run these dive comps because it's not working, like I said, getting in. And what better way to get in than having 6 people right behind you and busting through the front door?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time it seems like it's a rough road to get to the fight on Brawl Comps when you're playing against a team who is just really bringing it in a game. But dive compositions, they do have that answer where you can just get over that long walk, and it seems like that might have been the mindset of UAH, but they've got to just hang in there and battle it out because Brawl v Brawl, this one did look very close on Nepal. It started to look very good for them on Kings Row. They just did not have the time bank to work with after their first few fights there, trying to get it with dive.
Couldn't agree more. And we're seeing a very, very interesting take once again. UAH will be on the right side. They are in red. St. Ambrose will be on the left side. They are in blue. St. Ambrose choosing a very interesting composition here. We're going to see Hines on the Echo defending first. Agent MM7 will be on the Hanzo. That's going to be very interesting to look at. But Projectile on the other side, staying true to the name, will be on the Genji. We'll see who the better Shimada brother is in this fight.
Ooh, dive does not work in this first fight for them as the tanks get obliterated. The DPS still have a chance to get one pick here, and that would actually be very valuable as they're able to take down Hines. There is no res on the side of St. Ambrose, so if UAH gets collected very quickly, they can go in with another dive, and it might be very successful. They've just got to get into the back line, target supports, and really start making St. Ambrose uncomfortable.
Couldn't agree more, and they are up one now in this fight. They actually got the res off on MJ Reyes as well, so they're in a good position to take this high ground and pop around the corner. Unfortunately, Awkward Pride is in a bit of an awkward position, in my opinion. She's a bit too far back for the team to see, and she's going to have to push up a little bit further if they're going to want to take this corner.
Yeah, she just didn't have the sight lines on the tanks that needed healing up on the high ground. The Mercy does not output quite enough there. And it looks like St. Ambrose, despite being a little unstable after losing Hines in that last fight, they're able to collect themselves here and stabilize on a very strong corner of the map.
Yeah, and UAH will be taking the high ground, trying to push around. But once again, Awkward Pride, they're not going to be able to make any ground here if Awkward Pride is stuck in the back. Agent MM7 with the Dragon Strike straight on payload. We're going to see MJ Reyes take out multiple members of the SAU roster on an absolute tear. And the DPS on this UAH Blue Squad is nothing to shake a finger at. They are on a tear of their own.
St. Ambrose coming right back into the fight, making sure that Hines is able to clean up 3 and make sure that they will not be letting go of point number 1 anytime soon. UAH coming online with a few ultimates here, about to have the Primal Rage, about to have the Dragon Blade. They've got it now. MJ Reyes has the copy. They've got Valk. They're set up now to win a fight, but can they execute?
I think they can if they play this Dragon Strike right? Because, I mean, Puggy Boy is going to have Valkyrie. You can use Valkyrie and keep the team alive as the Dragon Strike is ripping through the backline. But Heinz now has the Echo ultimate. They will be able to transfigure to whoever they need on the roster and make that copy play off. We're going to see the Orisa ult come out from Arc. We're going to see multiple picks come out, and we are going to see Heinz switch to the D.Va. The bomb is going to get thrown in the back line, and it's going to take out the D.Va on the side of UAH. Mind Turtle will fall.
Another good job there by St. Ambrose, just backing up and letting their ultimates fly and find value.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they did. Not only did they let it fly, they're waiting and determining the pace of this match. Every time they're seeing UAH take a big commit on stepping in or going to use an ultimate, it seems a little bit scripted. So St. Ambrose is able to capitalize on that. They see it happening, and they use an ult for an ult tit for tat.
And it looks like here, UAH ready to finally fight as Projectile goes in. Cuts up Zeros, goes in now with the Dragon Blade, starts to find some more, carving up the back line with a very sharp blade. This is no butter knife. He's got Projectile trying to save this map for UAH Blue, and just like that, they're able to win such a swift fight. They've just got to lock it in here and get the rest of point number 1.
Yeah, I think they're going to be able to make it in time. I don't know if St. Ambrose will be able to defend in time, but exactly as we said earlier, Projectile throwing out that Dragon Strike just as Puggy Boy decided to hit the Valkyrie. I must have eaten my words a little too early, because here's St. Ambrose, Dragon Strike out on point, and that Batfield is going to keep them alive after a massive anti-grenade from Awkward Pride will hit a lot of members of the roster. Syndrillin with a double kill. Wow, what a massive D.Va bomb!
Agent Double M7 with a nice flick shot there. The exclamation point on a perfect round of Rialto for St. Ambrose as they're able to full hold UAH Blue in what could be our final map of the night.
Yeah, that unfortunately is looking like it's a little bit of a tale that we saw earlier, a tale as old as time when MacU Evangels took on Co College. Co College had them in the same exact position. They weren't able to get to that first point, and currently that's where St. Ambrose holds UAH.
UAH did not come out of the break with a good enough strategy to dethrone the giant that is St. Ambrose, who have an undefeated season going for them. Again, if you're just joining us, we've got a little bit of a tech pause going on here, so we'll be able to elaborate on just what is working for St. Ambrose. Nuke, you're the coach of this team. You've got to know their strengths. When did you find out what kind of comps clicked for this team?
I mean, when we were in the recruiting season for these comps, in boot camp as well, we sit down and we look at all of the compositions. Now, mind you, I used to be the head coach of this team. I used to be the one on the front line teaching them everything that I could, but not anymore. That is not me. That is Alyssa Duran. She is the one taking the reins. She is the one making everything happen. And that tech pause, I believe we're coming back in now. But seeing this roster come together, we've seen that since day one. They have clicked, and we've actually seen a couple of members of this roster step outside of their comfort zone and try to play new heroes to expand their pool.
Well, things are working great for them too, and I love how they're not afraid to just lock in on the stable meta compositions and kind of adapt to the game of Overwatch as it constantly adapts as well. UAH Blue, they've done a great job tonight on Brawl. They've tried to play the dive composition. They've executed on some good ultimates like that Dragon Blade we just saw in the last dive. They engaged with a D.Va bomb. That caused some chaos for St. Ambrose. Even though they're such a good, stable team, they just didn't know what to do when that D.Va bomb came in, and then Projectile started carving up everyone on Genji. That's very well executed. This team definitely clicks. It's just St. Ambrose is doing it on an exceeding level.
Yeah, Projectile is an absolute beast on the side of UAH, and I couldn't agree more. Azur is going to make the switch from Brig over to the Zenyatta. And honestly, I gotta say, Berkeley, I'm a little surprised. Syndrillin loves to play Roadhog. #1 favorite hero for sure. And usually when the game is this far ahead, he's allowed to play the Roadhog. But keeping that level of integrity, deciding to play what the team needs, gonna stay on that diva for this final hold. Or
Nuke,
push.
believe it or not, I've been seeing Syndrillin play Roadhog since 2019 over there in the Better Academy in the console gaming league. So glad to see you finally traded in those joysticks for a keyboard and mouse aiming the proper way, the more elite and master race way. But yeah, a little surprised. Hasn't shown it once tonight. Just locking in on the diva, just playing a very supportive role here as the off tank.
Yeah, and it's working out. I mean, these bombs are coming out like crazy and catching UAH off guard. And that actually might be why Mind Turtle decided to play the Sigma. They are going to take the high ground, and Arc is just letting the bullets fly. Heinz as well taking out 3. UAH is in a very comparable position. We are going to see the Ryan charge. MJ Reyes is also going to be able to take out Heinz right before Heinz comes out with the ultimate. And they are going to push for the win here. I'm not sure if UAH will be able to make it back in time.
They're gonna get there in time, but will they have the footing they need? The payload didn't quite get into its last few meters. It actually is about to hit the finish line here with just 2 meters to go. So the defending team will have to overextend themselves past natural cover if they want to end up making this hold happen. Right now it is a 5 versus 5 fight. It still is anyone's game as UAH just try and keep their hopes alive. They've got 2 more picks here, and that should buy them a little bit of life in this third map.
It looks like St. Ambrose is actually backing up. They're going to opt to get the rest of their team together to push in because UAH is coming in, guns a-blazing. They are not giving up this point so easily. And only with 1 minute and 40 seconds left on the clock and that payload pushing backwards, St. Ambrose has to procure a strategy here.
St. Ambrose might be trying to attack this the same way. We'll see if they end up going high ground. It looks like they'll just hedge their bets and go right down Broadway. High noon gets popped here from MJ Reyes as UAH just locking in on this blue wall corner. The Diva Bomb flies in. That's the green light. Heinz looking for a copy. Lands it onto the main tank. That fire strike is massive, but he gets shattered. Could be a game-saving play here from Elman, and it looks like UAH Blue is able to find the follow-up after that massive earth shatter from Elman is able to counter all of the attack from St. Ambrose, but St. Ambrose, they don't want to say die just yet.
Absolutely, that earth shatter held that point so well from Elman. It stopped the rest of the team, and Projectile with the Junkrat took out 2 before dying, but UAH now stuck on the back foot. Projectile having to switch over to the Tracer to get back to point on time, looking for a backline pick as Mind Turtle stuck with the ball on payload, trying to throw out mines, but it might not be enough.
This should be it here. Just 1 more meter to go for St. Ambrose, and they've done it. Another perfect series for them. They move up to 4-0 this season. Nuke, UAH Blue, they played some good Overwatch. They had some incredible hero plays, especially that Earth Shatter by Elman at the end there. And of course, this lovely Dragon Blade from Projectile, but it just wasn't enough tonight to topple the giants that is St. Ambrose.
Yeah, look at this. Just look at this Dragon Blade. This was a beautiful Dragon Blade, taking out 3 now and picking 1 before.
After a fantastic series, we are back for another LaFon. We have got the Redbirds Academy going up against UCD for our final match of the evening here in NECC.
It is definitely going to be the final match of the day here, so hoping for a good one. No, I'm excited to see this game. Obviously, the ISU Redbird Academy, so their team versus obviously University of California, Davis. There's our map pool as it was in the previous series of the day. It has not changed, so getting started on Control Nepal will be our opening affair, and then obviously moving on through the remainder of the maps. You'll see 6 there, which is the final map will be a tiebreaker in the event that teams tie on either of the hybrid maps, leading to a 2-2 score line after 5. So with that being said, or even a 1-1 score line potentially. With that being said,
yeah,
get a quick look at the rosters as we get underway. Juggle God. So that being said, that 1-1 score line at the end of 4 is a vanishingly rare occurrence.
Yes, it is. That would be something else. I mean, it is as rare as a game 6 is, or rather a game 7, even more so. We're gonna get a look at the other UC Davis's starting roster here in just a second. And we talked about how nice it is to start on Nepal earlier, but I just want to bring that up again because we've seen all 3 of the sub maps so far, and I'm just curious, do you feel like any one of them has more bearing than the other in terms of like the performance on the team being a predictor for later success?
Not really. It's really about more how you win rather than where you win. If it's 100-0, or if it's a 200-0 lockout, then all of a sudden, you can talk about dominance in style. And, is that a case of, a team just didn't take the correct fights, or did they get unlucky with an ult rotation? Or is there something more going on here? So that is something to keep an eye out on for sure. Obviously, we got to talk about these 2 teams in terms of their record. They're hunting, to stay sort of in the fight. 1-2 for Redbird Academy, 0-3, pardon me, for UC Davis. So UC Davis still looking for that first win, and they're hoping to get one here as we get set to go into Nepal for our first map. We're getting started off on Shrine, actually, as our opening sub. I said Shrine. It's Village. It's actually Village.
It's Village, yes. Gotta be starting out here on Village, and Brawl is the name of the game here, LaFon.
A lot, yeah. Obviously, close quarters, you can play the high ground, then rotate to the point if necessary, or even just bypass that rotation entirely. Just go directly to the objective off the rip. So we're seeing the Symmetras open up. We're going to have a lot of teleport out of spawn. And then if they choose to sit with the Symmetra, which I expect both teams will, a lot of AoE damage with those turrets. Sneakily high damage, and obviously the slow that is applied makes things very difficult. Good rotation here from Redbird Academy as they get out the gates early.
I like that teleport. I don't think I've actually seen that one before. It's going to get them to point a split second faster than UCD Blue. Maywell's going to come out. That's going to isolate Smokey the May. But Rickroll is there with the Immortality Field to keep them alive. It's going to cause them to back up and yield the point, though, to Redbird Academy, as it's going to unlock in just a second. We're likely going to see more aggression, but with Smokey the May out of the fight, her back and spawn, that's just going to be UCD backing up.
And I mean, here's the thing. Both Reinhardts actually generated a ton of ult charge there. Nova slightly ahead of Smokey the May, which remarkable considering she went down first. So, impressive stuff from the Reinhardts, which means that this next fight is going to be critically dependent on the amplification matrices as well as the shatter. Which of the 2 is going to be applied first? Because if you get put on the back foot and then the damage throughput coming in from the amp matrix is there, then the team that aggresses earlier will have the victory opportunity. So definitely eyes on to see which team presses the go button early.
I'm going to be very curious because, a fire strike through an amp matrix is absolutely deadly, but you don't want to let down your shield for that. Self-destruct going to go in. Several members frozen via Sam. Immortality Field up by Rickroll. Now it's time for Charism to but there's out the shatter from Smokey the May lands. She's able to get a couple onto the ground, and with that, Tesla's there to clean things up.
This is going to be the flip over, and actually this is a rare instance where using the shatter is a bad idea. It does not overwrite the blizzard in its stun, which Sam had applied. So even despite the shatter that was there was no follow-up damage, and while this clearing comes through, there's one elimination onto Axelone. They all go down, but it's not going to be enough. And with the point flipping over to that point, though, Nova does have a shatter nearly online again. And so too does Smokey the May, who used hers at the start of that fight as well. So both Reinhardt's actually putting a lot of pressure on the front line as their rather aggressive style coming to the fore here.
Yeah, it really is a very, very very aggressive from both sides of the equation for these Reinhardts. The support line has their work cut out for them too, because more time with the hammer swinging, less time with that shield up. Bluefire now has this Blizzard ready to go. This could be the difference maker here, and could help UCD hold on to this point in the face of some of this damage coming in from Redbird Academy. Smokey the Flame shield goes down. They lay out the shatter right after that. We're going to see the counter charge come in, but it's going to be Maymine and Nova who win the fight this time around, taking out the tank line, the core of UCD Blue. Sound barrier committed by Axelone, but that's only going to get their team a little bit extra percentage.
Sam actually gets taken down despite using the Blizzard. This is good for UCD Blue in as much as they can claim a fight was good for them after they lose it handily. So, you know, definitely an opportunity to return, and Bluefire is going to be sort of the opportunity, the beneficiary of this opportunity if they can dodge the defense matrix here.
We're going to see the window committed early. Here comes the Blizzard. That's going to land without a care. Maymine, though, able to eat it from Bluefire. Self-destruct lands as well. Maymine doing a tremendous amount of work. Bagel combines for another. Nova's built up the shatter. Once again, they can use that to shut down any stragglers. And with that, the Redbird Academy will take this first sub-map.
Yeah, the turnaround there was Maymane in his entirety. Gets the denial on the Blizzard, and that is going to be it. Smokey the May, she goes for a shatter onto, I believe, the support line in the back, but it's a little too late. So Redbird will take round number one, contested though it was. And, I mean, this is the one thing about control, right? You botch a single fight, and all of a sudden you're behind the 8-ball. So there's that end, right? Maymane with a clutch play by denying the Blizzard, and that really shut UCD out. So we'll see if there is a regression here, or if UCD can continue to sort of reset mentally on this second round as we head into Shrine for our second stage.
Shrine will be the second stage, and with that comes the potential for some Forest to come out to play, but we're not going to see that in the mix this time around. Gonna look like more of the same, except for UCD. Smokey the May coming out with a Wrecking Ball definitely can be run here. We do see Tesla swap over to that Echo now, so that's going to go a long way with this composition, but crucially, no Mercy in tow for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a lot more... Rickroll going to have to do a lot of survivability and damage here. They're a lot further away from their front line, considering how mobile they are, and Smokey the May and Bluefire need a combo for a lot of damage throughput here.
Yeah, they certainly do. Smokey the May, she's going to get stunned and deleted. Goes straight into Bagel, who's there with the stun to keep them out of contention. And now, with that, Redbird Academy going to be able to take hold of this point and pick up a couple extra kills along the way.
Has anyone ever told you the tragedy of the main tank position? It's not one that the stuns would tell you about, because that was just like absolutely no sense. It rolls in, gets stunned, frozen, focused by everybody, and all of a sudden you're just out of the play. And Smokey the Bay is going to acquiesce to the status of the opposition and switch back over to the Reinhardt to duel in the front line a little bit more frequently. Now, that is going to be a tough order, though, because Sam does have the Blizzard online at about 20%, so he'll be able to power that up fairly swiftly in this next fight. A lot on the shoulders of the front line here for UCD.
Now, there is certainly going to be, but Smokey the May not that far behind right now. Nova with the old percentage. I could see her catching up very quickly, but it's not going to happen if you're down and out of the fight now. Sam going to commit the Blizzard as well, but the fight almost already won in favor of Redbird Academy.
I mean, yeah, that's it. With the front line down and obviously the freeze onto the D.Va, there's no way to, eliminate the May. There's no way to deny that. And Sam having a little bit of shenanigans there as they reset in, and Redbird now comfortably in the lead here. And more critically, they have the resources to kind of snowball this in their favor. I mean, we talked about Shatter ad nauseum in the previous round, but you've got the sound barrier for sustain as well, should Tesla and Bluefire find some value here, and all of that is assuming that you don't get eliminated through the Ant Matrix. So, care around the ultimates here, because Redbird Academy is loaded for bear.
That they are. UCD gonna have to be very, very economical with their ultimates. They're gonna have to get a lot out of both of them. We're gonna see the pulse bomb land first. That's gonna take Bagel out of the fight. That's gonna open things up tremendously for UCD. Tesla going to duplicate the May as well, building up that Blizzard very, very quickly. Redbird Academy was on the precipice of winning this outright here without giving over any percentage, but things are looking a little rough for them at the moment. They have come back in this fight, though. They are still here. The charge in from Smokey the Maze gonna gonna land, though. She takes out the main tank, and right after that, Big falls as well. And this is going to be Redbird Academy coming back into it. Bagel combines for a couple of big kills. Sam in there as well. And now with the momentum firmly in their favor, this is all but over. Self-destruct, not going to get any kills. It's just Axe alone. They try their best, but it's not going to be in the cards. Yeah, Redbird Academy take the WAP.
That was a really, really good re-entry. Bagel comes up clutch yet again with 2 final blows. And I mean, you know what? Under pressure, it was a moment. Smokey the May tried to bring that one back. She'll get the highlight of the game, but ultimately it was the difference maker of Bagel at the tail end. The support just no longer available to the side of UCD, and that's going to mean that map number 1 is going to go over to Redbird Academy team, who on round number 2 were far and away the team that was ahead in control. Quite literally shutting out 100-0. So while round number 1 was fairly close, we have to say that this is going to be an interesting look in map number 2 as we get set to go to King's Row in just a moment. Because again, in that close quarters brawl, the composition that Redbird Academy was bringing has a lot of firepower in those mirror engagements.
It certainly does. And, this is going to be exciting. I can't wait to see, these two Reinhardts. We talked about, how Shatters were the name of the game on Village. Well, I think that's going to be the case moving into King's Row as well. So I'm excited to see these two main tanks head off against each other again. This is an excellent matchup between these two.
Yeah, I think for sure, both tanks are kind of holding their own in their corner. It's really now how well do the rest of the squad kind of support them, because there is an element of, the main tank role, as dominant as it is, as performant as it has to be, is kept up by the rest of the squad. And I think in this instance for UCD, a couple of moments where the fight sort of slipped away from them was the difference between victory and the defeat they eventually got. So, that's going to have to be an adaptation in map number 2. And something that's kind of, probably weighing on UC Davis's mind is that their most recent match was a 2-3 heartbreaker, right? They, going down in that 5 map. So, being behind the score line early, I'm curious to see how they recover going into map number 2. A lot of the things, a lot of the gameplay can, when you're in that sort of state of being 0-3, all of a sudden things that are just individual moments start to weigh on you, and you kind of lose a fight that you otherwise wouldn't.
You're absolutely right. The mental aspect of this game is something that you have to keep in mind. It's such a big part of it. When you're making these decisions in a split second, making sure that you're feeling good about them and feeling confident in them is of utmost importance, right? You don't want to be second guessing yourself. And when your mental starts to falter, that's what you start to do.
Now, sides will stay the same. So UCD will still be in red and Redbird Academy will be in the blue. And for that, Juggle God, that means that UCD are going to have to get into that reset very quickly, right? As you alluded to moments ago. So you don't have a lot of time to rest and kind of recover there. It's just back into business. And we're seeing a lot more aggression here from UCD. Not a lot of defense, though, as both tanks are playing an initiation role with the Wrecking Ball and Winston.
This kind of tank composition has so much frontline damage and aggression. We do see them swap over, not unexpected, at the last moment to the Brawl, which we expect. Gonna see Maymine on top of the Mondada statue, getting a nice purview of everything, including what this team is running out on. Gonna be communicated quickly to their compatriots. Gonna see the rotation come around the Mondada statue once again. Maywall not gonna be successful in siphoning off anybody from the rest of their team. Immortality Field already out of the fight for UCD. Now we're gonna see them start to back up as Sam is doing a lot of work, pressuring forward with that freezing beam. The amplification matrix already out for Rickroll for UCD, but with Blue Fire out of the fight, things aren't looking too great for them. Very aggressive charge from Nova, and a Dragon Strike on the tail end of that takes out Smokey the May right before she gets that Shatter online.
Yeah, for a fight that happens just outside of Mondada, there's a lot of ultimates that occurred not 30 seconds of the game, right? We're looking at the check marks, and I mean, for UC Davis, obviously they have the Ant Matrix, but Shatter, they're gonna have Deadeye as well. So a lot of healing coming in from the supports and a lot of damage from the remaining members as Sam has the Blizzard and is eyeing, and eyeing the entryway to see who is bold enough to walk forward.
with the aggressive way that Smokey the May plays, I wouldn't be surprised if it's gonna be her. Axelo now trying to time the right moment to get this speed boost in through this very, very dangerous choke. It's gonna be now. Maywall comes up, but everybody's already through. We're gonna have the shatter committed by Smokey the May. One goes down in favor of UCD, so now they're gonna be able to push onto this point without worry about this May. Shield going down very low. That's gonna be another pick in favor of UCD, and with that, the defense is going to crumble, but a big shatter may turn things right around. Able to get a couple members out of the immortality field, but not all of them. Self-destruct are going to be thrown in the middle of all of that mayhem. Maymine eats the blizzard from Blue Fire as well. This is Redbird Academy coming back into this. They gave away one tick, but they deny the second and third.
Yeah, that is going to be, a full reset there. Explosive, and off the back of that, Smokey the May gets a little over-aggressive, recognizing that there's an opportunity in the back, and Nova, playing the patient game, waits for the shield to drop, and then lands his 6-player shatter. That is just impressive stuff from Nova, who also is back in control of it, will have their shatter back in for this next fight. So Redbird Academy have the tools they need to just claw this one out, as they've got, the Blizzard yet again. Sam has not used it yet, and this time playing the off angle on the opposite side. I don't know that UCD is going to check this corner.
I'm not sure that they will either. When do you check this? The Blizzard got to be thrown in very, very quickly. Charge comes in from Nova. They miss their intended target, but you can't say the same about Smokey the May. She gets hers. And with Crimson out of the fight, that could be a game changer right there. Big has the amplification matrix already used, but the shatter from Smokey the May fells too. And with that, UCD will take the first point.
And they'll chase down the stragglers as well and do not let them escape. So there's the chance of a recontest here is vanishingly small, as Big walks to the objective immortality field. Another shatter.
The shatter lands. It's gonna knock 3 or 4 down, but it's just enough time for the rest of the members to get there, but they're gonna be picked off along the way. UCD still gets the payload out of the garage.
I will call that shatter unpredictable.
Yes.
If only because it's ill-advised. So
yeah.
Nova back to the respawn queue, as the rest of Redbird also sent to the defense. I mean, UCD playing this intelligently, walking forward, taking space, forcing resources away from Redbird, and ideally farming up to a couple more of their, impact resources while the cart moves to the early choke. And I mean, you have to favor UC Davis in this next fight in terms of the economy, especially with Blue Fire. There's that ant matrix from the offense, and they're going to layer the Blizzard on top of it.
The Blizzard going to be able to catch a couple of members of UCD out. Trades are going to come in. Kakis launches the self-destruct. It's not going to get any kills. Maymine just about ready for theirs. Bagel launches the Dragon Strike. That's going to be good for 1. And with that, they're going to be able to push forward and take control of the payload.
Yeah, I'm surprised that at how passively the Blizzards have kind of been used here, right? That's a very far back Blizzard from Blue Fire, and no one can really follow up the damage. Well played by Bagel to put a zoning ultimate, and that no one can really walk out of, as Smokey the May and Nova get traded early. But now that's another reset here for UC Davis, and I mean, Redbird Academy eyeing this early choke to prevent UC Davis from getting free ground.
Yeah, they're not going to give them anything. They're going to take this early Arches hold, which you have to love getting if you're on the defense. Tesla's Deadeye doesn't find any targets of significance, and Big's amplification matrix about to expire. Now UCD going to start to push in. Smokey the May's shatter has to be big here. A mirror of ultimates on each side. The shatter does land. The sound barrier is there for them to try and push forward. Nova gone in out of the fight. Self-destruct committed as well. That's going to find Axe alone. They're sent back to spawn. With that, the fight at a 5v5. Amplification matrix now committed by Rickroll, but it looks like it was ill-timed as the kills come in for Redbird Academy.
Yeah, that's just a case of the tide coming back out as the players just trade 1 for 1, and UC Davis, they are the left standing without any ultimates back in their pocket, and Redbird, after losing a couple of players, trading out equally and then turning back in with their superior economy allows themselves to hold. And now we're down to less than a minute remaining, 45 seconds in fact, and Redbird Academy, they still have that Blizzard to work with. It's going to be a duel of the maze here. In this case, the hero and not the players.
It's going to be the Blizzard committed early on. Maymine eats the other once again. Blue Fire's not going to find any value from that ultimate. Smokey the May goes down and out of the fight, but Nova's not going to be too far behind them. fight breaking out in this hallway. Very, very interesting. And it's going the way of Redbird Academy. 15 seconds left on the clock, and I don't know if there's much hope of a recontest here for the UCD.
You're going to get one fight here. It's not going to be even... Oh, that's an aggressive Ant Matrix. And Smokey the Maze not going to walk past through.
Yeah, with that, there's just barely a recontest coming in from Khakis. They're going to launch the self-destruct into the air. Not going to find anything. They will, fortunately, be able to remech. It's going to give Blue Fire enough time to come back on the Tracer as well. They're going to be flitting to and fro on point. Maymine pops the self-destruct, but the shield is there just in the nick of the time from Smokey the May. But the kill's still coming in favor of Redbird Academy. They're finding what they need to do, and this is as far as the payload will make it for UCD.
Yeah, and now Redbird Academy have to complete the first objective and halfway through the second to complete their 2-0 lead. And I mean, in that final moments, it running out of time. It's just a case of Redbird Academy being the one who's able to survive longer with more tools, right? They're not being forced to use that impact utility early in the fight, and so are able to close it out with their ultimate momentum, and so have given themselves a commanding attempt or a commanding space to take the lead here at the end of map number 2.
Yeah, this is not too far to have to push it through Kings Row. UCD is almost going to have to hope for a full hold or something very, very close to it, because street space of Kings Row usually goes by very quickly. So, in fact, even having a hold there from Redbird Academy speaks volumes to their defense.
Well, what's the adaptation going to be, right? That's what you have to kind of set up if you're a UCD fan. How do you approach that damage throughput? How do you kind of resolve how do you temper the aggression you're showing, I guess, is a better case. Because what's happening, as we kind of touched on so far, is, right, UC Davis will open a fight with these engagements, but they'll trade 1 for 1, and Redbird is allowed to kind of end the fight on their own terms. UC Davis, that needs to change. They need to be the ones ending, being at that advantage in these 50-50 fights.
Yeah, they really do. It's a precarious moment where the pendulum can swing one way or the other for either of these teams, and Redbird is just leaning the pendulum ever so slightly in their direction, getting the advantage. Blue Fire coming in for a very aggressive dive. They're not going to come away with a pick. In fact, they're going to be chased off pretty quickly. Pick in favor of UCD, though, is going to make Redbird Academy think twice about continuing this push, and with Crimson going down, it is all but over.
Yeah, there's no speed, and I mean, this is now going to allow Blue Fire the opportunity to walk in at their own will, and Smokey the Mate will make sure that is a reset in mentality for Redbird Academy. So this is the first fight in this map, actually in this series, where UCD has been confidently the one taking the victory without losing any of their players, and it's a good start for them here.
It really is. They needed this kind of win, and that has to be a confidence boost for them going into this next fight. Smokey the May go down perilously, though they're going to throw the shatter out. The shield dropped just in time for it to land as well. The Immortality Field has to be committed by both sides. Here comes the Meteor Strike. It's going to land, but not take anyone out with it. In fact, they are going to be removed from the fight instead. Redbird Academy primed to take this point.
Yeah, that's going to be an ult dump to make sure that the objective is theirs. Again, the yellow box of victory is only about halfway through seconds. So with the time bank advantage that you have with that, it's going to tick over to Redbird Academy. You're saying this is usually you don't want to dump everything you have, but I think in this instance, it is more than okay. In fact, you can see right around that first corner is where the payload was prevented from moving. So UC Davis on their back foot here on the precipice of the end of the second map.
Yeah, this is going to be a very difficult hold for them. They're only going to be able to hold right at Bookstop. And Bagel with the Deadeye going to open things right up with a pick on the Smokey the May. That's the entire team backing up for dear life. They have to reset as fast as they can.
Yeah, this needs to be a full reset right now from UC Davis. They cannot straggle eliminate here. And you can see them trying to back up. Rickroll will go down. And now, I mean, it feels like the beginning of the end as the cart has not moved forward at any sense of or has not stopped moving forward. And Redbird Academy looking to try and close this one out. I don't know that they even have a contest available.
I'm not sure that they do. This card is very far away. There is rather this golden box of victory. You're going to see the self-destruct land for 2. It's going to see if this one can do equal. It's not going to be the case this time around. Just 1 meter separates them from victory, and they can't get there in time. Redbird Academy takes the win on Kings and extends their lead to 2 in this matchup.
And that also puts them at match point as a result. 1 map away as they get the highlight as well. And a Redbird Academy, foot has been on the gas since round 2 of Nepal and have really been in control of the series in this regard. And I mean, rightly up 2-0 as they try and close out the series in map.
Well, we're going to have to wait a couple minutes for them to close it out, as it is time to take a short break. But don't go anywhere. We will be back with what could be the conclusion of this matchup between the Redbirds and UC Davis. See you all soon. We are back, everybody, for what could be the conclusion of this matchup between the Redbirds and Redbirds Academy and UC Davis. But one map stands in their way right now, and I am excited to see what's going to happen here, especially considering we do have another substitution coming in.
Yeah, this one is going to be Axelon stepping out and a Virus stepping in on the support role. So a little bit of a shift for UC Davis as we get a quick look at our map pool and how we got here as a result. Obviously, map number 3 is going to be up for Rialto there on the Escort. But, you know, we got here through Nepal and Kings Row as our first 2 looks. Juggle God, I mean, it has been in certain instances of Redbirds taking, control of the series in a way that I think has been a little bit one-sided towards the tail end of a couple of the maps. And I think, for UC Davis, the step up needs to be here on Rialto if they want to keep, well, obviously if they want to keep the series alive, but also just to showcase, some of the skill they've had, because I think Smokey the May specifically on the Reinhardt has been really a force for this team, and has done her best to kind of keep the team in control, in opposition of the Redbirds Academy.
You're absolutely right. She's been, I think, a shining example of, what this UCD team can do. They've just been fantastic, going toe to toe with Nova, and in some cases eclipsing Nova as well in ult percentage, and damage done. So, I think if UCD can enable Smokey the May even further, they can find more success here.
It's gonna be a lot to ask, but it asks if they have to. That's kind of the name of the game at this point. So, Redbird Academy playing the double shield here, double projectile on top of it. This is an interesting look because it's a lot more spam coming through from the DPS. Not that double projectile is a bad thing or anything, just a different stylistic showcase. As UCD are playing a more mobile composition for this backline. It's going to be hard, though, for Bluefire and Smokey the May to get into position to kind of force this high ground conversation with the front line of Redbird Academy.
And you can see it. It's taking quite a while for Smokey the May to get in position. They have to rotate all the way around through Garden to get to a point where they can really start to, stage a good dive. We're going to see the dive happening here right in front of the cart as well. Sam going to be good for a little bit of damage, but it's going to be Main who takes out Tesla to start things off for this defense for Redbird Academy.
It's a really tough I think, too. That's going to really just tell the entirety of UC Davis to kind of force a reset. He's going to be dismantled and de-mech. So that is going to be it. And yeah, the fight's over. So, here now we're looking at this from next engagement, saying how does Redbird Academy, turn this lead into kind of a continuation of their progress? And the answer, of course, is, farm the Ant Matrix, then play around the Dragon Strike if you can. So, force UC Davis to take poor angles in their fights, especially with the fact that they don't really have an ability to outright punch their way through.
Wow. Sam winning out the Echo duel is going to be an early thorn in the side of UCD. In fact, they're likely going to just wait for them to respawn and come back in this.
It's a case of a 2v1 in that regard. Sam obviously having Crimson in the back pocket, and the Mercy not allowing their DPS to go down.
Yeah, now we're going to see this aerial duel start out once again. Sam definitely with the advantage considering they've got that pocket. Rickroll could certainly put an orb on them, but that's going to, not quite the same as having a Mercy pocket behind you. Sam getting dangerously close to this duplication, as is Tesla, but Sam going to have it online first, and this could be a difference maker. Smokey the May drops the minefields onto a point that's going to zone away a little bit of space. Here comes Sam duplicating the Tracer, going to be able to build up several pulse bombs, most likely during this engagement. First one going to go on to the Diva. In the meantime, Kaki's ate the pulse bomb coming out from Bluefire. So, a big play coming in there.
And while that's happening, Smokey the May causing havoc in the back line. He's going to open things up. So, Kaki's, the tank's doing a good job here for UC Davis to deny Redbird Academy, the value they thought they were going to earn on that. Sam going to make a switch over from the Echo, now proving over to the Tracer. So a little bit more mobility and likely to just put a little bit more pressure on Bluefire on the flank.
Yeah, they really need to stop this Tracer from having kind of like free raid over the back line. Tesla gonna duplicate the Sigma. We're going to get a Gravitic Flux online very, very quickly. We're going to see an engagement now onto the core of this bunker composition, and Redbird Academy will be dismantled in short order.
Very, very smart play there from Tesla to duplicate the Sigma. I mean, it's the only character that was close enough to hit the ultimate on, but even still generating the Gravitic Flux and then putting as much damage on the backline as possible. Sam trying to put some fancy footwork to test. Yeah, it's not going to last very much longer. And UC Davis continue onwards through second. Smokey the May, I should say, going to try and use this minefield on the high ground with the roll through. A lot of stuns on the Redbird side, though, now as Cassidy has been chosen by Bagel on the switch.
Yeah, they spotted out Smokey the May very, very quickly. They're still going to come in for it. Nice minefield pulse bomb combination. That's going to be good for one on the Crimson. Immortality field committed. But everybody's so low, the moment it goes down, they all just find their death via mine by May. Beautiful play coming out from UC Davis.
Actually, the other thing that I really want to highlight there from Smokey the May was specifically the pile driver, because again, the pulse bomb, the way to deny it would have been the immortality field. But with that, even if that had been laid down, the pile driver would have knocked Crimson outside the area of effect of it, thereby allowing the pulse bomb to get the final blow that it eventually did. So even beyond the minefield, just a good combo there from the Tracer and the Wrecking Ball. Smokey the May just continuing to be annoying in the backline here, as well she should.
Yeah, she's just doing a tremendous job, not displacing everybody on this Redbird Academy side, and they so far don't have an answer for it. They're going to try and do just that with an amplification matrix, but Bagel's still taken out of the fight, and with them gone, it's just a free shooting gallery now for Smokey the May and Bluefire along the backline.
There's the stun coming in from the Brig, well, just the general AoE hold, but the rest of the team, while Smokey the May is taking control, taking space, is going to get the cleanup crew involved. And now Redbird Academy make a switch as Nova goes over to the Reinhardt just to try and stymie the bleeding. Nice shot there from Sam on the headshot. It's going to open things up. UC Davis down a player, is going to be forced to take this fight at disadvantage.
Yeah, they are going to wisely start to back off as well, but not quick enough to get out of the way of that Gravitic Flux. That's going to lay down a couple of players, and Redbird Academy going to be able to breathe a little bit after finally getting a hold.
So yeah, this is now, I mean, here's the problem though, where the early parts of Rialto are easy to hold, the third is arguably the easiest to hold, and UC Davis are gonna have to punch very hard to get around, the corner. Not to say they don't have the tools for it. We're looking at those ultimate markers, and there's a lot available. Bluefire looking perhaps at someone around the corner, and even beyond that, a pulse bomb at potential. But yeah, definitely gonna need to be an opportunity availed of the explosive combination for UC Davis.
Ooh, they're going to be shut down early, though, with a pick onto Tesla. That duplicate could have been a way to open things up for them, to give Smokey the May the opportunity to push in and start to engage. We're going to see a rally coming in now from Crimson. Smokey the May goes for an engage, but they're not going to be able to get just that this time around. Redbird Academy now punching hard against this UCD core. We're going to see both defense ults popped in response. Tesla comes away with a pick. So now on the back of that tremendous sustain, we could have an opportunity here, especially now that Tesla has duplicated the Sigma as well. With this Gravitic Flux coming online, they're going to be able to deal with a lot of the leftovers from the mess that UCD has made of Redbird Academy.
Yeah, while the cleanup comes in, that's a bit of an aggressive and overcommitment from Redbird Academy. They were up a player, right? Sam had gotten that headshot onto, or so Tesla had been taken out, and instead they commit the Dragon Strike and then the rally as well. And now in the final moments, there's a big headshot to open things up, but UC Davis trying to return the favor.
Yeah, they're going to be able to do just that, or rather Redbird Academy going to be able to do just that with a couple of picks. Tesla combining for a few, though, going to start to turn things around. This being putting a lot of damage into that shield, but the Gravitic Flux is in from May. They're going to be able to clean it up and hold as soon as they take care of this pesky mosquito known as Tracer.
If May should be switching here, I think, right? That was the Sigma. Yeah, there it is. The Gravitic Flux was used at the very end, so unless there was a switch in play, it would have been a mistake, and there's that swap coming over. So final fight, 30 seconds left here in this phase. It's going to be the end of this side of the map, no matter what. And UC Davis are hoping to capture the full point. Pulse bomb, self-destruct, that's really all they have to their name. Smokey the May nearly with the minefield. All about execution at this point out for UC Davis.
if UCD can make this fight take long enough, they're going to get a couple other really crucial oaks online, the Transcendence and the Duplicate as well. So they're potentially a little bit ahead as long as they take their time here, which they're doing a great job of. They've just about got the minefield built, but the Deadeye's going to come away and start to move people away from it. Transcendence has to be committed, especially now that Virus is down. Self-destruct is going to hit. Here comes the minefield now. And with that, despite an early advantage going the way of Redbird Academy, things seem to be going their way, but overtime is starting to tick through. Several picks come in on the back of a Dragon Strike from Redbird. They're going to be able to start to clean things up, but can they get back in time? It's going to be a very close one. Blue Fire left alone on point. Maybe if Wrecking Ball had stayed there, they would have been able to capture, but they had to go meet the other players, and Nova with a shatter shuts it down.
In defense of Blue Fire and Smokey the May, it was Crimson coming out the left spawn door that would have got the contest on the objective. So, timing just not in UC Davis's favor, I should say, as they failed to complete the map. Though a rather performant attacking half from them, as they get essentially 99% of the way there. And now Redbird Academy, to close out the series, will have to complete Rialto. Not necessarily an easy task, because it seems that UC Davis has chosen to wake up, I should say, on Rialto as their offense has highlighted.
Yeah, they certainly have, and it was off the back of this Wrecking Ball composition pick. I think that really seemed to be the piece of the puzzle that was missing for them to try and crack the Redbird Academy defense. So now we have to see how Redbird Academy adapts to this, right? We're going to see the Wrecking Ball come out again on defense. They like what they had on offense, and they don't want to change anything now.
I think they've kind of found their stride in this comp, right? That's, it's been their best look. And I think not so much that individual players have struggled on their roles in the previous compositions. We talked about the Reinhardt, obviously, but even beyond that, I feel like now they're playing as more as a team, which is where they kind of fell apart a little bit in the previous maps on sort of the more brawl-esque looks. And exactly as you said, if it's working, why fix it?
Exactly. We're going to see the double bubble coming out from Redbird Academy. I believe the first time we've seen them use this tonight. So this, I think, is an interesting response to this Wrecking Ball composition. I'm going to be curious to see if they lose this first fight, if they decide to go with something else. Smokey the May looking for the prime time to engage. They find a stun, though. Going to have to back off very, very quickly. Fortunately, there was a corner for them to duck behind. Now, they've found their footing once again, able to get that roll through, start to build up a little bit of ult percentage, and disrupt the composition of the core of the composition for this Redbird Academy. Pile driver going to come in off the back of that. A lot of damage as well from UC Davis. Sam going down very, very low, and Smokey the May just doing a great job of disrupting and being a thorn in the Redbird side.
Yeah, I mean, has really been the pacemaker of this map. Bagel with an elimination to Virus is not ideal, but certainly not out of the, not an opportunity lost yet. This being said, that's a great re-entry from Redbird as they take out elimination.
Yeah, that was a massive DMEC coming in onto Khakis. With that, you almost certainly secure this first point, or at least most of it. The recontest is still possible, but they're going to have a pulse bomb waiting for him. Duplicate comes in onto the Winston. That Primal Rage already online. Going to be able to deal a lot of damage, make a lot of mayhem. Sleep is going to be there, but they're woken up very, very quickly. Fight now breaking out on point. Anti-Nade going to land on a couple of members of UCD. The grab is massive. And with that, Redbird Academy will push through the first part of this map.
Relatively healthy time bank as well, right? This is going to be, a tail end of things just to stagger it out, just to get time off the clock. But it is but a passing moment in this regard. And it is going to be the reset here as they try and move forward. As, oh boy, just a stagger as the end of Juggle God.
Ouch.
I mean, it's not really much you can do here if you're the defense. You got the forward spawn. Best you can do is stay alive. And I mean, credit to Rickroll and Virus who stay, stabilize and actually even get a pick off.
That was actually more than I think you could have hoped for. That's pretty much best case scenario there, to be perfectly honest. But Redbird Academy has control now over this high ground. UCD is going to have to push through this door to see if they can contest them. Otherwise, the card's going to make a pretty quick progress through this point. Sam has the duplicate online as well. A couple of quick picks come in for each side. It's now Overwatch 2 time for a brief spell. Sam's still not ready to pop that duplicate just yet. We're going to have the self-destruct committed as well as a minefield. That's going to combine for a kill. But in the meantime, Maymine has found a little bit themselves. In fact, they've gotten a tank and both tanks out of the fight for UCD. And when they fall, the rest of the composition does as well.
Yeah, the respawns are coming back in now for Redbird Academy, so they will continue moving the payload forward slowly, but progress is progress. And now, I mean, UC Davis will have to sort of set up on this final stage of second. Big recall force early from Bagel, though, as Smokey the May rolls through.
Yeah, that's going to be a nice thing to know that you don't have to worry about going into this next fight right here. Sam being down as well is a big boon. That early engagement really providing a lot of value for UCD. We're going to see the Nano Boost now committed onto Nova. Graviton Surge ready to go as well. This could be game-changing right here. Smokey the May already with one pick, though. They need to start to use some of these ultimates. There's the grab. It's going to catch several members. So much damage going into the Pulse Bomb lands as well, but UCD still fighting back, still finding kills. Sam removed from their duplicate right as they're getting ready to use that Gravitic Flux. Anti-nade lands as well. That's going to be massive, and in the meantime, UC Davis is going to get the hold.
I really like this chaotic style that UC Davis is putting forward, and it's chaotic for their opposition. They themselves are playing with poise and coherence. Look at that. Smoking May, yet another roll through, just denying space to Bagel, who is now sitting in a corner, thinking about what is going to be adaptation. Double Bubble will be retired as we see Mayman come over to the Diva here. And Bagel getting forced to recall. Smoking the May taking essentially no damage in this duel.
Yeah, this is insane. So Smokey the May is impressing me more and more as time goes on from this UCD squad. They're rapidly becoming, I think, one of my favorite tanks to watch, at least in NECC. And Bluefire just about ready to have this Pulse Bomb online. Let's see if they're going to find any value with it. The Minefield committed. That's going to force Bluefire to have to triple blink over it. Now they're in a tough spot, but they're able to get a pick onto Redbird Academy, rather, able to get a pick onto Virus right before they had that rally ready to go. And with that, it's going to be a last moment contest here coming out from UCD. They've got the Transcendence online. Pulse Bomb committed by Bagel, not going to find anything around. Will Blue Fires this time? Not going to be the case either. In fact, it's going to be UC Davis crumbling now and allowing Redbird Academy to take this next point. As long as they can get these last few staggers, which shouldn't be too much of an issue.
Oh my god, that's a double dig onto Bagel, but the rally armor staying stabilized just long enough to keep the Tracer in play, and you just know that Tesla is a little frustrated at that. Putting the damage through onto Bagel, but can't get the elimination, and Redbird Academy will roll into third. 2.5 minutes here to complete the map. The third phase in the play. It's certainly doable, but UC Davis, I think, have finally arrived in the composition that will allow them to bleed time off the clock. And now, I mean, you're looking at the survivability of Smokey the May in contrast to the stuns are at the table for the opposition. This is really, I think, going to be the difference maker for this final third.
They've got 2 minutes to make convert one fight win here. Gonna start off with a Graviton Surge from Khakis. It's gonna deal a tremendous amount of damage into Redbird Academy. We're gonna see a flurry of ults now committed by them to try and push this through at the last moment. Rally and Nano Boost down, but the Minefield from Smokey the May could cause problems. Nova has combined for kills onto the backline. This could be them coming away with the win. The Primal Rage doing a tremendous amount of work as well. They're gonna get stunned, but they're eventually gonna finish off Tesla, and with that, there's almost nobody left from UCD to try and contest. Redbird Academy will be your victors as long as they can get these last few staggers. Pulse Bomb comes out. That is a pick in favor of UC Davis, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tides. Redbird Academy go up 3-0 over UC Davis.
That is going to be the victory for them as well, as they shut out UC Davis, who after map number 1, was a little caught out, but I think here on this third map got their footing under them. Unfortunately, just not enough to give themselves the victory. But I mean, a highlight for sure was watching this Wrecking Ball composition from them. And I think for UC Davis, things are looking up for this squad, even as Redbird Academy takes the 3-0 and looking very strong the entire time, equalizing their record at 2-2 in the season for this Academy team.
Yeah, what was most impressive to me as well about ISU coming away with this win is they were able to adapt after the counters came out, after they, saw the success that this UC Davis squad had on the Wrecking Ball composition. They were able to say, all right, fine, you go that way, we go this way. And with that, they were able to overcome what they were throwing at them. So kudos to them for their adaptability. I mean, that is such a prime part of this game, Overwatch.
Yeah, I think this is now going to be an interesting case for this division because I think at the top end, I'm curious to see how this shakes out. Redbird, clearly a team that has some strength in terms of their mechanical setup, and now for UC Davis, I want to see how they evolve from here because again, that wrecking ball composition looked threatening in many instances.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're only moments away from sort of shoring up their defenses to give themselves a victory. So this is a team that I don't think should hang their head in defeat, but instead look to the future and to try and focus on ways to bring victory for themselves, even as they go down.
Yeah, they are very close to doing just that, I think, LaFon. They've got all the pieces of the puzzle. They just have to put them in the right places at this point, as it were. Well, that's going to do things for us here tonight, LaFon. A pleasure getting to cast with you again. Thank you for joining me here in the casting booth. Quick thank you to our production team as well. Couldn't do it without you. And thank you all for tuning in tonight as well to support Collegiate Overwatch. Before we close out, any final words from you, LaFon?
Just a quick thought. One of the tragedies of Overwatch esports is that the double bubble composition has never been played to the Weird Sisters from Scene 4, Act 1 of Macbeth. Keep that in mind if one of you creative types are out there.
I like it, LaFon. Let's see if anything comes from that. Maybe we'll have a surprise for us next week. But for now, that's going to do it. GG's and see you next time.